Hey guys. This is part 9 of What If Naruto was Madara's grandson. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start.
We are pain, that's all. We are God.
Chapter 56. Problems Arise. Hidden Tower, Forbidden Forest. Welcome back. Both Naruto and Hinata looked up to see a familiar white mask with blue patterns. The man was clad in samurai-style blue armor with white fur adorning his shoulders. Your room is this way. Blue led Naruto and Hinata deep into the tower and towards the room where they would spend the following days. Extending his senses, Naruto felt no one nearby. Where is Hashirama? Is he waiting for Shika's team? Naruto asked. If Shika is that pineapple-haired guy that seems bored by everything but seems driven to find what lies behind our masks, then no. Tobirama answered, sighing. That boy was getting to his nerves, more than that green freak. What happened to the good old shinobi? Tobirama cried, anime tears in his head. He went to the Valley of the End for a quick stop. Tobirama explained, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. What for? Naruto asked. Fix his statue. Tobirama groaned while both Naruto and Hinata laughed. I figured he wasn't very happy about the fight's collateral damage. Naruto chuckled while Tobirama just shook his head. Meh, Tobirama shrugged and looked around for something. Where is your teammate? The pale-faced one? Tobirama asked and immediately noticed the dark looks on both Naruto and Hinata. What happened? Tobirama sighed, feeling a headache coming around. The bastard tried to kill us in our sleep. Naruto gritted his teeth. He still didn't make up his mind on what to do with Sai. On one hand he tried to kill them in their sleep, on the other he was a fellow shinobi of the leaf, albeit a root one. Why did I even ask? Tobirama muttered in his breath, nursing his temples. Any idea why? Tobirama asked, but Naruto shook his head. It happened a couple hours ago, and he's currently taking a nap in my dimension. I still haven't had the time to interrogate him. Naruto explained, and Tobirama nodded. We are here, Tobirama said as they stopped near the door, halfway down a long corridor. I got you to share the bedroom, and since Sai is sleeping away, then I'll just release the other room to other participants, Tobirama said, opening the door and entering the room. It was a simple room for lack of better words. A small window provided vision to the forest, a small bed, big enough for both Naruto and Hinata. Next to the bed was a small bedstand and on the wall a dresser. Naruto walked towards the door inside the room and noticed that it led to a small bathroom. Seems good enough, Naruto said, and Tobirama nodded and started walking out. By the way, Tobirama suddenly said, stopping by the door. Do you want any help in your training during this month? Tobirama asked, and Naruto looked towards Hinata, who shrugged her shoulders and shook her head. Guess not. You and Hashirama can focus on Shika's team. They need it more than us, Naruto said, and Tobirama nodded, walking out. What are we supposed to do now? Hinata asked, but Naruto shrugged his shoulders, dropping to the bed, his armor rattling at the action. Naruto closed his eyes but didn't go to sleep. He merely went to a meditative state in order to think about his problems and promises. Next day Naruto groaned as he opened his eyes and noticed it was already morning. He shifted on his head and noticed an empty spot next to him. He blinked and cleared the blurriness to notice that Hinata wasn't in the bed, or in the room for that matter. He sat on the bed and noticed a small slip of paper on the stand. Went for my morning workout, love, Hinata. I wonder why she didn't wake me. Naruto wondered in thought until he heard the door open and saw Hinata walking in. Her clothes were wet, and she had sweat running down her face. Even her hair seemed somewhat sticky. Morning, Hinata said as she entered the room and noticed Naruto awake. Morning, Naruto replied, eyeing Hinata with curiosity. She took out a towel and approached Naruto and gave him a small kiss, making Naruto cringe his nose. You stink, Naruto said, and Hinata just giggled. Why did you go out so early? Naruto asked, curious. I plan on working on a few techniques today, Hinata replied as she separated from Naruto and started heading towards the shower. Nothing like cold water hammering your sore muscles. Want help? Naruto asked, but Hinata quickly turned around. No, Hinata said, wiggling her index finger at him. These will be my secret jutsus for the tournament, Hinata explained. Really? Naruto asked, raising his eyebrows. His curiosity sparkled. Can I get a feel at least? Naruto innocently asked. If they work as I suspect, I'll have 2 more S-rank moves in my repertoire. One defensive and another offensive. Hinata explained, and Naruto nodded. S-rank? Naruto asked, and Hinata simply nodded. What about you? What do you plan on doing today? Hinata asked. Nothing seems appealing. Naruto replied, and Hinata smiled as Naruto draped himself on the sheets and dug his head into the pillow. But anyway, I'm going to Konoha to do a bit of research, Naruto said, and Hinata blinked at his words. Research? Hinata asked sweetly, and Naruto nodded, but when he noticed the dark look she got, his mind suddenly clicked. No. Naruto waved his hands defensively in front of him. I mean, I'm going to the library on the Senju compound, not the hot springs. Naruto quickly replied and sighed in relief as Hinata smiled again. Asterisk cough, asterisk whipped cough, Kurama said from his mind, making Naruto chuckle weakly. Good boy, Hinata smiled and patted Naruto's head. Am I a dog or something? Naruto thought, sweat dropping while Kurama was rolling on the floor laughing his ass off. Maybe I'll talk to Sai as well, Naruto said. Let me know how that goes, Hinata said. Naruto nodded and watched as Hinata headed off to the bathroom. Naruto sighed and dropped to the bed again, looking at the ceiling. What am I going to do with you? Naruto's thoughts wandered towards Sai as Naruto got up and dressed. With a simple kamui, he swirled into his own dimension. Naruto's kamui dimension. Naruto arrived at his dimension, and it was the same way he always left it. What a bleak place, Naruto said as he arrived at his dimension. He never did do much about it with the exception of a wall where he had a few weapons in case he ran out. The sky was pitch black, there was no wind, no animal sounds, nothing but silence. His dimension was comprised solely of cement cubes that seemed to hang in the air, all of them separate from each other. There was no sun, no north or south pole, no up or down. Naruto walked to the wall he built and noticed the weapons he had. Several Fuma shuriken, or for those that don't know, large 4-bladed shuriken. Naruto could release them directly from his dimension and into the enemy. His Chikuto that he hadn't used in while also hanged on the wall. But his 2 main weapons hanged in the middle of it, standing side by side. On the left was the staff that Hagoromo had given him. And on the right was his fan, an heirloom passed down between the heads of the Uchiha clan until Uchiha Madara had deserted from his clan. Nonetheless, it was passed down to Minato and later on to himself. Naruto shifted his attention towards the final member of his team. Sai was bound by ropes and was staring at him neutrally. Comfy? Naruto asked, but Sai remained neutral, staring at his soon-to-be torturer with seemingly dead eyes. Naruto lost his happy attitude and adopted an equally blank look. Naruto crouched until he remained at eye level with Sai, cold blue eyes staring unflinchingly at Sai. Sai, determined to never lose, stared with equal strength and vigor. Both seemed driven to make the other flinch. Seconds turned into minutes and Naruto got tired and simply stopped the stare and got up. Sai released a breath he didn't even know he was holding. You are not going to break me, Sai said, and Naruto suddenly turned around. Nice to see some participation from you, Naruto replied, chuckling as Sai returned to his blank look. But don't misunderstand me. I have no intention of breaking you, Naruto said, and almost laughed when Sai's jaw threatened to drop. It was normal protocol to try and break prisoners for information, even Genin knew that. If I wanted to break you, I would simply hand you over to Ibiki for some mind play or perhaps drop you at Enko's house, Naruto said, chuckling, and smiled when he noticed that Sai seemed to shiver at mention of Enko. Oh yes, Naruto almost hissed. When dear Enko-chan was through with you, you would be singing like a canary and be the embodiment of Dickless, my friend. I've seen some of her patients and it isn't pretty, Naruto explained. I mean, have you seen her snakes? Naruto rhetorically asked. She has more snake poisons than Konoha has of antidotes, and you know how sadistic she can be. Always searching for a volunteer, Naruto said, and noticed Sai's pulse starting to quicken. But since I don't any intention of breaking, you are safe from them, Naruto said, and sighed in relief. But not from me, Naruto replied, glaring at Sai with his Sharingan glowing. People always give too much credit to pain, Naruto explained, waving his hands dismissively. It's true that under certain conditions pain can be very persuasive, but root agents are supposed to be strong-willed, emotion-free, and have the mindset of perfect soldiers, right? Naruto rhetorically asked. I mean, Naruto began dismissively. You are supposed to feel no fear, no compassion, no love, no regrets, and no self-preservation. You are supposed to carry orders to the letter, and should your master ask you to slit your throats, you would do so with hesitation. Naruto drawled, getting a sour flavor in his mouth. I've even heard of a secret medical procedure to disable the nerve clusters on the brain, disabling any feeling of pain whatsoever. Naruto explained. I myself am a mind person. No matter what you do to a person's mind, they will never physically die. You might turn someone into a vegetable, but only happens to amateurs of the mind arts. Naruto began. But the thing almost everyone overlooks, even some excellent shinobi like Inoichi, is that the mind is not a book, to be opened at will and examined at leisure. Thoughts are not etched on the inside of skulls, to be perused by any invader. The mind is a complex and many-layered thing. It is true, however, that those skilled in the mind arts are able, under certain conditions, to delve into the minds of their victims and to interpret their findings correctly. Naruto explained and noticed a bead of sweat running down Sai's head. 1. You can resist, of course. Those strong-willed always offer some type of resistance towards any invader. However, under the right circumstances and with proper, shall we say, precision, any mind crumbles. Naruto finished smiling. Danzo wants the perfect soldier. Let's see you truly are one then. Naruto said, and he sat on the ground, crossing his legs and standing directly in front of Sai. Sai tried to think of anything to help himself. His curse seal only stopped him of physically talking and therefore not blocked anyone from entering his mind. The moment Naruto's eyes glowed, Sai thought desperately for a counter. His first thoughts were of running away, but he was currently wrapped in ropes with chakra disruption seals, making any molding impossible. Sai did the only other thing possible and snapped his eyelids shut, blocking Naruto's gaze. Sai foolishly let out a sigh of relief until he heard Naruto's chuckle. The problem is that the chuckle came not from the outside, but from inside his own mind. He had been compromised. Inside Sai's mind, Naruto arrived into Sai's mind and immediately started shifting through the memories. He began with those buried deeper, meaning Sai's oldest memories of his early life. Welcome back, sir. A woman with brown hair and simple clothes answered. Naruto narrowed his eyes at her, since he would recognize her anywhere. She was the nurse in charge of the orphanage of Konoha. He went way back with her back when he still lived in that hellhole of a place. I trust you have what I want, the man replied, and Naruto chuckled when he noticed him. A man walking with a wooden cane, X-shaped scar on his chin, white bandages across his right eye, Shimura Danzo. The woman nodded and stepped aside to reveal some black-haired and very pale-skinned kid hidden behind her back. Shall we do this somewhere more private? Danzo asked, and the matron nodded, leading Danzo through the cold halls of the orphanage. He stopped near a door and waited for the matron to unlock it. Ha 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 ha, you will never catch me. Danzo, the matron, and the kid turned to the sound spike to see another kid being chased around the orphanage. The kid had spiky blonde hair, deep blue eyes, and 3 whiskers marks on each cheek. Naruto narrowed his eyes when he noticed his younger self appear in the memories of Sai. I never realized that Sai went to the same orphanage as me. Naruto mumbled in his thoughts. He didn't remember ever seeing him, but apparently he did. Go away, demon brat. The matron snapped, and young Naruto froze in his steps when he heard the matron's voice. He nodded meekly and quickly hurried away from the halls. I still wonder why Hokage-sama lets him live. The matron sighed, shaking her head while Danzo narrowed his eyes at young Naruto. I don't suppose you want to take him as well? The matron asked somewhat hopefully while Danzo pondered. He could take the Kyuubi brat and make him the perfect tool for the village, but he was too high profile for that. He will never strive with the amount of hate he receives, Danzo thought before making his decision. Him I cannot. Hiruzen is too close attached to him. Danzo simply replied. A shame, the matron replied and opened the door to reveal 4 other kids. So 5 in total? Danzo asked, and the matron nodded, walking inside and opening some drawer. She retrieved multiple files and handed them over to Danzo. 5 is the total we can negotiate. Any more and the other nurses might notice. The matron replied, and Danzo nodded, handing her a small envelope. The matron greedily accepted the package and quickly opened it to reveal a stack of money. Do we have a deal? Danzo asked, and the matron quickly nodded her head. All right, kids, you are being adopted by this fine man. Treat him with respect and obey him. Understood? The matron glared at them, and the kids all nodded their heads in acceptance. Yes, Hitomi-san. The kids chorused together, and they were led away by Danzo. Naruto shook with rage when he realized that the matron had been selling kids to Danzo. In the aftermath of the Kyuubi's attack 17 years ago, many people died and the influx of orphans almost broke the orphanage. It was right for the taking. Naruto muttered and promised to have words with her. Naruto released the memory and started scavenging for the next one. This time they were in some underground facility. Naruto watched as some root instructor lined up several kids in a perfect line. All the kids seemed older, around 6 years old, and they already were in perfect stance. Next, the instructor ordered and Naruto watched as the pale-skinned kid he remembered from the orphanage stepped forward. You will be named Sai. Yesterday you didn't exist, today you don't exist, tomorrow you won't exist. Is that clear? The instructor asked with stern tone. Yes, Sai replied with a small smile tugging the corner of his lips. Smack! The instructor reared his hand and backhanded Sai across the face. Sai grunted in pain as he fell to the ground, clutching his bloodied lips. And no smiles, and no emotions, and no weaknesses. Is that clear? The instructor asked, glaring at the kid on the ground. Yes, Sai barely replied through the pain. The same goes for the rest of you. The instructor ordered. Yes, sir, the rest of the kids chorused together. Honestly, Naruto said, shaking his head as he let go of the memory and focused on another. Happy birthday! Some gray-haired kid yelled, handing Sai some book. What's this? Sai wondered as he lightly shook the package. Open it, the gray-haired kid said, shaking his head in amusement. It's a sketchbook. Sai's eyes lit up in happiness when he noticed his gift. Now I can draw a picture of you and me in here, Sai replied, making the gray-haired kid blink in confusion. Thank you, Shin and I-san, Sai yelled as he lunged forward and hugged Shin. Then you have to show it to me when it's done. Deal? Shin asked, and Sai quickly nodded in acceptance. Never realized he had a brother, Naruto mused. I don't really understand Danzo's training. The instructor punish any emotion and then these two happily show them, Naruto said out loud as he scanned his memories for the next one. The scene changed into a desert terrain. Both Sai and Shin were standing face to face in full gear. Danzo was standing in a nearby cliff, watching the two brothers. I'm ordering the two of you to fight to the death. If by tomorrow one of you isn't dead, then I shall kill you both, Danzo ordered, and Shin shined away. Naruto watched as the two brothers battled it out, with Shin trying to kill his brother. Sai, however, surprised Naruto, as he didn't fight back, unwilling to harm his brother. Naruto finally understood Shin's actions when he fell to the ground coughing up blood. You are too much gentle to make it out alive. Shin gritted his teeth, struggling to explain. Brother, Sai muttered with shocked face. But you are the one who will live, Shin said as his eyes started to dim. You must kill your emotions. Otherwise you won't survive en route, and this job will kill you, Shin said, and Sai could only nod as tears ran down his face. I really wanted to see his finished drawing. These were Shin's final thoughts as he closed his eyes and died. What a crappy life, Naruto muttered to himself as he finished reviewing Sai's thoughts. Naruto withdrew from Sai's mind and watched as his hollow eyes regained their black color. Naruto was happy he didn't show him his Rinnegan because he was even more confused on what to do now. After reviewing Sai's memories, he noticed that Sai knew nothing about Danzo's plans. For him, it was a simple mission. Danzo went to the lengths of hiding the mission description until the very last moment. Danzo knew that if Sai had his mission from the get-go, Naruto and Hinata might suspect him and thus compromise the mission. Sai, Naruto called, but the only sign of acknowledgement was a raised head from Sai. His face may have been neutral, but his eyes betrayed him. They showed deep sadness, regret, and at some level, acceptance. Sai, who do you serve? Naruto asked, somewhat curious. Lord Dan, gasp. Sai started, but suddenly started shaking and squirming against his bindings. Sai took deep breaths and he started to gasp and his tongue burning, like someone had lit it on fire. Naruto watched as several black markings surrounded his body, and Sai suddenly found himself completely frozen, unable to move a single limb, much less even blink. A seal, Naruto thought in shock as he watched it spread across Sai's body. Naruto approached him and started rummaging through his memories until he came across the reference to what happened to him. A simple paralysis seal key to Danzo to prevent information leakage, Naruto thought as he kneeled in front of Sai and slowly opened his mouth and pulled his tongue outside to reveal a small black seal, imprinted on the moist tissue. Fuinkai seal release. Naruto pressed 2 fingers against the black tattoo and channeled enough chakra to break the seal for good. The seal started sizzling into smoke until nothing remained. As the seal faded away, so did the black markings spread across Sai's body, returning him his movement. So Danzo is your master, correct? Naruto asked, and Sai simply nodded. He realized it was futile to hold against Naruto. He could just rummage through his memories and get every answer he wished in the blink of an eye. And who commands Lord Danzo? Naruto asked. Senju Tsunade, the 5th Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, Sai replied, and Naruto smiled. So then, logically, you work and take orders from the leader of the Leaf Village, correct? Naruto rationalized, and Sai nodded. And yet you tried to kill me, the Senju clan head, and Hinata, one, if not the best medic in Konoha. Naruto explained. What does that mean to a servant of the Leaf Village? Naruto asked. A traitor, Sai whispered in disbelief. It was order from my superior, Sai explained. Then logic dictates that said superior is a traitor to the Leaf, correct? Naruto asked, and Sai nodded once again. Sai had betrayed the beliefs he had been trained to die for his whole life. If you knew that killing us will constitute an act of treason, then why did you choose to do it nonetheless? Naruto asked, and Sai frowned for the first time. In root, you have no name. You have no feelings. You have no past. You have no future. There is only the mission. Sai replied in such tone that suggested that this creed had been ingrained deep in his brain. That is why you betrayed the Leaf. You feel no emotions, you don't know the difference between right and wrong. You follow orders without question even if they go against your own beliefs. Naruto explained, but Sai remained silent. Naruto approached him and placed 2 fingers on his forehead. Don't worry. We will discuss this again when we go back to the Leaf. I'm placing you in stasis until then, Naruto said as Sai closed his eyelids and into deep sleep. Senju Compound's library. Naruto arrived at Konoha a few seconds later and made his way towards the library. Since Hinata wasn't there, he had to find the biology section, but this time for human beings. His jaw nearly dropped at the size of that section of library. Shelves upon shelves ranging from human anatomy, skeletal system, tissue systems, cellular biology. It completely outshined the biology section on reptiles. It was a testament on how much research had been made on the human body. It shouldn't be surprising after all. Hundreds of people have searched ways to improve and stretch the levels of a human body. To stretch the strength, speed, power in order to create a perfect body, a perfect weapon, a perfect shinobi. Even though hundreds were researching on how to break these limits, very few actually managed to even dent the barriers. Senju Tsunade, for instance, created her seal that drastically improves cellular regeneration on the cost of losing a few years of her life. Cells don't divide indefinitely, they have a limit, and when this barrier is stretched beyond their limits, the user's life expectancy diminishes. Another genius, although crazy, sadistic, and with no regard for human life, also fitting the description, is Orochimaru. People think is evil, and they are right, but neither can refute that he is one of the best medical minds ever born. Like everyone else, Orochimaru searched to stretch the boundaries of the human vessel and came up with his own curse seal, infusing Senjutsu chakra into the user. But like most people, Senjutsu chakra is extremely difficult to control. Of all the shinobi population on Earth, there are only 6 people that can withstand and use Senjutsu chakra, and of those, a mere 3 are perfect sages. Naruto himself was also searching for something similar, and while he didn't have the vast knowledge like Tsunade, Hinata, or Orochimaru, he had something that neither of them had. He had the Rinnegan, and with it, perfect control over Yin and Yang chakra. He didn't need vast knowledge to achieve what he wanted, simply because anything he thought, anything he imagined, he could create. This is going to take time. Naruto sighed, breaking himself from his thoughts, and started searching for the books he wanted. Naruto-chan? Is that you? Naruto heard and turned slightly to see Tsunade approaching. What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be in Kumo? Tsunade asked, confused at the sight of Naruto in the library. Just came by to browse for a couple of books. By the way, me and Hinata qualified for the 3rd round, Naruto replied as he continued searching for the books. Never doubted you, Tsunade replied, smiling, proud of her grandson. What about Sai and the others? Tsunade asked, and immediately noticed the frown on Naruto's face. Shika and the others have yet to finish the 2nd stage, and Sai, well, he tried to kill us in our sleep, Naruto said, sighing. What? Tsunade roared. It was mission from Danzo. The whole protect the Senju heir, and Kyubi Jinchuriki was aroused to hide his true intent, Naruto explained. I don't know what he attempted to accomplish with having me and Hinata of all people killed, when I get my hands on that pale-faced freak and his mummy of a master. Tsunade laughed evilly, cracking her knuckles. It wasn't Sai's fault. Naruto simply replied, frowning again. Don't tell me you are defending Sai now? Tsunade asked in near disbelief. Attempted murder of a clan head was the highest level of treason possible, second only to attempts on the Hokage himself, and carried out immediate execution. I searched through his memories as he's just an emotion-conditioned tool. Naruto replied sadly. To him it were just orders, nothing more. I have no use for shinobi who are willing to betray their comrades on orders. Tsunade replied, and Naruto seemed taken aback by her attitude. A bit harsh, wouldn't you say? Naruto asked. I could say the same for you. You are not one of showing pity to your enemies either. Tsunade said a bit harshly. Like I said, he isn't an enemy, he's a comrade. Naruto forced. One that tried to smother you during your sleep. Tsunade huffed in defiance. What is up with him? Tsunade thought to herself. Naruto didn't show neither mercy nor pity to his enemies. So what drove him to defend Sai of all people, one that even feel emotions to begin with? Just forget it. Naruto waved off the discussion. We will deal with him when I return from the exams. Naruto said. Fine. Tsunade said in reluctance. What about the old mummy? Tsunade asked. Sai didn't know anything about his plans. Like I said, he was but a tool. Sai didn't even know about his mission until the very last second. Naruto explained. I don't know what Danzo is playing at, but you should keep an eye on him and his activities. Don't underestimate me, Naruto-chan. I may be a medic and a woman, but I didn't get chosen for Hokage because of my pretty face. Tsunade explained, smiling mischievously. I always have an eye on him, and if you want to know, he's been rather quiet these last few days. Tsunade said. I would never dream of underestimating you, Bachan. Naruto replied, chuckling. So what are you doing up here? Tsunade asked suspiciously. Naruto didn't come to the library unless he was working on some new technique or something else, considering his overpowered eyes. Tsunade's eyes roamed around the shelf and noticed the books he had already picked up. Her blood ran cold as she noticed the exact titles Naruto was picking. Memories buried deep in her head rose for the first time in many years. Flashback. Yo Orokibaka, enough with the books and let's go. A younger, smaller, and less wrinkled version of Jiraiya yelled to his other comrade. Orochimaru, who was currently sitting in his chair, countless papers, books, and other sketches spread across his table, sighed in annoyance. I can never get anything done with those two around. Orochimaru thought to himself, as he slowly twisted his neck to see Jiraiya waving his hand in a come-on motion. Next to him was Tsunade, who was leaning against the wall, an annoyed expression in her face. Enough with this, Tsunade replied, leaving the wall and quickly approaching Orochimaru. She arrived next to him and peeked over his shoulder to find out what exactly he was working on, and what had him so focused. She noticed sketches on the human nervous system, notes on cellular division, and many others spread across the table with no seemingly apparent order to them. She shifted attention and her eyes landed on the books, stockpiled on the table. Human body biology, oxidative medicine and cellular longevity, mitosis and meiosis, cellular immortality, myth or reality? Orochimaru, Tsunade said, looking from the books to the neutral Orochimaru. You can't be serious, Tsunade said in surprise mixed with shock. Maybe, just maybe, there is no purpose in life. Orochimaru started, annoyed that he was constantly interrupted. But if you linger a while longer in this world, you might discover something of value in it. Is that what you think? Tsunade asked. That there is no point in being alive? Quite the contrary. Orochimaru chuckled, looking at Tsunade's confused face. I treasure life more than you know it. It's fear that holds us back from reaching new heights. Why isn't simply immortality the next step in our evolution? Orochimaru rhetorically asked as he started packing everything up. It's human nature that people won't realize the true value of something unless they lose it, and I for one do not wish to lose it to begin with. Orochimaru said, and he finished packing and turned to Tsunade, who had a puzzled face. Is this research because of your parents? Tsunade softly asked and watched as Orochimaru nearly flinched. Don't look too much into it. I am merely doing this to my own benefit, Orochimaru said as he walked, and Tsunade reluctantly followed. Why? Tsunade seemed unable to stop her mouth from moving. I want to obtain all the jutsu and gain a true understanding of everything in this world, Orochimaru said, and with that he exited the room. End flashback. Naruto. Tsunade called, leaving behind the affectionate name in order to portray her worries. You are old enough to make choices on your own. Tsunade started and Naruto looked at Tsunade confused. I lost a very dear friend to what you are searching for right now. He lost himself in that research, and no matter how hard I or Jiraiya tried, he was lost to us. He became so immersed into his research and his final goals that he forsook everything that made him human to begin with. You talking about Orochimaru, right? Naruto asked and Tsunade nodded. I will never become like him. Naruto firmly replied and Tsunade smiled. I know that you would never think of becoming like him. I'm just telling you to be careful with what you're researching for. It's easy to lose yourself. Tsunade warned and Naruto nodded. I have faith though, Tsunade said, placing a hand on his shoulder. That if anyone can crack the key to it, it will be you. Tsunade smiled and walked off, leaving a very confused and pensive Naruto. Meanwhile in Kuma, while Naruto was talking with Tsunade, Hinata was working hard on the new techniques she had envisioned. 2 more S-ranked level techniques for her repertoire if they worked as she wanted. Currently she was sitting in a small pool of water of her own creation. She was working on reaching the highest level of water manipulation possible. Several water tentacles raised ever so slowly from the pool and started flailing wildly around her, without even grazing her skin. Hinata opened her eyes and concentrated on her own hand. Her Byakugan activated as she refined her control to highest level possible, controlling the water inside her own body. Her right hand started softening, becoming somewhat translucent, and gaining a light blue color. Just as her hand started becoming more and more water-like, her control somehow slipped and her hand abruptly regressed to her normal color, although a bit dehydrated. Nearly 2 months on this and I can only do it momentarily. Hinata frowned in thought, but she wouldn't give up. Hinata hissed at the pain as she submerged her hand in the pool and surveyed it with her Byakugan, checking for any damage she might have caused. Whatever technique she was working on seemed to be highly dangerous. She took a deep breath and was ready to begin again. A loud shout broke her concentration. Hinata! When Hinata heard the scream, she immediately recognized it as Shikamaru's voice. It sounded far too desperate than she would have liked it. Hinata immediately dropped her control, splashing water in the ground as she blurred towards the sound of the voice. To any bystander she was nothing more than a purple blur. Her Byakugan blazed to life as he tracked Shikamaru's position to just a few corners away. She nearly gasped as she arrived near his team. His team seemed to have been through hell, their clothes completely ripped to pieces. With her Byakugan she already noticed a few cracked bones in Shikamaru and Lee. They were all dirty, burn marks and even blood splattered across the remaining of their clothes and skin. But the worst of it was Tenten. She was nearly unconscious, using Lee for arm support. Tenten was nearly dragging her feet through the ground as Lee did his best to carry her but seemed completely spent. Tenten seemed to be hanging by a thread. Her left arm was completely missing, cleaved just lower than the shoulder joint. She had some type of tourniquet to hold the blood flow. While she had seen most type of injuries during her medical training, it was the look of complete despair on Shikamaru's face that frightened her. Flags? The Kumo shinobi at the entrance asked. Out of the way! Shikamaru yelled as he pushed the Jounin out of the way just as Hinata rounded the corner and arrived near them. Quick, heal her! Shikamaru stressed as he lowered her to the ground, right in the middle of the tower's entrance. Tenten was breathing very harshly and her eyelids were threatening to close. I need you awake for this, Tenten, Hinata said, and Tenten managed a small nod. What happened? Hinata asked, trying to ascertain the injuries while she performed a quick diagnosis. We were ambushed as we arrived here. Shikamaru started as he sat on the ground, exhausted. She was poisoned by one of those big spiders and we didn't have any antidote. While the poison wasn't immediately deadly, we needed you to heal her. As we arrived at the tower, we were ambushed by 2 sand teams. Shikamaru gritted his teeth. I was already low on chakra and Tenten was compromised by the poison. Lee was forced to open the gates to fight them. The poison was slowly working and made her a static target for them, and you know how good Suna shinobi are with wind jutsus. She caught a wind blade that cleaved her arm like it was butter. Shikamaru explained and Hinata nodded. Shadow clone jutsu, Hinata said as another clone popped into existence, and immediately sat on the other side. The Hinata clone was performing a few gashes along Tenten's body, not on vital spots. What are you doing? Shikamaru asked in shock when he saw more cuts appear on Tenten, clearly due Hinata's work. The poison is clotting her blood. I need to extract it before I move on. Hinata quickly replied with a look that said to stop distracting her. If she wasn't a shinobi, the poison alone would have finished her long ago. A very poisonous green liquid started pouring out of the newly made cuts. With her free hand, Hinata made a strange seal and the suction seemed to increase, making Tenten squirm under the pain. With a quick juken strike to the base of her neck, she was paralyzed from the neck down. Sorry Tenten, but I can't have you squirming and messing with my work, Hinata replied when Tenten seemed to try and glare at her. Don't worry, you pull through, Hinata replied, smiling at Tenten, who sighed in relief. Her juken strike also disabled the nerve cluster, preventing any pain from going through. Once the poison was extracted, Hinata performed a quick healing jutsu across her whole body, closing any open wounds. Her hands started glowing white, instead of the traditional healing green. Her hands traveled from her head, along her neck and rib cage, down to her legs and ending on her feet. What are you doing? Lee asked, curious about the different glow he usually saw when he was treated. I'm stimulating her bone marrow to vastly increase blood cell production. It's instantaneous, unlike the blood replenishing pill. I need her stabilized to heal her arm, Hinata explained as Tenten's breathing seemed to slow as her heart rate also slowed. Her blood level was dangerously low. A few more minutes and she would have been gone, Hinata explained, and Shikamaru sighed in relief. It doesn't matter anymore, Tenten whispered, but everyone heard her. What do you mean by that? Shikamaru asked. I lost my left arm. I'm a cripple and a shinobi one at that, Tenten said with her eyes moist. Don't you dare, Shikamaru warned. We didn't drag you and nearly killed ourselves for you to simply give up. Besides, it's not the end of the world, Shikamaru said, trying to cheer the girl. It is for me. I'm not a particular strong shinobi. Everything I wanted was to become Jounin, and I'm not made for a civilian life, Tenten almost yelled. Enough, Hinata yelled as she cut the discussion. Stop talking and pushing your body. Your heart rate is going up again, and I don't want to tax your body any more than it already is, Hinata warned, and Tenten reluctantly nodded but couldn't help to let out a sob. I've been working on a medical technique that might heal you. Hinata smiled warmly. Really? Tenten asked with her hopes rekindled. Hinata nodded her head and Tenten smiled. Troublesome. All this fuss when you could have said that earlier, Shikamaru said as he leaned against the wall, nursing his ribcage. Please. A snort was heard and everyone's attention shifted towards the owner. He had a wide frame, with neck-length black hair, and a bandana with his village's forehead protector. He wore the standard Iwagakure shinobi uniform, complete with a flak jacket and a shirt having no right sleeve. Even I know that medics can't heal what doesn't exist, the IWA shinobi said. Out, Shikamaru said firmly when he noticed Tenten's mood drop again. A bunch of tree huggers getting killed in the forest is just too much for me to miss, the shinobi explained, licking his lips in anticipation. Before he could even blink, Shikamaru closed the distance between them and clocked him right between the eyes. The shinobi stumbled backwards, clutching to his face. Bastard. He groaned out as he built himself to his full height, trying to intimidate Shikamaru, who remained his ground. Enough, Taiseki. A new voice broke the incoming fight. This voice, although had a harsh tone, was clearly female. She had short, black hair and pupilless, black that are accentuated by her eyelashes running upwards at the corner. Her garb was similar to that of her teammate. Fine, Kuratsuchi Taicho. Taiseki spat at his team leader. He held a small grudge against Kuratsuchi since she was the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage. Kuratsuchi always had her way, and to make things worse she was stronger than him. Shikamaru sat back down but maintained his eyes on the newly arrived IWA team. He's right though, Kuratsuchi said, getting the attention and turning towards Hinata. Even you can't heal something that doesn't exist, Kuratsuchi said with a feral smile. We shall see, Hinata mysteriously replied. I thought you didn't want trouble? Lee asked towards Kuratsuchi, who shrugged her shoulders. It's hard not to hate any of you, and watching one being crippled for life is too amusing to pass, Kuratsuchi simply said, and was interrupted by a small yank of her vest. She turned around to look at her last teammate. What's up, Rin? Kuratsuchi asked when she noticed a look of slight apprehension on her teammate. She had long brown-colored hair which she tied in such a fashion as to form a ball on top of her head, using what appears to be a knitting needle, while two large locks with darkened tips framed the remainder of her face. Her attire consisted of a short sleeveless dress, further adorned by the presence of numerous bandages that encircle various portions of her body, including her waist and thighs. And maybe we shouldn't antagonize them, Ren said, looking wearily at Hinata, who was still busy with Tenten. What's wrong with you? Taiseki spat towards her other teammate. While she wasn't strong as him, she was still able to hold her own. What could possibly had her almost stuttering like someone afraid of her own shadow? My, aren't you a charmer? Shikamaru muttered beneath his breath, but Taiseki heard anyway. And no. Stop, Ten almost yelled as she tried to halt Taiseki's advances on Shikamaru. You are acting strangely. Kuratsuchi turned to Rin, clearly waiting for an explanation. It's her, Rin said, pointing towards Hinata. Kuratsuchi raised an eyebrow in confusion but looked towards the Hyuga girl anyway. What about her? Kuratsuchi asked. Her chakra levels are through the roof. They are way bigger than that Sachikuji-sama. Rin stuttered. Is that it? Kuratsuchi asked in disbelief. Because having a high amount of chakra means nothing. Besides, Grandpa isn't getting any younger. Even I am almost to his level in chakra reserves, so what is the big deal? Kuratsuchi asked, annoyed at her teammate's actions. It's not just her chakra reserves. I can't place it, but there is something about her that is strange. You could say it's her presence, it's unnerving. Ren explained, and Kuratsuchi just shrugged her shoulders. Are you dying anytime soon or not? Taiseki asked towards Tenten, who huffed in defiance. She was feeling much better. Whatever Hinata was doing was clearly working very well. Maybe you need a little help. Taiseki grinned as he stepped forward and Shikamaru jumped to his feet. Taiseki remained unintimidated and continued walking forward until he felt a hand land on his shoulder and squeezed rather painfully. He hastily turned his head back only to look directly at two blue eyes, staring coldly at the IWA shinobi, but what caught his attention was the leaf symbol on his forehead protector. You fuckers keep popping everywhere. Taiseki spat as he wriggled out of Naruto's grasp and swiftly turned around, glaring down at Naruto. Now. Naruto began with a smile, tugging the corner of his lips. Why do you have to be so rude? Naruto asked, amused by the shinobi in front of him. Taiseki was clearly taller than him and with a broader frame, but his attempts at intimidation were ridiculous. Look who it is. Taiseki spat. It's the spawn of the Yellow Flash. I heard you have quite the sum in the bingo book. Taiseki smirked until he remembered his details. He swiftly turned to the Hyuga girl on the ground and studied her features. Now I know why Ren had her panties in a twist. She's Hyuga Hinata, isn't she? Your beloved? Taiseki smirked and Naruto raised an eyebrow as Hinata let out a quiet chuckle. Testosterone spill in aisle 9. Hinata muttered quietly to herself. Cute. Taiseki replied towards Hinata, cheek remark. You will have plenty of time to collect our bounties during the tournament. Naruto said, but Taiseki didn't even reply. What is this I'm feeling? Rin thought to herself, her curiosity piqued. She looked towards the blonde-haired shinobi in front of her, and he seemed, for lack of a better word, strange. She wasn't getting any weird vibes from him, but she recognized him from the bingo book as an S-ranked shinobi. It simply wasn't possible for a Kage-level shinobi, or even any shinobi at all, to have no presence at all. It was like he didn't have any chakra at all. He felt like a civilian, and yet here he was, partaking in the Jounin exams and standing up to her team's muscle. He had no discernible aura around him, not even a slight waste of chakra. Feeling the curiosity growing, she concentrated and decided to look deeper. She relaxed and extended her senses, using her sensor ability that made her the tracker she was. She picked up a small tune. It seemed like static at first, but as she dug deeper the static noise changed into a humming sound, slowly increasing in strength. Naruto noticed that someone was poking around and ever so slowly turned his head from Taiseki to gaze upon the intruder. He looked somewhat at her confused face, as if trying to solve a puzzle, more specifically Naruto himself. So she's measuring me. Naruto hummed and thought as he watched her, interested in her reaction. There was a reason why always had his chakra restrained to his best ability. Normal shinobi wouldn't pick him up, and neither would sensors unless they concentrated on their target. The reason why he always restrained his chakra was because to some it could be overwhelming. I.e., the standoff between Naruto and Taiseki immediately came to a stop as both Taiseki and Kuratsuchi turned to the source of the high-pitched scream. Ren was the ground shivering, her eyes wide with horror, mouth rigid and open, the fists clenched with blanked knuckles and the nails digging deeply into the palms of her hands. It was the kind of scream that made your blood run cold. Kuratsuchi immediately rushed her teammate and kneeled beside her. "What's wrong?" Kuratsuchi immediately asked and noticed that Ren was staring at Naruto with glassy eyes, wanting to look away but unable to. "What did you do to her?" Taiseki shouted as he grabbed Naruto's by his armor and bringing him up to his eye level. "She took a look at my chakra and that happened," Naruto simply said. "My chakra can be overwhelming to some, and sensors usually take the full brunt of it," Naruto explained, but Taiseki only sneered. "He's a monster," Ren managed to say, her words intermittent and her state bordering on shock. "Troublesome," Shikamaru muttered. "Don't worry about her," Naruto replied as he slowly pushed Taiseki back, freeing himself from his grip. "It was just a shock, she will be fine in a couple of minutes," Naruto explained. "I don't understand what is so special about you," Kuratsuchi huffed. "You are not a sensor, so unless I start releasing chakra you won't know," Naruto said, shrugging his shoulders. After the whole ordeal with Ren and Naruto, things started calming down, although the tension was still palpable. "I'm fixing your arm now, Tenten," Hinata said, and Tenten slowly nodded. She watched as Hinata removed the tourniquet, and immediately gave a juken strike to the arm, making every muscle contract and stem the blood flow far better than the cloth wrapping. Naruto kneeled next to Hinata. "I can patch her up discreetly," Naruto whispered to Hinata, but she shook her head. "Can't risk it," Hinata replied. "I have been working on a new technique based on the seal that Tsunade-sensei developed," Hinata said, pointing to her forehead. "Now this I want to see." Kuratsuchi arrogantly stepped forward, not enough to be considered a threat, but enough to get a good view what she would do. The clone in front of Hinata dispelled as the original Hinata gained several purple markings around her face. They radiated from the diamond-shaped seal on her forehead, skipping her eyes and down her cheeks. Ren let out a gasp when her aura seemed to skyrocket. "Senpu Sage Arts," Hinata said as she opened her eyes with her Byakugan blazing. "Chasaku Seze no Jutsu, ultra-fast regeneration technique," Hinata whispered as she placed her hand at the exact place of the wound. Her hand started glowing deep purple, somehow matching her markings in her face. Everyone held their breath in expectation of what was to come, but neither could anticipate what they would witness. The muscles slowly started to ease their stiffness, the arm regained its natural color. The dead pieces of flesh simply fell to the floor, making Lee empty his stomach. Everyone watched in disbelief as a whitish substance started growing out of the remaining portion of arm. It didn't fall to the floor, but instead it continued growing outwards, reaching around a foot in length. The white substance started changing form, taking the shape of cylinder with the edge being slightly bigger. Anyone even remotely aware of the human body anatomy would recognize just exactly what the substance was. It was the humerus bone. Tenten gulped when she saw a new bone sticking out of the flesh of her arm. She felt nothing, not even a tingling sensation, but she guessed it was due to the fact she didn't feel her body from the neck down, courtesy of one Senju Hinata. Since the bone had been regenerated, Hinata took another breath as the purple glow intensified, forcing Tenten to close her eyes due to the proximity. The flesh around the bone seemed to want to stretch, but in fact it was multiplying, and rapidly. Several tentacles of flesh burst and wrapped themselves around the bones. As the flesh grew around the bone, a light rosy layer started covering the red flesh, giving it the appearance of a fully functioning arm. Once the flesh had reached the arm joint, two new bones started growing at the same time, almost parallel to each other. They were the radius and ulna bones of the forearm. In the blink of an eye, the muscle covered the bones, being topped by skin. From the end of the forearm, several new bones grew and started manifesting 5 protuberances. They started extending, each one being covered individually by flesh, thus giving the appearance of a left hand. Everyone had their jaws on the ground as the process finished, and the nails finished appearing in her fingers. Tenten noticed the purple glow lowering and opened her eyes. Her eyes nearly popped out of her skull when she noticed that her arm was just like new. She started looking from her new arm to Hinata rather fast. She opened her mouth to say something, but no sound came out. "That took a lot more from me than I thought," Hinata gasped, taking deep breaths as the purple markings faded away. She got and, feeling lightheaded, stumbled but was quickly grabbed by Naruto. "You alright?" Naruto asked, concern in his tone. She had just pulled some serious technique. "I am," Hinata replied, her breathing stabilizing. "Performing this jutsu on others is far more demanding than on me," Hinata explained and looked towards Tenten, who looked like she was sobbing in happiness. "You are right," Hinata said, turning towards the IWA team who had their jaws on the ground. I can't heal what doesn't exit, but it doesn't mean I can't regrow another one. Hinata replied cheekily. Aye, whatever, Taiseki said and went off with his team quickly after him. Ready to try your new arm? Hinata asked and Tenten quickly nodded. Hinata kneeled beside her and fixed her Juken strike. Tenten's body seemed to relax from the stiff state. Her new fingers started twitching as Tenten rose her arm into the air. Just like new, right? Hinata asked and Tenten nodded. Hinata helped Tenten back to her feet and went to deal with Shikamaru and Lee. Wow, Tenten whispered, flexing her arm. She couldn't see any visual differences. It felt just like her old one. You used this technique like someone who already had practice. Naruto narrowed his eyes. I hope you aren't doing this if this jutsu has dangerous ramifications for you or the patient. Tsunade-sensei technique does cost the user a few years of their lifespan, however mine doesn't. By using senjutsu, I can use that energy to regenerate just about anything, including vital organs without sacrificing life expectancy. I can pretty much heal anyone as long as they are still alive and stable enough. Hinata explained and Naruto's mind went back to what he had read. Senjutsu, Naruto hummed to himself. Could that be the answer? No, if it was then Orochimaru would have discovered it long ago. 1 week later, Root Headquarters Danzo was peacefully sipping on this tea, thinking how well his plans were going. If everything went as according to plan, then he would reach his goal within the next 3 weeks. He was broken from his thoughts when a swirling sound started manifesting itself in front of him. As the swirling stopped, a man with flowing black cloak adorned with red clouds and an orange mask stood in front of Danzo. You lied to me, Toby said rather softly. I am pretty sure I don't know what you speak of, Danzo replied, opening his single visible eye. Don't play games with me, Toby shouted, slamming his hand on the metal table. The sound reverberating through Danzo's office. Danzo sighed and noticed a small slip of paper on his table. He carefully picked it up and opened it. Jounin Exams Tournament Grid Left Bracket, Match 1, Naruto Shikamaru vs Taiseki Match 2, Senju Naruto vs Ren Match 3, Akira vs Winner of Match 2 Right Bracket, Match 4, Senju Hinata vs Kuratsuchi Match 5, Rock Lee vs Tenten Match 6, Masuyo vs Sadao. They are alive? Danzo asked out loud when he noticed both Naruto and Hinata's name on the tournament grid. You are more naive than I thought, Danzo, Toby spat. Sending an assassin against Hose 2, pathetic, Toby said, and Danzo narrowed his eyes at him. You put a wrench in my plans even further. If I remember correctly, you asked me to deal with them since you weren't capable of it, Danzo replied in his neutral tone. Besides, does it matter at this point? They played us both for fools, Danzo said. What are you going to do now? Toby asked. I will continue as planned. I've come too far to simply withdraw, Danzo explained, getting up from his chair, his teacup falling to the ground. I hope you know what you are doing, Toby warned. Our plan maintains correct? Toby asked, and when Danzo nodded he swirled away. Damn it, Danzo thought as he called his 2 servants and went for an adjustment of plans. Where the hell is Sai? Chapter 57 Quarterfinals. Welcome, the Rakige's deep and strong voice echoed through the arena. The arena, while much like the one on Konoha, was significantly bigger. Almost a quarter mile in length with towering walls surrounding it, and of course, plenty of sitting places for the crowd. Welcome to the Jounin Exams, the Rakige continued, seeing that the noise had started dimming and everyone's attention was focused on him. The Jounin Exams, one of the biggest events possible in any of the great shinobi villages. This was so much bigger than the Chunin Exams. The village hosting the Jounin Exams received a large increase in their economics and politics. The Jounin Exams was, after all, a very important event. Only the best and brightest of each village were sent to these exams. Each village sent their best men and women and displayed them to the world. Much like the Chunin Exams, this one was a substitute for war. The main reason as to why these exams were so much bigger than their counterpart was for the spectacle. The competitors in the Chunin Exams are only genin, most charging straight forward without strategy, chucking kunais and shurikens wildly at their enemy, throwing wild punches and blind kicks until one finds their target. No, these exams were so different. Every competitor was a chunin, strong and qualified enough to pass the first 2 stages. Of the dozen of competitors, only the cream of the crop were chosen, only the best of the best. Most of these chunin had vast battle experience, and like the main point of this tournament, they had arrays of ninjutsu, perfect for entertaining the crowd, particularly one filled with leaders and daimyos who might fund Kyumogakure. Today you are all in for a special treat, the Reikage shouted with a twinkle in his eyes, making the audience slightly chuckle. We have 2 teams from Konoha, one from IWA and another from our very own Kyumo. The Reikage explained, and noticing that the crowd understood, he carried on. They have proved themselves worthy of stepping into the arena, and without further ado I present you the contestants of the Jounin exams. The Reikage shouted and crowd started clapping as every single participant entered the arena. A strong introduction. The Reikage nodded in acknowledgement to the voice in his right as he sat down. The man sitting at the Reikage's right was none other than our very own Erosenin, as a certain blonde teen called him. Behind Jiraiya stood both Blue, Tobirama, and Green, Hashirama, posing as bodyguards. It's a shame that the Hokage couldn't attend, the Reikage said, testing the waters for the reasons behind Tsunade's absence. You know how it is. Being Hokage is a full-time job where even sleep sometimes is evasive, Jiraiya explained, and the Reikage seemed to murmur something in agreement. Though you don't seem to miss the Tsuchikage, Jiraiya carefully threw out, interested in the Reikage's opinion. I understand the Mizukage not being here since no Kiri team qualified, but we have one from IWA, Jiraiya explained. He's gotten old, the Reikage said offhandedly. It's time for him to pass the torch into the next generation, but you know him as well I do. He's a stubborn old man, the Reikage said, and Jiraiya simply chuckled in agreement. It's starting. Arena. Look sharp, you fools. Everyone competitor in the arena turned their attention towards the arriving Kyumo shinobi. The man had dark skin and a muscular build, as well as white hair and a goatee. On his right shoulder, he has a tattoo of the kanji for iron, and on his left cheek, he has a tattoo of a bull's horn. He wore oval-shaped sunglasses and a white-colored forehead protector. He also had his village's standard one-strap-over-one-shoulder flak jacket, and a long, red rope belt tied around his waist, the standard Kyumo hand and shin guards, shinobi sandals, and a white scarf around his neck. Naruto exclaimed, surprised to see the last remaining Jinchuriki outside of Konoha. Long time no see, Nino. He replied, lifting his right fist, and Naruto hastily fist bumped him. This chakra, Gyuki thought when he felt a small sample of Naruto's chakra seep into his host. Could he be? Gyuki wondered, taking a closer look at the Nine-Tails host. So you are the examiner? Naruto asked, and nodded. Gather up and look sharp, everyone, he ordered, and the contestants lined up perfectly facing the crowd, who roared in applause. Welcome to the final stage of the Jounin exams, fools, he said, and A's eyebrow twitched in the Kage seats. The first match is Taiseki of IWA against Nara Shikamaru of Konoha. The remaining contestants, please empty the arena and wait your turn, he said, and everyone vacated the arena, save for Taiseki and Shikamaru. Good luck, Shika, Naruto said, and Shikamaru nodded. Yeah, kick his ass, Tenten yelled from the balcony. Please, Kuratsuchi scoffed. We have done our research about you. Nara Shikamaru of the Nara clan, medium ninjutsu skills, subpar taijutsu, and non-existent genjutsu. Taiseki will tear him apart, Kuratsuchi explained. Perhaps, Naruto said half-heartedly. Kuratsuchi raised an eyebrow in surprise at his reply before shifting her attention to the arena. She's right, you know, Hinata whispered, loud enough for only Naruto to hear. Shika-kun doesn't stand much of a chance against a bulky nintaijutsu user like Taiseki. Have a little faith. Naruto smirked, and Hinata raised an eyebrow in doubt but nodded nonetheless. Arena. Taiseki of IWA versus Nara Shikamaru of Konoha, he said as both opponents stood facing each other, a few meters away from each other. He walked up to them, standing halfway from both of them. Both contestants ready? He asked as he raised his arm. Yes, both Taiseki and Shikamaru replied, either taking their eyes from their adversary. Beigi dash, Doton, Ishi no Yari earth release, stone spear. Before B could even finish announcing the start of the match, Taiseki had decided that he had waited long enough. With 3 quick hand seals, he slammed his hands on the ground. The ground rumbled slightly as the earth was tore apart, and from the opening, several razor-sharp spears made of hard stone were hurled towards Shikamaru. Shikamaru was momentarily stunned, not expecting Taiseki to start the match instantly. He stumbled backwards and jumped to the side to avoid the array of spears coming his way. He ducked beneath one spear and dropped to the ground, tumbling to the left to avoid the rest, but not before getting grazed in his right cheek. Shikamaru brought his hand to his face to clean the trail of blood from the small cut. Before he could properly raise himself, Taiseki was already on top of him with both hands clasped and raised into the air. Shikamaru quickly jumped backwards and watched as Taiseki missed him by a few inches, slamming his fists into the ground. Shikamaru was still airborne when a piece of stone shot from the ground and hit him in his gut. Shikamaru coughed as he fell to the ground but managed to regain his balance. Looks like Taiseki won't give me a chance to use my jutsu, what a drag. Shikamaru thought to himself as he continued to run away from Taiseki, who seemed relentless in his pursuit of the leaf Chunin. Shikamaru looked backwards to see Taiseki slowly gaining terrain, and he had to think of something quickly if he wanted to survive and possibly win against his opponent. Shikamaru took out a couple of smoke bombs and immediately dropped them into the ground. Taiseki hastened his progress as his vision was clouded in pitch-black smoke. He carefully looked around and instantly ducked just in time to see a few kunais zip past him. Doton Doria Hiki, earth wall, Taiseki said as he kneeled to the ground and raised a stone wall around. It was the right choice since several kunais embed themselves in the wall and promptly exploded, tearing the defensive wall apart but inflicting no damage on Taiseki. Taiseki took a deep breath and slammed a single hand on the ground, sending vibrations through the terrain, enough to cover the whole arena floor. The vibrations spreading through the whole arena carried enough information to pinpoint Shikamaru's location in the midst of his smoke bomb that was already started to dissipate. Without waiting any more time, Taiseki shot himself forward, rushing towards his adversary's position. Shikamaru's eyes widened when he saw Taiseki exiting the cloud of smoke, rushing at him like some enraged bull. Shikamaru kneeled on the ground and placed his hands together, forming the seal for his shadow manipulation. His shadow had just started twitching when Taiseki's fists connected to the ground. Shikamaru was repelled backwards from the blast wave but quickly regained his footing. None of that shadow stuff, Taiseki said as he rushed Shikamaru once again, who braced himself for his opponent. Taiseki knew that he outclassed his opponent in taijutsu by far. Taiseki sent a straight punch and Shikamaru quickly brought both of his arms together to block it. Smack! Shikamaru was blown backwards from the force of the punch and hit the arena wall, leaving a small indentation as he fell to the ground. Shikamaru coughed and tried to regain his breath only to have a small shadow being cast over him. He quickly looked up to see Taiseki on the air and aiming his fist at him. Taiseki's arm shot forward and went straight towards Shikamaru's face. Bunshin clone? Taiseki's eyes widened when his fist went right through Shikamaru's form as it dissipated into nothingness. Taiseki's fist connected with the ground as he regained his balance from being tricked. The whole floor around Taiseki started glowing as several buried explosive tags started sizzling. Boom! Shikamaru emerged from the ground on the other side of arena and watched as the cloud of dust slowly started settling down. Once the smoke was cleared enough, Taiseki's form was seen standing in the middle of the explosion, his arms crossed over his head. Shikamaru narrowed his eyes when he saw Taiseki's skin give a small shimmer of light, almost sparkling. IWA no Yoroi, rock armor. Taiseki smirked as he flexed his muscles, not even a small scratch or blemish on his skin. With crowd, damn, Naruto muttered under his breath as he watched Shikamaru's match. Things weren't looking up for his fellow shinobi of the leaf. Told ya, Kuratsuchi grinned as she cheered for her teammate. He'll come up with something, Naruto replied, not taking his eyes from the arena. Shikamaru's breathing was labored as his chakra reserves were going down fast. All the running around and setting up traps to slow down his opponents was finally catching up to him. Shikamaru crouched on the ground. Since he gained distance from his opponent, he once again tried to activate his jutsu to bind his opponent. Doton Doryu Johiki, Earth-style rampart. Taiseki slammed his hands on the ground when he noticed Shikamaru's shadow blurring its way towards him. The ground between both shinobi erupted and broke apart. Chunks of rock stood from the surface, several holes were formed, everything to disrupt and make difficult for Shikamaru's shadow to travel towards him. My Seigakure no Jutsu, camouflage jutsu, Taiseki whispered as his form seemed to shimmer, and he disappeared from view. With his scent and shadow gone, invisible to the naked eye, Taiseki started stalking Shikamaru like a hungry lion. That isn't good, Shikamaru thought to himself when he saw Taiseki making himself invisible and completely disappear from view. Shikamaru took a whiff of the air, but his opponent's scent was nowhere to be found. Shikamaru was concentrating on trying to find his opponent when he noticed a sudden shift on the air. He felt a very strong and hard fist connecting with his jaw as Shikamaru was sent flying through the air until he hit the ground with a resonating thud. Shikamaru shakily got up and braced himself for the next hit. He knew that he only needed a small window to win the match. Without wasting much time, he took a scroll from his pouches and immediately spread it on the ground. He slammed his foot on the kanji written on it, and a fountain of water burst from it. Shikamaru concentrated chakra on the scroll as the water poured out of it, and in an instant it had covered the whole arena floor. Shikamaru waited for the water to calm down, and started watching its surface for any ripples. Bielopi Shikamaru immediately threw himself to the right as Taisuke's fist connected with the ground. Taking opportunity on Taisuke's slip, Shikamaru brought his knee upwards and slammed into Taisuke. Shikamaru winced when he felt the hardness of Taisuke's rock armor, but that was sufficient to disrupt his invisibility and momentarily stun him. Shikamaru quickly jumped backwards and started flashing through hand seals. Taisuke quickly recovered from the blow and started searching for Shikamaru, but it was too late as Shikamaru had finished his jutsu. Genjutsu, Shikamaru said as Taisuke focused on him. Kokwanji no Jutsu, Journey into Black Darkness. Taisuke's whole world started darkening until it was replaced by a black void. Deprived of all sight, Taisuke started panicking, and that gave Shikamaru enough time to complete his plan. Kagemain no Jutsu. Shikamaru's shadow quickly shot from his position and in no time connected to Taisuke's still form, binding him to Shikamaru's moves. Concede, Shikamaru ordered as he disrupted his genjutsu and forced Taisei to bring a kunai to his own neck. Taisuke struggled against his opponent, but Shikamaru managed to hold him in his place. Fine, I concede. Taisuke spat as the shadow hold loosened. Winner by surrender, Nara Shikamaru of Konoha. Be said, and the crowd erupted in cheers, especially the Konoha section of competitors. With crowd, yeah? Both Tenten and Raku yelled loudly as Shikamaru made his way towards the stands and dropped down to his seat. Unbelievable. Kuratsuchi muttered when he saw Taisuke getting defeated. I told you he would come up with something. He isn't one of Konoha's greatest minds for nothing, Naruto said, turning his head to look at Shikamaru, who seemed to be dozing off. You are all good, Shikakun, Hinata said as he finished patching up Shikamaru. Although you will be sore tomorrow, I intend on doing nothing tomorrow, Shikamaru replied as he dropped his head down and closed his eyes to sleep while he could. He had already figured out the winners of the next matches, so why bother watching? Senju, Naruto, and Rin, please come to the arena for the second match. Be shouted from the arena floor, and both contestants nodded. Naruto got on top of the metal railings and leaped downwards, landing gracefully on the middle of the arena with his armor rattling. He brought his right leg up and slammed his foot on the ground. The whole arena shook from the impact as the water from the previous match dissipated and the whole arena was flattened. Show off. Hinata shook her head when she heard the shocked breaths from the crowd. And he says he doesn't like the attention, Hinata muttered as she leaned on the railings to watch the next match. With Kages, now this I want to see, Ace said as he leaned forward, diverting all attention to the ensuing match between Naruto and Rin. Really? Jiraiya asked with surprise in his tone. Of course, A replied, never looking from the arena. He was already very strong when we fought together 3 years ago. A reminisced of his battle. Being a Kage, stamping papers was the closest thing to action you did all day. I wished to see how much he grew, then I believe you will be in for a show. Jiraiya replied. Both grinned as they looked towards the arena. Second match of the tournament. Senju Naruto of Konoha against Rin of IWA. Both contestants ready? B asked, and both Naruto and Rin nodded. Begin, B said and jumped backwards. Rin immediately jumped backwards to gain some distance from her opponent, and began staring back at him. Interesting, Naruto thought to himself as he watched Rin standing in front of him with a determined face. His Sharingan flared to life to further analyze his opponent. What's so interesting about her? She's the one that almost fainted when she felt your chakra, Kurama replied through his mind link. You forget that she most likely felt you as well. But look closely at her, Naruto said, and Kurama acknowledged him and looked intently at Rin. I don't get it, Kurama said, and Naruto shook his head. Her clothes seem brand new and yet they have tears. Her eyes betray how tired she is. Her skin looks pale. Her knuckles show fresh wounds. Her legs and arms show cuts that she didn't have last time. Do you see my point now? Naruto asked, but Kurama remained oblivious. She may be the one who almost fainted from my chakra, and yet here she is. She worked hard all month long, it seems. I don't like to brag, but I do have a reputation. She seems nothing special, and yet she seems very determined to win, Naruto concluded. If there was one thing that Naruto valued was hard work and determination. Having made up his plan for the match, Naruto slowly bent his knees and leaned forward, taking both a defensive and offensive stance. He was going to take this from the beginning, wanting to know what Rin could do in battle. Naruto shot forward at moderate speed, slowly closing the distance between himself and Rin. Rin saw Naruto closing the distance between them rather fast and swiftly pulled a couple shurikens, hurling them towards the incoming threat with deadly accuracy. Rin watched as the shurikens closed in on her target, and just as they were about to make contact, Naruto's figure seemed to blur and disappear from view. Rin blinked as Naruto disappeared from her field of vision, and immediately her heart sped up from a mix of panic and adrenaline itself. Rin threw herself to the right, rolling on the ground as Naruto appeared behind her, with this right leg lifted and poised to strike. Seeing that he missed, Naruto regained his balance and shot towards Rin, who braced herself. No time for shurikens this time. Rin gulped and got up, taking a defensive stance with both arms in front, shielding her face and upper chest. Naruto's fist collided with both her arms and she buckled from the power behind it, but held on. Naruto threw a right hook and Rin brought her left arm to block his strike. Naruto caught her left arm and hoisted into the air. He spun around and flung her towards the arena walls. Rin twisted her body midair and prepared for impact. The wall made a sickening crunch as Ren's feet dug themselves into the stone from the power behind the throw. Ren dug herself of the wall and sighed in relief, knowing she broke nothing. Ren launched herself from the wall and started going through hand seals while still midair. Her eyes caught Naruto still on the ground. She looked him in the eyes and noticed that his Sharingan was spinning rapidly. She finished her sequence as she landed on the ground and placed both hands on the floor. Doton Doskiryu Earth Dragon, Ren said as the rock and stone exploded from the ground and into the air. Like being pulled by some imaginary force, the rocks and stones merged together, taking the form of a long snake with big snout. The stone dragon coiled before shooting forward towards Naruto. Ren lifted her head from the ground to see the progress, and was shocked when she saw her earth dragon clashing with another one, exactly with the same size and rock composition. His Sharingan, he copied my jutsu, Ren thought, remembering his spinning eyes as she performed the seals. Ren's eyes widened when Naruto unleashed a blast of fire that tore straight through both earth dragons and was coming towards her. Doton Dorihiki, Earth Wall, Ren said, raising a stone wall in front of her to shield her from the attack. The stone wall buckled and started cracking as the fireball impacted it, but managed to hold on. Ren was working through hand seals with the coverage of smoke when she saw a small blue light in the midst of it. Rasengan, the voice came but a split second before a small blue sphere appeared from the middle of the smoke and smashed against her shoulder, pinning her to the ground and making a crater from the impact. Naruto's eyes narrowed when Ren's form started turning brown and crumbling into the ground. Rock clone, Naruto thought as Ren's disappeared into fine dust. Naruto stumbled when he felt his feet getting dragged down into the earth. Doton, Ryusa, quicksand. Ren changed the composition of the earth beneath Naruto's feet, trapping him into a quicksand trap. The more Naruto struggled, the more he sank until he was neck deep. Pretty good trap, Naruto thought as his form vanished with a yellow flash, teleporting to the Shiki seal he had left on her when they exchanged blows in the beginning of the match. Ren must have sensed him because she turned swiftly around, only to meet with a strong fist right to her jaw. Ren was sent flying and crashed into the ground. She groaned as she got up and dusted her clothes off. She nursed her jaw that was already showing signs of swelling. With crowd. Figures he could use that blasted Hiroshin. Taiseki spat. He's toying with her. Kuratsuchi grumbled when she noticed Ren fire attack after attack only for Naruto to shrug them off or launch his own and overpower her. You're wrong, Hinata said softly. Enlighten me then, Kuratsuchi huffed. Naruto-kun is very strong, Hinata started. And although he may deny it, he is proud of himself. He has yet to find someone to truly give him a challenge, and even I admit it that I don't stand a chance against him. Hinata chuckled and Kuratsuchi raised an eyebrow at that. Naruto-kun likes to fight, there is no doubt in my mind about that. Because he's so strong, there are very few battles he's ever taken seriously. When fighting a battle against weaker opponents, he tends to judge them before the battle. If he seems them as worth it, he gives them a chance to give all they got, to stand their own against him, otherwise he just knocks them out, Hinata said. That strikes me as arrogance at its finest, Kuratsuchi simply said. Perhaps, Hinata agreed. But that is what he's doing right now. He must felt something special about Ren to make him give her a chance. Hinata explained. You're right. He could have knocked her out the first time they crossed fists, and yet he didn't. He's giving her a chance to show off. Besides, isn't that the whole point of this tournament? To show off enough skill to be promoted to Jonin? Hinata rhetorically asked. She's right, you know, Shikamaru said with his eyes still closed. Kuratsuchi didn't reply and just kept watching the match in silence. Why? Kuratsuchi asked. One of the mysteries that makes Naruto-kun special, Hinata said, giving a small smile. Arena-rin was jumping through the arena, running and dodging small fireballs that Naruto kept shooting. She landed on the ground and felt Naruto's chakra spike. She immediately jumped as far as she could from her position just in time to avoid a massive fireball that he released. Close call, Rin thought to herself, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Rin took a deep breath to relax when she noticed that Naruto seemed to stop and just stare at her with his red eyes. That's it, Rin thought with glee. Why didn't I think of that? IWA Bunshin no Jutsu, rock clone, Rin said as she spat multiple globs of dirt to the ground that took her form. That should keep him busy while I work on it, Rin thought as she sent the clones to attack and distract Naruto long enough for her to start the plan. Just as Naruto dispatched of the last clone, Rin had finished her plan. Her plan seemed to have taken the form of a small paper sphere in her hand. At first sight the paper ball looked similar to a smoke bomb, but that wasn't it. Whatever it was, she hoped it would do the trick against her opponent. Rin took the initiative and dove forward, intending to meet Naruto head-on. Naruto smiled when he saw her approach and took a defensive stance. Naruto parried her punch and replied with a kick to her sternum that she simply sidestepped. Naruto used her shift and backhanded Rin hard in the face. Kawarimi no Jutsu, substitution jutsu, Rin muttered beneath her breath, swapping her body and letting that small paper ball take the damage. Flash bomb? Let's see then. Naruto chuckled in thought when he saw the paper ball appear in Ren's place. Just as his fist hit the paper sphere, it lit ablaze, releasing a bright flash of light that illuminated the whole arena and temporarily blinded Naruto. Yes, Rin nearly shouted when she saw Naruto forcibly close his eyes and momentarily stumble. Naruto shook his head and brought his hands to his forehead, lowering his forehead protector to the front of his eyes. It was a solid plan from Ren's part, disabling the eyes of an Uchiha. Naruto stayed still for what seemed to be mere moments until Rin noticed several red markings on his cheeks and 2 concentric circles on his forehead. Rin gasped and took a step back when she felt his chakra spike. She gulped as she felt his aura. It radiated so much power that it seemed insane. Focus, Rin, Rin snapped from her shock when she heard Naruto's voice. The battle has just begun. Show me your worth, Naruto said, and Rin renewed her efforts. With crowd. Really? Hinata thought in disbelief. Senjutsu? I wonder what she has to make you push her to this level. Hinata, though, with her curiosity sparkled as she watched the battle. Arena. Don't waver, Naruto said as he parried another strike and punched her back. Push forward, Naruto stressed. Rin coughed as she crouched on the ground and took several deep breaths. Naruto allowed her to regain her breathing and motioned for her to come. Rin had a look of fierce determination as she got up and ran forward once again. Her chakra stores were wasted, taijutsu and weaponry were her last resort. Her kunais clashed with metal sounds against Naruto's. Naruto saw Ren's breathing starting to get shallower, and her heart rate slowing down. She's spent, Naruto thought as he kicked her away and she stumbled but regained her balance. Ren sensed Naruto appearing behind with his Hiraishin and threw her elbow backwards. Naruto easily caught her elbow and placed a kunai at her throat, signaling the end of the match. I never stood a chance. Ren slid to the ground, taking deep breaths. Her chakra stores were depleted, she was tired, bruised, and defeated. True, Naruto replied honestly. But you did your best and there is no shame in it. Besides, you are a very good censor. Better than me, and with enough practice I think you will reach the same level as Senju Tobirama, the second Hokage. Naruto replied and Ren's jaw dropped. Really? You think so? Ren asked hopefully. Nobody in her village had given her hope to her talents. She didn't have raw power, and her other skills besides sensing seemed nothing special. Sensors are severely underrated, Naruto started. Having the ability to sense chakra is very useful. Feeling what the enemy is doing, feeling the opponent molding chakra before the technique is actually used, knowing what the enemy will do beforehand is extremely important. Chakra sensing is similar to the Sharingan in that regard, in reference to predictive abilities. During this battle, you may not have noticed, but I saw you reacting before I did my jutsus, even if you didn't notice yourself. That just means you are a natural sensor, and that is very rare. So trust me, evolve your gift until you can do it without concentrating, and train it until it becomes second nature. Believe in yourself. Naruto finished. Winner of the match, Senju Naruto. He said, and crowd erupted in cheers. It had been a great match between shinobi of two very conflicting villages. Naruto approached her and extended his hand for her to take. Ren looked up to see Naruto offering his hand. His eyes had revolved back to the usual blue. She was spent, and he didn't even seem tired. Thanks, Ren muttered as she took her hand and stood up. Ren, of the Gushiken clan. Ren said, shaking his hand. 1. Naruto, of the Senju clan. Naruto replied, and the crowd cheered. What was this all about? Kurama asked, narrowing his eyes in Naruto's mind. I've caught a glimpse of what she could be, but I can only do so much. Naruto cryptically answered as he watched Ren being taken away by the medics. Besides, I'm finding peace, one step at a time, with crowd. That was kind of him. Kuratsuchi said with confusion mixed with interest. Damn him. Kuratsuchi muttered in thought. Now she was conflicted. She came to Kumo determined to give Leaf Shinobi a hard time since they were from the Leaf, and now this one gives Ren something she never had, incentive, hope. Naruto-kun is kind and strong. Yes. This is what youth is all about. Lee yelled with fire in his eyes. YOSHHH, I will strive become as kind and strong as Naruto Keien. Lee shouted to the heavens, pumping his fists in the air while Tenten just shook her head at Lee's antics. Who do you think he is? Hinata asked with a raised eyebrow. Some unemotional weapon for the Leaf? And Lee-kun is right. I'll have you know that he is a very kind person. Hinata huffed. Taiseki huffed and crossed his arms. I guess, Kuratsuchi replied, bringing her hand to her chin. Although the bingo book does portray him as rather ruthless and some kind of monster, and after what he did in Kiri I can't but doubt of his kindness, he is ruthless but only to enemies and those who bring harm to those he holds dear, just like anyone else really. Even someone of the purest of hearts feels anger when someone he loves is hurt or threatened. He did have a god complex, and just between you and me. Hinata started conspiratorially, whispering to Kuratsuchi's ear. I think he still does, only toned it down a lot. But sometimes it gets the better of him, and he starts rambling about how he's God Almighty and how he will bring swift retribution from the above. Hinata chuckled. Really? I'd pay to see that. Kuratsuchi laughed, thinking of Naruto preaching to his enemies. Then again, can you really blame him? Kuratsuchi asked, and noticing the confused face on Hinata she continued. I mean, Konoha no Raijin, Konoha's thunder god, and Shinobi no Kami, god of shinobi. You do have a point. Hinata hummed. But usually I'm there to cool his head. Hinata said. Which head? Kuratsuchi smirked, and Hinata blushed red at her comment. Tenten and Lee's jaw dropped, and even Taiseki opened his eyes and blinked at her comment. Pervert, Hinata muttered. Hey guys, Naruto said as he arrived and noticed everyone looking at him with strange faces. What happened? Naruto asked when he noticed Hinata trying to hide her red face between her hair. Nothing, Hinata replied very quickly. Right, Naruto drawled, but everything returned to normal quickly. Anyways, B gave me a break before my next match even though I told him I didn't need one. Naruto said. Yes, Kuratsuchi began with a normal face. I think your stamina does come in handy, Kuratsuchi said, and Naruto looked at her strangely while Hinata just wanted to hide in a corner. Unbelievable, Taiseki said, shaking his head. Fraternizing with tree huggers, give it a rest, Taiseki. Kuratsuchi replied harshly, and Taiseki simply huffed and closed his eyes again, ignoring the rest of chatter around him. We will now begin our next match. Everyone heard B's voice from the arena. Akira and Naruto come to the arena. Well then, see you in a couple of minutes. Naruto pecked Hinata's cheek and went down to the arena. They say shy girls are the wildest, Kuratsuchi whispered, trying to hide her smile. Hinata just groaned and turned to the arena. She was already missing the times Kuratsuchi ignored her. Arena. Akira of Kusa against Senju Naruto of Konoha, he said as both shinobi stood in front of each other. Both ready? B asked and got nods from both Akira and Naruto. Naruto blinked when he saw Akira licking her lips and winking at him. Okay, Naruto thought in confusion. She wants the D, Kurama said with his eyes bulging out. The what? Naruto asked, but was broken from his chat by Begin. Just as the match began and before Naruto could even do anything, Akira started untying her cloak and simply let it slid down to the ground. What the hell? Naruto blurted out. Naruto was gawking openly at his opponent, who had a smirk on her face. Akira was a young woman, around 20 years old, with charcoal black eyes and long flaming red hair tied in a single ponytail with twin bangs framing her face. Although it wasn't her hair and eyes that caught Naruto's attention but rather her uniform, or lack thereof, she was wearing nothing more than bandages around her chest that, from the bulge it had, meant she was very well endowed. The only other item of her uniform was a rather short, even for its name, red with yellow flames short jeans, so tight that they left nothing for the imagination. With crowd, oh my, Kuratsuchi laughed when Akira stripped herself of almost all clothing. That's a peculiar tactic, Hinata muttered but continued watching the match. Arena. Best jounin exams ever, Jiraiya shouted from the Kage box, making Naruto's sweat drop. Naruto turned his attention towards B, who was looking intently at Akira with a small trail of blood dripping from his nose. Naruto smacked B's head, snapping him from his dreams. Aren't you supposed to be watching the match? Naruto asked. My, Akira began with a small smile tugging her lips. Aren't you handsome? Akira said, licking her lips and crossing her arms across her chest, lifting her breasts higher. Having gotten over his initial shock, Naruto just stared blankly at her. Seduction won't get you very far, Naruto said. Why not? Akira pouted, biting her lower lip. I'm married to someone I love very much. You will have to try a lot harder if you want to win this match, Naruto said blankly, crossing his arms around his chest armor. Oh well, Akira sighed, before smirking again. I guess I'll have to try a little harder. Akira smirked, and Naruto prepared himself when he felt her molding chakra, possibly to some technique. Koibito no kisu, lover's kiss, Akira muttered, placing her hand on her lips and blowing a kiss towards Naruto. Naruto just stared blankly at Akira as she sent him a kiss. What a strange opponent. I'm half tempted to knock her out and be done with this, Naruto thought to himself as he waited for something to happen. Suddenly Naruto felt himself starting to heat up. What the hell? Naruto said as his heart rate started going up and he himself felt drawn to her. Naruto gulped and started breathing harder as his blood started going places it shouldn't be during a battle. Naruto muttered, flaring his chakra slightly. It's not a genjutsu, silly. Akira smiled sweetly. Now why don't you surrender and we will go have some fun? Akira said in a soft voice. It sounded almost like a whisper. Kurama, what the hell is happening? Naruto asked to his partner. He felt so compelled to do as she said, and he wanted nothing more than to just jump her right now. Oh, this is golden. She's got you by a leash already. Kurama laughed, rolling on his cage. Kurama! Naruto growled, but Kurama didn't seem to bother. It's very simple, brat, it's just. With crowd pheromones, Hinata said when she noticed Naruto's struggle with himself. And lots of them, how can you tell? Kuratsuchi asked. I'm a medic. We have been trained to identify chemicals and other products by their smell alone. To everyone else, and depending on the pheromone itself, it can smell good, horrendous, or nothing at all. Hinata explained. Since Naruto-kun is in that state, it's obvious she picked the right one against him. You seem to be taking this very well, considering Naruto is almost drooling over her. Tenten pointed towards Akira in the arena. It's a natural reaction from the human body when exposed to pheromones. Hinata shrugged her shoulders. Besides, I can do the same thing she's doing without pheromones. Hinata grinned. Arena. It's very simple, brat, it's just pheromones, Kurama said, wiping the tears from his eyes. Oh, Naruto replied stupidly. I'm an idiot for not thinking of that. Naruto shook his head. No arguments there, Kurama said, but Naruto decided to ignore his comment. Naruto took a deep breath to calm himself, and disabled his sense of smell, effectively nullifying the chemical. His breathing returned to normal as his heart rate slowed down. Naruto opened his eyes and noticed that Akira was wiggling her finger in a come-to-me motion. Naruto faked still being under the pheromones' effects and simply put on a goofy smile on his face and started walking towards Akira, one step at a time. Akira smiled as Naruto arrived in front of her and closed her eyes, leaning forward to kiss him until she felt something cold in her neck. She opened her eyes in confusion until she saw a kunai pointed right at her throat. It was a good plan. My Sharingan can only see chakra normally, And since I wasn't looking for airborne chemicals, I missed them. Naruto smirked. And it would most likely worked if not for my partner. Partner? Akira asked in shock. She had never lost against any male and even managed to get females to drool themselves into unconsciousness. Kyuubi explained your little plan and I simply stopped smelling, Naruto said, and Akira's eyes widened until she dropped her head. My pheromone release failed. Akira hung her head. That sucks. Let me go. Jiraiya yelled from the Kage box, struggling against both blue, Tobirama, and green, Hashirama, who were holding him from jumping into the arena. She is in danger. Hang on, my love, I shall come for you. Jiraiya wailed from the balcony, making everyone's sweat drop at the pervert's antics. Maybe you should tone your ability down now that you lost. My godfather is already crazy as it is, Naruto said, shaking his head in disbelief. Where is Tsunade to make him behave? I guess, Akira muttered as she stopped producing pheromones, and Jiraiya blinked before coughing to hide his embarrassment. The Raikage was simply holding his stomach in laughter at Jiraiya's actions. Truly the greatest pervert of the elemental nations, A choked out. Winner, Senju Naruto of Konoha, B said. With crowd. Heiji dash. Naruto was cut off with Hinata jumping on him and smashing her lips against his with a fiery kiss that ended sooner than she wished. What was that for? Naruto asked. Just because, Hinata said with her arms around his neck. So it's not because of the match I just had? Naruto asked, chuckling. Nope, Hinata replied innocently. Were you jelly? Naruto asked with a teasing tone, making Hinata quickly shake her head in denial. Oh, you were, Naruto teased. Say it, Naruto ordered playfully. No, Hinata stood her ground, barely restraining a smile. Naruto's hands quickly went to her stomach and he began tickling her. Stop it. Hinata giggled as she tried her best to stop Naruto. Say it, Naruto said. And no, Hinata replied with tears welling up in the corner of her eyes. Get a room. Tenten coughed, breaking the couple from their actions. Hinata smiled and winked at Naruto before turning to face Tenten. You are welcome to join in, Hinata said, and Tenten sputtered before going so red she nearly fainted. Hinata, Tenten shouted from embarrassment. You're lucky. How come Niji doesn't do sweet stuff like that? Tenten whined. Naruto hummed and turned towards Tenten. Did you remove his appendice? Naruto asked. Appendice? Let me rephrase that. Naruto began with a grin. Did you remove the stick up his ass? Naruto asked, and Tenten's jaw dropped. Naruto-kun. Hinata chided, but Naruto just laughed. You know how Niji and Ai-san was raised. He will never do stuff like this. At least, not in public, Hinata explained. Tenten replied but was interrupted. Kuratsuchi and Hinata to the arena, please, be called from the arena. Let's give them a good match, Hinata said, and Kuratsuchi nodded. I intend to. Kuratsuchi smirked as both walked to the arena for their battle. Arena. Kuratsuchi of IWA against Senju Hinata of Konoha, B said as both contestants arrived at the arena and faced each other. Ready? B asked and got nods from both. Begin. The moment B started the match, Hinata blasted forward towards Kuratsuchi, wasting no time to engage her opponent. Kuratsuchi started running away, knowing very well the golden rule against fighting her opponent. No matter how unskilled the opponent may seem, never engage in taijutsu against a Hyuga. Kuratsuchi remembered the words of her sensei. Yotan Sekijio no Jutsu, Lava Release Quicklime Jutsu, Kuratsuchi said, expelling multiple globs of quicklime against the approaching enemy. Sueton Tepidama, Water Bullet. Hinata fired multiple water bullets from her mouth, one bullet for each globe of quicklime that Kuratsuchi had thrown. The water collided with the quicklime and quickly hardened it, making it worthless, nothing more than simple flying chunks of rock. Hinata dodged the hardened quicklime and jumped into the air, meeting with Kuratsuchi with a raised leg. Tsutenkyaku, Heavenly Foot of Pain. Hinata performed a falling axe kick. Kuratsuchi sidestepped and jumped away as Hinata's foot crashed into the ground, making the whole arena shake from the impact and leaving a crater behind. Holy Fukao! Kuratsuchi's eyes popped out of her skull. The blast alone would have killed me. Kuratsuchi muttered in shock as the dust cleared and Hinata stood in the middle of the crater, cracking her knuckles. Hinata dashed forward and Kuratsuchi did the only thing that came to mind when she noticed the crater. She ran, for her life and bones. All right, come on Kuratsuchi, think. Kuratsuchi raked her brains for some type of strategy against the incoming Hyuga girl. Kuratsuchi knew that she couldn't engage in taijutsu against the Hyuga. Their taijutsu was deadly enough, but now factoring in that monstrous strength, and she had a ridiculous opponent to defeat. It would be only a matter of time before she was tired and Hinata would catch up to her. Any sneaky attack won't work as well. She will see me coming from a mile away with those blasted eyes. Kuratsuchi frowned as nothing came to mind. And here was she thinking she had done proper research on her opponent. Do Tandori Yuso, Earth Spears. Kuratsuchi placed both hands on the ground. Several spikes protruded from the earth and shot forward, intending to skewer Hinata. Kuratsuchi muttered some profanities beneath her breath as she watched Hinata dodge the spikes with grace. No stumbling, no faltering, and no lost momentum. She seemed like a juggernaut at this point. Kuratsuchi performed another earth jutsu and watched as an earth dragon rose behind Hinata and charged against her. As the earth dragon reached Hinata, she recoiled her right fist and slammed it head-on against the stone dragon. With a deafening bang that echoed through the walls, Hinata's fist drilled through the dragon as it was all but disintegrated in a matter of seconds. Without wasting a step, Hinata's form seemed to blur as she appeared right in front of a stunned Kuratsuchi who braced herself. Kuratsuchi was immediately on the defensive, dodging most of the attacks since blocking was a dangerous game against the Hyuga. Suetun, Mizurappa, Wild Water Wave, Kuratsuchi thought, launching a wave of water from her mouth and aiming straight at Hinata's eyes, in an attempt to momentarily stun her and take hold of the match. Kuratsuchi's was shocked when Hinata closed her eyelids before she had even opened her mouth. The water splashed harmlessly in the Hinata's face, and she continued her relentless assault with her eyes closed. Her Byakugan allowed her to see everything around her, even with her eyes lids closed. With a fast chest thrust, Kuratsuchi was flung back and tumbled through the ground. What the hell? Kuratsuchi snarled out loud as she shakily got up and took deep breaths, pushing the stinging feeling away. I can see chakra with my eyes. I saw you molding a water technique before you even opened your mouth to use it. Hinata explained and Kuratsuchi grumbled and began running through hand seals. Predict this, Kuratsuchi shouted as she finished with her sequence, and took a deep breath. Yotan Yokai no Jutsu melting. Kuratsuchi released a large amount of lava from her mouth that spread into a broad, thin sheet as it traveled through the air. She arced her technique upwards, making it come down from the above against Hinata, and thus making it impossible to Hinata to jump away. Hinata watched the lava blanket block the sun from view, with her being beneath it. Kaiten, Hinata started spinning as a blue dome of chakra appeared around her form. The lava simply dropped down on the blue dome of chakra and started sliding down the sides, into the ground. Kuratsuchi's eyes widened and she was forced to take evasive actions as her own technique is used against her. Due to Hinata's rotating defense, the lava was being repelled all over the arena, across all directions. Kuratsuchi jumped backwards, keeping away from the range. Hinata stopped spinning as Kuratsuchi noticed that she was completely unharmed. A perfect circle formed in the lava with Hinata being the center of it, without a single scratch or burn mark. Hakushu air palm. Kuratsuchi bent down as a blast of air grazed her hair. She looked backwards and saw the blast of air hit the arena walls, chunking it heavily. She didn't have much time to ponder on the power of the air palm as Hinata reached her. Hinata threw a left hook and Kuratsuchi quickly brought her left arm to block it. Kuratsuchi gripped Hinata's attacking arm by the wrist and twisted it, trapping it tightly beneath her armpit in an arm lock. Kuratsuchi's other fist started gaining a red hue as she powered it up with fire chakra, getting ready to strike. What the hell? Kuratsuchi blinked as Hinata's trapped arm seemed to turn into a bluish, somewhat translucent color. 2. Hinata's arm simply slid off of her arm lock like it was made of rubber. Kuratsuchi's eyes widened when Hinata's arms seemed to blur, and before she could do anything she was already midair with several stinging sensations through her arms and chest. Kuratsuchi landed on the ground with most of her chakra points blocked. She didn't get to think much on what happened as unconsciousness took hold of her. Winner Senju Hinata of Konoha, he said, and the crowd cheered once again. Konoha was already 3 for 3. With crowd, YOSHHH, Lee yelled, pumping his fists into the air. I'm getting all pumped, you dash. Asterisk smack asterisk, stop it, Tenten shouted back, smacking Lee on the head. You keep yelling and I'm knocking you out before we have our match. Tenten warned and Lee got a terrorized face before cowering under Tenten's wrath. So that's her new technique. Naruto thought about Hinata's arm turning blue and jelly-like. It almost seemed like a thicker version of water, some type of gel substance. He caught only a glimpse with his Sharingan and couldn't study much of it. I wonder if she can change the density. Naruto wondered but was broken from his musings when Hinata arrived. Nicely done, Naruto congratulated her, and Hinata just nodded until she was distracted by the yelling pair of Tenten and Lee. Tenten-chan, Lee began. You must see the flames of youth. YOSHHHH. Lee dash, Rock Lee and Tenten to the arena please, be called. YOSHHHMG dash. Just go, Tenten grumbled and watched as Lee nodded vigorously and jumped off from the stands. Tenten turned towards Naruto and Hinata. I just wish I had a normal team, Tenten said with a sigh as she made her way to the arena. Alright, Naruto started, gathering the attention of his fellow contestants. 1,000 Ryo that Lee wins this match, Naruto said and everyone's sweat dropped. 1,000 Ryo that Tenten wins, Hinata countered with her eyes sparkling mischievously. You seem confident, Naruto said, narrowing his eyes. Perhaps, Hinata said. There's nothing against helping other contestants, Hinata said, and Naruto's eyes widened as she dangled a vial of poison from her hand. She threw it at Naruto, and his eyes bulged out when he noticed the flask was empty. Run Lee, are you in an arena? Rock Lee of Konoha against Tenten of Konoha. Both contestants ready? He asked, and both Tenten and Lee nodded. Begin. YOSHHH Sashoryu, Twin Rising Dragons. Rock Lee was in the middle of his celebrations when Tenten jumped in the air with two scrolls twirling alongside her. Kunais, shurikens, samban, sickle. Almost every sort of weapon one could think that had sharp edges began raining down on him. Lee was broken from his thoughts as he began evasive maneuvers. Lee jumped backwards to avoid several kunais embedding themselves on the ground. Lee smashed his foot on the ground, making several pieces of rock jump into the air. With a remarkable feat of dexterity, he managed to kick all the stones, sending them flying straight towards the still airborne Tenten. Tenten saw the incoming stones and immediately intercepted them with weapons, either destroying them to dust or simply diverting them from hitting her. Her attention turned from the stones and towards Lee, who seemed to be gone, his stone attack successfully distracting Tenten. Tenten noticed a shadow being cast above her and tilted her head backwards to see Lee arriving at her height. With a flick of her wrist, she sent a single kunai flying towards Lee, who didn't expect it. Not good enough. Tenten frowned in thought when she noticed her kunai slash through his arm, tearing the green jumpsuit, but not enough to graze his skin. Tenten dropped her technique and fell to the ground and started running through the arena with Lee after her. Konoha Senpu, Leaf Whirlwind. Lee launched a flurry of low and high kicks that had Tenten in the ropes. Tenten sidestepped a straight kick and jumped backwards as Lee performed a rather roundhouse kick. Lee regained his footing and jumped forward once again. Tenten slapped both hands together as if clapping and started spreading them apart, showing a small metal glint between her palms. Lee ignored her actions and continued forward. He sent a straight kick and Tenten sidestepped it, and wrapped her arms around his outstretched leg. Tenten took out a kunai and slammed it on the ground, driving so deep it nearly buried the hilt. What? Lee asked, bewildered, when he stumbled to the ground and noticed his right leg hadn't moved. Around his leg were several wire strings, wrapped around his leg, and the kunai buried on the ground. He didn't dwell much on this as Tenten began unleashing another rain of weapons, this time against a stationary target. Even a taijutsu master like couldn't dodge every single part of his body when this leg was trapped to the ground. Lee swiftly caught a kunai midair and started using it to deflect the incoming projectiles. Clang thump asterisk asterisk clang asterisk clang, weapons clashed and fell to the ground with small thump sounds. Lee raised an eyebrow when Tenten's wave of weapons came to a halt. He was surprised to see her taking deep breaths but had a small smile on her lips. That was when he felt. Lee looked towards his right shoulder and noticed a small gash on his green suit, this one deep enough to graze his skin. All my weapons had poison. It's only a matter of time now, Tenten said and watched as Lee frowned, but suddenly his mood changed completely. I'm sorry, Guy-sensei, but I cannot lose here, Lee whispered as he began unwrapping the bandages around his arms. Tenten gulped and braced herself, knowing very well what was coming next. Kaimon, Kumon, Simon, Shaman, Taman Kai! Lee yelled as his body exploded with power, breaking through the ninja wire and ripping the ground apart. With crowd. That was a very bad move. Naruto frowned when he noticed Lee open the gates. How come? Ren asked from her seat. It seemed she had returned from the medics and chose to watch the remaining matches. Tenten-chan managed to hit him with one of her poisoned weapons. It only grazed him, so it would take a few minutes to knock him out. Opening the gates sends your body into overdrive. The poison will spread much faster this way. I doubt he can even finish his attack. Hinata explained. How come? Ren asked. My poisons are the good stuff. Arena, the wind was rustling and Tenten had to shield her face from the scorching heat. Lee's body had veins bulging out everywhere. His skin was blood red and even his pupils seemed to become a hollowed white. Suddenly Lee coughed and kneeled on the ground. I cannot lose here. Lee struggled to say and shot forward. His fists had an orange aura around them. Tenten took out a simple-looking scroll and spread it on the ground. Without wasting any time, she channeled chakra through her hand and slammed it into the scroll. Summoning, Iron Protection Wall. Tenten summoned a large segmented iron dome around her, much like the shell of an armadillo. Asa Kujaku, Morning Peacock. Lee shouted as he arrived near the iron walls and unleashed the full might of his attack. Countless punches, so fast they set the air around his fists ablaze by sheer speed and friction. Tenten's defense managed to hold on until Lee upped his attack and the iron armadillo started buckling under the pressure. Lee coiled his fist and slammed it as hard and fast as it could. The ground caved as the iron walls exploded outwards. Beyond the arena was covered in a layer of dust, and everyone held their breath in anticipation. As the clouds of dust started disappearing, the first to be spotted was Rock Lee, who was on the ground, face down, unconscious. His clothes were ripped apart, and his hands and wrists showed burn marks. B was about to say that Tenten had won the match until they spotted her. She was in the same state as her teammate. Clothes in bad shape and burn marks spread through her whole body. She was sprawled on the ground, completely unmoving. Since both participants are unable to proceed, I declare this match a draw, he said as the crowd cheered as both Lee and Tenten were carried away by the medics. With crowd Naruto hummed in thought. How does that leave our bets? Naruto asked, turning towards Hinata, who shrugged her shoulders. You know she would have lost if it weren't for your poisons or her luck in grazing him, right? Naruto asked. Perhaps, Hinata simply replied. But luck is part of the battle. Masuyo and Sadao to the arena, please, he called, and both Kusa shinobi made their way down. How long will they be out? Naruto asked. I don't know about Tenten, but the poison I gave her should have laid down for at least a couple of hours. Hinata explained, and Naruto nodded. Since both participants are unable to proceed, I declare this match a draw, he said from the arena, and Naruto swiftly turned to him. Already? Naruto asked, shocked as he watched both Kusa shinobi being carried away in the stretchers. They used a jutsu apiece and neither one managed to dodge the other, so they knocked each other out. Hinata explained. It's quite my luck. Since the last two matches were draws, I'm already in the finals. Hinata grinned. Lucky girl, Naruto muttered. I still have the lazy ass to fight. I know, Shikamaru replied. What a drag. Chapter 58, A Long Overdue Battle. Previously. Lucky girl, Naruto muttered. I still have the lazy ass to fight. I know, Shikamaru replied. What a drag. Now. So Shikakun. Hinata began, making the sleeper lazily open a single eye. Have a plan against Naruto-kun? Hinata asked. Oh yeah, Shikamaru quickly replied, waving his hand dismissively, though Hinata noticed the small hint of sarcasm behind his tone. I plan to get rid of Naruto within the first minute of match. Shikamaru explained, and Hinata just chuckled. I bet, Hinata replied with amusement. No faith in my skills, Shikamaru said. Oh no, you misunderstand me, Hinata began. I have extreme faith in your abilities, your dedication and commitment on the other hand, not so much, Hinata replied cheekily. Shikamaru just grinned before closing his eyes and yawning loudly. And you, Naruto-kun? Hinata turned towards the blonde who was watching with talk between her and Shikamaru with amusement. Who knows what that lazy ass has planned? Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Naruto and Shikamaru to the arena, he called. Time to face the music. Shikamaru muttered as he got up and stretched his sore limbs. Arena. Senju Naruto of Konoha against Nara Shikamaru of Konoha. Both contestants ready? He asked, and both nodded. Begin. Before Naruto could even crouch or take a step forward, Shikamaru made a timeout sign with his arms. What? Naruto asked, confused. Can I have the first move? Shikamaru asked. What? I guess, Naruto replied, not understanding what Shikamaru wanted. Hypothetically, Shikamaru started and Naruto raised an eyebrow. If I were to use your patented Oiroke no Jutsu, sexy jutsu, Hinata version, you wouldn't faint, right? Shikamaru asked. No, Naruto answered skeptically, with clear doubt in his voice. Oh well, I guess I give up then, Shikamaru said, and Naruto blinked. He turned towards B, who also blinked. You ain't surrendering, fool, B said. I am, and I just did, Shikamaru said as he walked out of the arena. Well, I guess you win, B muttered beneath his breath. Winner, Senju Naruto of Konoha. With crowd. Same old Shikakuin, Hinata said, shaking her head in amusement. He pulled the same stunt at the Chunin exams, Hinata said as she watched most of the crowd face palm at Shikamaru's actions. And I'm back, Shikamaru said as he walked in. I told you I would be done with him under a minute. Faith right? Hinata asked, and Shikamaru nodded. He sat in the same spot and immediately closed his eyes, wishing for some much-needed sleep. Hinata to the arena. Be called. Kage's box. Finally we will get some action, the Raikage said, correcting his posture and slightly bending forward to give the incoming match his full attention. This won't be a normal match, you know, Jiraiya asked, never looking down from the arena. The Raikage hummed in curiosity, turning towards Jiraiya. The pervert seemed to be reminiscing about something, not even acknowledging the Raikage's attention. There has never been, to my knowledge, a match between two Kage-level shinobi merely for entertainment purposes. Jiraiya chuckled, and the Raikage paid close attention to his words. And I doubt they will think of this as a simple show for the crowd. I have no doubts that it will be very entertaining, but for them it will have a special meaning. Did you know that they have been training side by side for years? Jiraiya asked and paused, but continued before the Raikage could comment. They trained together since they were 8 years old. At that age I playing with wooden kunai and jumping in the mud. Jiraiya chuckled, and the Raikage snickered. They had the village against them, both shouldering hate, misery, distaste. They were forced to grow harshly, almost like in times of war, and grow up they did. Brave, loyal, strong, each one in their own way. Naruto against the village, Hinata against her family, joined by their misfortune and driven together by their will to overcome their obstacles and become something more. It almost sounds like those crappy romance books you find at the stores regarding misfit people who eventually become something. Jiraiya laughed before quieting down. But those two are special, and I believe that together they will change the world. I trained them both for 3 years, and together they can achieve the impossible. They complement each other in every way. It's kind of strange, really, growing up as both rivals and lovers, but I think that it only made them stronger, in both ways. Jiraiya said in a soft tone, his voice was filled with pride. But I am just an old pervert reminiscing about his students. Jiraiya laughed. After all, this is their story to tell, with crowd, final match of this year's Jounin exams. Be said, and the crowd cheered as both Naruto and Hinata took their place facing each other. Senju Naruto of Konoha ready? B asked, and Naruto nodded. Senju Hinata of Konoha ready? Yes, Hinata replied. Begin. B called for the start of the match, but neither Naruto nor Hinata made a single movement. Not a step forward, no shifting of their weight, not even a blink. Our first fight as a married couple. Naruto grinned while Hinata just laughed softly before quieting down. Do you remember it? Hinata asked in a low voice. She seemed to almost whisper her question, but Naruto heard her nonetheless. Naruto smiled as a small memory jumped into his mind. I promise Hinaheim that I will one day remove that seal. I promise that I'll protect you, and together we will show the village what a couple of losers can do, Naruto said, smiling as he reminisced at that particular time. You do remember? Hinata smiled with her eyes almost watering. They weren't just words, Hinata-chan. I meant every single thing I said, Naruto replied. You know that I always considered myself your equal. I always strived to be as brave as you, as strong as you, but I stopped that 1 year ago, Hinata said, and Naruto rose an eyebrow in confusion. When your eyes reached their final level, I knew that no matter how hard I tried, how hard I pushed myself, I could no longer reach you, Hinata said, and Naruto was about to say something, but Hinata stopped him. And the thing is, I am okay with that. Hinata smiled softly. I always pushed myself, and thought that if I was anything below you, then the village would see me as just Hyuga Hinata, the disowned daughter of the Hyuga clan. But I was wrong. Even though I will never reach you, they see me as Senju Hinata. I'm not shadowed by marrying you or belonging to the Senju clan. They respect me, They acknowledge me by my talents in taijutsu, my byakugan, and medicine. I came to the conclusion that the village and the world already sees me as something, and now all I want is to make you proud of me." Hinata finished and Naruto sat there gobsmacked. "Ready?" Hinata asked as she took her stance. "I was always proud of you," Naruto thought as he launched himself forward, picking up dust as their fists met with a bang. "With crowd, well," Shikamaru said, getting up. "I'm leaving," Shikamaru said and started walking away. "You are not watching the match?" Tenten asked, having regained consciousness and being allowed by the medics to watch the matches. "No, why?" Tenten asked in disbelief. "Safety," Shikamaru simply replied. "What?" Tenten asked, furrowing her eyebrows in confusion. "She's going all out, and I value my life," Shikamaru said. "We are SA-." Tenten was broken from her explanation when the stands seemed to rumble. She quickly turned to the arena to see that the match had begun and Naruto and Hinata had both fists against one another. "See that? I'm leaving," Shikamaru said and walked away as the stands vibrated again. "Oh dear," Tenten muttered when she noticed specks of dust falling from the concrete ceiling. Arena Naruto and Hinata were both engaged in a highly technical taijutsu match. For now it all about the stances, the blocks and counters, not that the punches didn't have power behind them, I assure they did. But for now it was matter of skill and not power. Hinata threw a fast left jab only to Naruto parry her strike. Naruto simply tapped her arm away and quickly replied with a jab of his own, straight to her head, aiming for her left temple, but Hinata quickly countered with the same, locking each other's arms. The ground rumbled and cracked as both struggled to overpower the other, his glowing red eyes staring straight into Hinata's silver Byakugan, who also was already activated. Hinata's arms suddenly turned to the same blue gel he had seen in the previous match. Naruto stumbled forward, surprised by Hinata's sudden disengage. His eyes widened when he noticed Hinata tilting her head back and quickly bringing it forward, trying to headbutt him straight on. "Now that's a woman who doesn't mind playing rough," Naruto thought to himself as he used his Kamui to phase through Hinata. As he passed through her, he quickly turned around with a spin kick, only to simply be blocked. Hinata hadn't even turned around and blocked a blind kick to her backside with a single hand, courtesy of the 360 degrees of vision from the Byakugan. Hinata swiftly turned around, ducking swiftly as her right fist seemed to gain a blue hue. Naruto's eyes widened when he saw the chakra build up within her fist. Hinata extended her right arm heading for a right swing. Her fist seemed to almost whistle with the speed it carried. Naruto raised his left arm, intending to intercept her attack. Just before her attack connected, Naruto used his free arm's hand to support his defending arm, knowing the attack would be powerful. Hinata's fist crashed into Naruto with a loud, resounding bang, forcing Naruto back a few inches, his feet dragging through the ground as he was pushed back. "I'm not blocking another one of those," Naruto thought, gritting his teeth as he jumped backwards. He lightly shook and flexed his left arm, trying to get rid of the pain and the lingering stinging sensation. He looked up to see Hinata raising her leg and smashing it into the ground, ripping out a huge boulder of the ground. With a single hand she picked up the boulder and hurled it towards Naruto. "Oh hell," Naruto muttered as he charged a Rasengan and smashed it against the boulder, pulverizing the stone. He looked up to see that Hinata had disappeared. He back-flipped from his position as Hinata shot from underground, her right fist prepared for an uppercut, her punch missing his chin by a few inches. As he was back-flipping, Naruto tried to kick her chin in reply, only for to simply tilt her head backwards just enough to dodge it, no wasted movements. Hakushu air palm, Katan, Gakaku no Jutsu, great fireball technique. Naruto countered Hinata's air palm with a powerful fireball. The fireball easily ripped through her wind attack and continued towards the target. Katen, Hinata was enveloped in a spinning shroud of chakra. The fire crashed against Hinata's defense and was quickly put out by her spinning effect. As the dust settled down from her defensive move, both Naruto and Hinata stared at each other before moving forward again. They met again with a bang, their fists blurring towards each other at blinding speeds. Naruto could track every single one thanks to his Sharingan, and Hinata could see his muscles preparing for the strike, giving her a heads up. Hinata's fist glowed once again, and this time she sent her punch straight forward, reverberating through the air. Bang! Naruto sidestepped her punch, making it hit the arena walls head-on. The stone wall screeched almost like wood cracking. A fissure started from the impact place and spread all the way to the top, making heavy chunks of stone fall to the ground and leaving a large opening on the walls. Her strength is just ridiculous, and she's not even using senjutsu. Naruto shook his head in thought. Kagebox, oh hell, the Raikage sighed when he noticed part of the arena walls collapsing. At this pace they will bring the whole place down. The Raikage muttered while Jiraiya just chuckled. They certainly aren't pulling any punches, get it? Jiraiya laughed while he shook his head at the lame pun. See, the Raikage said. Raikage-sama? He asked, leaving his position as bodyguard and kneeling in front of his leader. Call the ANBU barrier division. Have them set up a small barrier around the outside of the arena walls. The Raikage ordered and she nodded as she shined away. A little too much? Jiraiya asked. I'm not taking any chances. Arena Naruto jumped backwards to avoid the falling chunks of rock from the walls. Hinata stayed put, simply sidestepping the rocks. Once the dust cloud had settled, the arena now supported a brand new opening to the outside. Naruto narrowed his eyes when he saw Hinata roll her sleeves up and bend down to the ground. His eyes widened when he saw Hinata place her hands around the largest chunk of collapsed wall and lifted the heavy chunk of wall, rising it above her head. This is ridiculous, that has to weigh almost 40 tons. She can lift a house without her Baikugu, strength of 100 technique, or senjutsu, truly amazing. I wonder what her limit is, Naruto thought to himself in disbelief. He gulped when he saw Hinata leaning backwards and flinging the large rock towards him with surprising speed. Naruto bent his knees and held his ground as the rock approached, casting a shadow over him. With a flick of a wrist, 2 chains shot from both hands and wrapped themselves against the incoming meteorite. Naruto jumped to the side and channeled chakra into his feet. Naruto gripped his chains tightly as he swung the wall around and sent it back against towards Hinata. Hinata cocked her fist and slammed it against the wall, vaporing it into dust. She looked up to see Naruto running towards her with the space swirling in front of him. Naruto took his staff from his pocket dimension and swirled around him. In reply, Hinata channeled chakra to her wrist storage seals and took out her twin daggers. Both weapons met with a clang. They screeched with several orange sparks flying loose as both metals weapons scraped against one another. Naruto twirled his staff for a horizontal swing, making Hinata duck. She quickly got up and pushed forward, her daggers going first and forcing Naruto to step back, her daggers clipping a few of strands of his hair. Naruto backflipped and held his staff horizontally. He gripped the staff and simply tapped his end. Arg! Hinata screamed as the staff suddenly expanded, growing exponentially in length and slamming against her stomach. Hinata's metal chest plate took most of the hit, but she was still sent flying. She twirled midair and landed gracefully on the ground. I should have known that wasn't a simple staff. Hinata grumbled in thought as she adjusted her armor and got up. She watched in fascination as the staff started floating and spinning above Naruto's hand, slowly increasing in speed. The staff started changing shape and shrinking, taking the form of a single, pitch black, perfectly spherical ball. This ball started floating around Naruto, and split into 2. Each individual ball started elongating as if taking the shape of the staff again, but this time their new form had hilts and razor-sharp edges. They had taken the form of 2 twin, straight, one-edged swords. Come, Naruto said, pointing a single sword towards Hinata, who grinned and shot forward. Cling clang asterisk, both swords clashed against Hinata's twin daggers with a deafening clash. Hinata's daggers glowed a light blue as she performed a quick and powerful swing with her right dagger. Her eyes widened when Naruto simply blocked her weapon. My dagger was laced with wind chakra. Even though it's my secondary nature, it should have sliced right through. Hinata thought to herself in confusion as she parried a strike. Hinata stepped back and threw both daggers into the air. She cocked her right fist and slammed it forward. Naruto brought his twin swords in an X shape and blocked her punch. Taking advantage of her forward momentum, Naruto withdrew one of his blades and flexed it forward, piercing through her chest plate and straight through her stomach. He blinked and his breathing hitched when he noticed his sword embedded in Hinata's body, with the other end protruding from her back. Even the crowd seemed to gasp in shock and surprise. Naruto looked in shock but noticed that Hinata wasn't in pain but rather smirking. Suka no Jutsu, water transformation jutsu. Hinata smirked as she pushed his extended arm deeper into her stomach, burying the hilt of the sword and his own hand into her. Naruto didn't even stop her with his shock, and before he could understand what happened, his right arm was trapped. Hinata smiled as she caught her daggers and swung both arms forward in a scissor attack. Naruto had to think quickly on his feet since he had only one arm available to defend against two daggers. Chidori Nagashi, Naruto said, and Hinata's eyes widened. She quickly dropped her jutsu and completely liquefied, dropping to the ground in a puddle of water. The water quickly rushed away and stopped a few feet from Naruto. The water started to clod together, and growing in height until it took the shape of Hinata. "Nifty little jutsu you got there," Naruto said as he rested both swords on each shoulder. "Thank you, Naruto-kun. This is the defensive jutsu I picked up back in Kiri, and I've been working on it ever since," Hinata explained. "I got the idea after seeing your Kamui since not all of us can have overpowered eyes," Hinata said as she dashed forward once again. "Kagebak Soho." Jiraiya cheered and nearly jumped from his seat when he saw Hinata's new jutsu. "I always knew that girl had a good head on her shoulders." Jiraiya grinned. "Very interesting," the Raikage mused. "I always had the idea that jutsu was the Hozuki clan's bloodline. It's a common misconception," Jiraiya replied, making the Raikage turn to him. "That is the Hozuki clan's secret technique, and not their bloodline. Much similar to the gentle fist taijutsu style, you don't actually need the Byakugan to use it," Jiraiya explained. "Though I wonder where she got it?" Jiraiya asked in afterthought. "She partook in the bloodline war back in Kiri. Everything was chaos back there. I wouldn't be surprised if she picked up a couple stray scrolls from there, and like you said, she has a good head on her shoulders," Ace said, and Jiraiya was surprised. "How do you know that she was in the war?" Jiraiya asked cautiously. "If I remember correctly, only Naruto and the Dragons of the Leaf were in combat. Come now, Jiraiya-sama," the Raikage replied in amusement. "The Leaf Village isn't the only one with a spy network around. We are not as blind as you see us," the Raikage explained. "You got me there," Jiraiya said, chuckling. "Besides, when Naruto is somewhere, then she isn't too far away. If I'm not mistaken, she would be the purple dragon, with Naruto being the silver dragon and Sabaku no Gara, the Ichibi Jinchuriki, being the brown dragon," the Raikage explained, and Jiraiya nodded, surprised by the accuracy of Kumo's intel. "Although those two," the Raikage said, pointing towards the blue and green dragon behind Jiraiya, "along with the rest of the group, remain a mystery to us." "I don't suppose you could enlighten us?" the Raikage innocently asked. "I do believe they are about to pick up the pace," Jiraiya said, motioning to the arena. The Raikage knew that Jiraiya intently shifted the focus of the conversation but made no reference to it, and simply turned to the arena. "Arena. Katon Goka Mikyaku, Great Fire Annihilation." Naruto's trademark fire jutsu burst from his mouth in a colossal wave of hot fire. The barrage of fire scorched the grounds as it barreled towards Hinata, who was already blurring through hand seals. "Suetun Dai Baku Sui Shuha, Great Exploding Water Wave." Hinata replied to Naruto's fire jutsu by using her strongest multi-purpose water technique. She pumped her lungs with chakra and then released it. A magnificent wave of water poured from her mouth, forcing her to rise in the air by the force of it. Hinata stood on top of the water wave as if ridding it. The water marched forward, crushing anything beneath it, and clashed against the wall of fire. Naruto poured more chakra into his technique, making his fire start to change from regular orange to an almost pure white due to the heat released. They both stopped their techniques, seeing that they were neutralizing themselves out. Although Hinata's water technique should have the advantage, she didn't have the capacity to simply pour more chakra into her technique, unlike Naruto, who was always renowned for his unending batteries. The steam from the technique was so much that it clouded everything in the arena, making all of the audience blind. The steam started to overflow over the walls, but it showed no sign of starting to dissipate. "Do you see anything?" a spectator asked to the person sitting next to him, who simply shook his head in denial. "How are we supposed to watch the match now? I can barely see my hands. This sucks. Cling clang All of the audience's rambling was broken from the metal sounds coming from the arena. Even with all of the steam, Naruto and Hinata were still going at it strong. Suddenly, a silence overtook the arena. The crowd's breathing hitched in anticipation until two loud shouts broke their stupor. "Kuchios no Jutsu, Summoning Technique! Kuchios no Jutsu, Summoning Technique!" Both Naruto and Hinata called out their jutsu at the same time. The steam that once clouded the arena was pushed back due to pure air displacement. The crowd's eyes widened in shock and surprise at the face of the two monsters standing in the middle of the arena, each summoned with their respective summoner on top of their head. "Thank you for coming, Katsuya-sama," Hinata said from the top of her slug summon, the boss of the slug clan. "No problem at all, Hinata-chan," Katsuyu replied. Who are you? You are fighting Naruto-kun, Katsuyu said. Thank you for the assistance, Hinata said and looked up to see Naruto on top one very large fox. The fox in fact looked a lot like the Kyuubi himself, although it possessed nowhere the size of the 9 tails. He was just about the size of Katsuyu herself, rusty red fur with piercing red eyes and black vertical slits. Black ear tips and legs, white underbelly coupled with a single bushy tail with a very distinctive dark blue color tip. It's the first time you have summoned me, Naruto-sama, the fox replied in his deep voice. Sorry about that, Kentaro, Naruto replied, rubbing the back of his head. For a moment I thought you would summon the Kyuubi, Hinata replied as she readied herself. Even I'm not crazy enough to summon Kurama into such small arena, Naruto replied. You are right, of course. These people are not worthy of gazing upon my magnificent self, Kurama said from his mind, making Naruto's sweat drop. Seshi Nensen, acid slime, Katsuyu said as she released a highly concentrated acidic paste upon Naruto and Kentaro. With all the dexterity of a fox, Kentaro simply sidestepped the acid as it splashed into the ground, melting the earth and rock. Kentaro snarled, showing his point and sharp fangs as she charged forward. Kentaro's tail started crackling with lightning as he picked up the pace and dashed forward. Kentaro's head started glowing blue and suddenly he blurred forward, leaving a blue trail of electricity behind. Kaminari Ryo, lightning charge! Katsuyu threw herself to the side as Kentaro swooped past her at blinding speeds. Seeing that he missed, Kentaro stopped and turned around, jumping backwards to avoid an array of shuriken from Hinata. Kentaro swung around with his tail sparkling once again. Rabi, lightning tail! Kentaro said as he spun and slammed his tail into Katsuyu, splitting her body in half. Kentaro started walking slowly, bearing his fangs around Katsuyu's body as it burst in hundreds of smaller slugs and slowly reformed a few feet away. Dodge, Naruto yelled, telling Kentaro to jump to the side as Hinata dropped from the sky with her leg raised. Kentaro watched as Hinata's kick smashed into the arena and left a crater behind. Kentaro snarled as he coiled and jumped forward, clawing at Katsuyu, who slithered away from him, her wounds sizzling away in a matter of seconds. Kasen, light beam! Kentaro opened his mouth and released a small lightning bolt towards Katsuyu. The bolt ripped through the ground and smashed against the walls, leaving a small hole in them. Suetun Mizurappa, wild water wave! Hinata said as she opened her mouth and released a stream of water right against Kentaro, who was unable to dodge. Kentaro was slightly pushed back but held his ground, shaking his head and body to get rid of the water. Naruto-sama, Kentaro said, shivering, and Naruto understood the meaning. With their fur wet, foxes can't regulate their body heat, causing a rapid drop in their core temperature. On my mark, use your strongest lightning jutsu, Naruto said, and Kentaro nodded, charging up with his blue tail slightly glowing. Now, Suetun Dai Bakusui Shuha, great exploding water wave, Naruto said, using the same water jutsu that Hinata had used earlier, and released a gigantic wave of water against Katsuyu, who didn't anywhere to dodge in the arena. Kaminari Kitsune, lightning fox! Kentaro shouted as his fur seemed to stand on point and sparkle. From his body shot an almost identical clone of him, but completely made of pure lightning. Arg! Katsuyu screamed as the electrified water wave crashed on her, delivering a brutal lightning move directly at her. Hinata jumped away from her summon and high into the walls to avoid the jutsu. Katsuyu didn't take long to disappear in smoke. I'll be going now, Naruto-sama, Kentaro said. You can go and thank you, Naruto said as Kentaro disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Both Naruto and Hinata jumped into the ground, standing on top of the water that stood a few inches from the earth itself, slowly washing away through the various cracks on the ground. With crowd, amazing, Tenten whispered, mesmerized by the battle playing itself in front of her eyes. So this is a battle between two Kage-level shinobi. They don't seem to want to stop anytime soon, Ren said. I don't think they get to spar like this many times, Tenten said. You call this a spar? Ren gave a high-pitched screech of indignation and quickly blushed at her actions, making Tenten slightly snicker. Shikamura was right. I don't think this place can take much more of this, Tenten said, looking at the numerous craters on the ground, several cracks along the walls, not to mention the huge chunk that was missing. Tsunade-sama is renowned for her strength. It is said that she can bring mountains down with a single punch, Ren said. We can already see that here, Tenten said, pointing at the walls. Those walls are reinforced with hard stone, coupled with metallic frame on the inside and a high tensile fabric all around to prevent collapse and withstand heavy strikes. Tenten explained. And look at it. Tenten chuckled. She brought the whole wall down and picked it up like it was paper or something. I don't think the Raikage will be much happy about that. I guess not, Rin replied. I guess it would be wise not to antagonize her. Taiseki muttered in thought, looking at Hinata. What the hell is happening? Arena. Shall we increase the pace? Hinata asked, and Naruto nodded. Both started leaking out chakra as their auras skyrocketed, their chakra saturating the air. Everyone in the stands and most shinobi cringed at the feeling they got. It was like having tons of pressure against their chest, preventing from breathing. They almost felt like ants at the face of their chakra, each one surrounded by an almost visible aura of chakra. Their hair flapped wildly, the wind rustled, and even the water was vibrating. Hinata poured more chakra, intending on matching Naruto on every way. She started gaining a dim purple aura around her, one that would put Orochimaru himself to shame in both the sinister feeling of the color itself but the power and strength of her chakra. Her hair rose into the air, her Byakugan eyes seemed to glow, her armor rattled with her shoulder armor plates flapping wildly. Hinata's chakra started shaping around her as she started hand seals. Hitsuji, ram's seal, hands together vertically with left thumb on top. Her aura seemed to expand in volume. Inu, dog seal, her left hand laid flat on top of her right fist. Her aura started gaining a vibrant shade of purple, not enough to avoid gazing upon her, but enough to be uncomfortable. Na, rat seal, both hands together vertically with left thumb on the outside. Her aura increased in density as more chakra was poured onto the technique. Mi, snake seal, both hands clasped together with left thumb on the outside. The water beneath Hinata started bubbling, almost like it was boiling itself. The day itself started getting dimmer, the sun slowly vanishing away as clouds started gathering and forming high above the arena. Tatsu, dragon seal, hands clasped together vertically with baby fingers forming a triangle. Hijitsu, Mugen no Aim, secret technique, endless rain. Hinata said as she finished her technique, and the sky seemed to almost roar. A fierce gust of wind swept by as a thunder illuminated the arena. The sun, blocked by a dark sheet of clouds, clouding what was once a beautiful day into a stormy one. Violent rain, fierce winds, blinding thunders, words that could barely describe the pinnacle of Hinata's secret technique, summoned at the top of her strengths. She had brought forth the biggest storm anyone had ever laid eyes upon. Water poured out of the sky almost like an ocean, drenching both Hinata and Naruto in a matter of seconds. Some girls don't like water because it ruins their hair. This did not apply to Hinata, who seemed to be in heaven in the middle of the storm. She closed her eyes and looked at the dark sky, savoring as the cold water hit her face, the icy wind rushing around her body, the roar of thunders lighting up the darkening sky. Yes, Hinata was in her home, surrounded by her element. She could feel everything around her, the water pouring from the sky, the moist in the air, the water on the floor, slowly sinking into the earth, linking up with underground streams. It was everywhere, all around her. She could even feel the water inside the people in the stands, in their blood. She had achieved the highest possible level of water manipulation, surpassing the legendary Senju Tobirama. In a not-so-distant future, she will become known as the Aim no Mikamari, water goddess, the first water elemental, and by strike of fate or bad luck itself, she would also be the last one as well. 2. Elemental, a man or woman who had become one with her element. Naruto broke himself from his shock and simply gazed at Hinata. She looked so happy right now, so relaxed. She was completely soaked like him. The water was hitting her face, and yet she had her eyes closed, like she enjoyed the contact of water with her skin. His eyes widened when he noticed that her chakra reserves were filling back up. She had spent around 1/3 of her reserves and now they were filling up by themselves. He could see it clearly with his Sharingan, and it baffled him to no end. While strong and very smart, Hinata couldn't just pull chakra from water, simply because it had none to begin with. Normal water only had natural energy, and that alone didn't made chakra. And suddenly it clicked, he remembered this jutsu. The rain stole chakra from the ones hit with it. That devious girl! Naruto chuckled to himself as he noticed the rate at which she was recharging. Naruto looked around and saw her stealing chakra from the Raikage and Jiraiya and Kage box, along with their bodyguards. They were small amounts, and no one would ever notice unless she wanted it to. Do you think it was wise? Naruto said, breaking Hinata from her bliss as she slowly opened her eyes. Summoning such storm, I mean. I'm not known as the Konoha no Raijin, thunder god of Konoha, for nothing," Naruto warned, looking at the thunders, but Hinata just smiled and laughed softly. Her laugh sounded like a melody to his ears. Suddenly Hinata just stopped laughing, and with that the whole storm seemed to freeze, the rain stopping and hovering midair. Naruto watched with interest, his Sharingan not missing a single detail. The water drops seemed to slowly being drawn towards Hinata and began spinning above her, forming something similar to a water sphere. More and more water was being drawn into whatever technique she was using, but the strange part was that Hinata didn't use hand seals for this one. Her eyes were solely on Naruto. The size of the water sphere was ridiculous to say the least. It was big as the summons that had just left the arena. The sphere started elongating, taking the shape of a serpent-like creature. Naruto's eyes widened when he understood what was happening. Kirin, Mizuchi, 3, both dragons blasted forward at blinding speeds. A huge, roaring lightning dragon came down from the sky, meeting the water serpent head-on. As the elemental dragons collided, everything went white in the arena. The whole building shook from the impact as both techniques clashed and struggled to overpower the other. The crowd could only hold to their seats and avoid gazing upon the arena, due to the brightness. The walls crumbled into dust in the ground, the wooden gates to the arena were vaporized, and the earth was torn apart. Everyone in the stands held their breath and thanked whoever chose to rise a barrier in the arena. Naruto dug himself out of the ground, a silver ribcage around his body. He looked around, searching for Hinata, who seemed to be nowhere. He noticed a clotting chunk of water in the midst of the destruction they had created. The rain seemed to have stopped, and the clouds started dissipating. Hinata's form rose from the water as she took a deep breath and looked towards Naruto. Both the previous jutsus were a one-shot only, and it would take time to recharge. Hinata had spent all the water around her. She had literally bled the air dry, drawing all the water it had. "Enough of elemental jutsu, the real battle has just begun," Naruto said as his eyes glowed and his Susanoo evolved into the next level, sprouting 2 arms, armed with 2 white ethereal scythes. "Perhaps not," Tobi's voice rang from the arena. Hinata's eyes widened when she heard a voice behind her, right next to her ear. She quickly turned around, only for her eyes to catch a glimpse of something metallic. She tilted her head as a blade grazed her neck, leaving a small blood trail. Tobi placed his hand on her shoulder, and the space in front of him started swirling. As she was being warped away, she released chakra from all her chakra points, literally giving Tobi a Juken strike and interrupting his Kamui. Before Hinata could take advantage of Tobi's shock, she found herself on the opposite side of the arena. She looked confused and watched as Naruto pierced Tobi's chest with a Raikiri. "What happened? Naruto-kun swapped places with me before I could even blink, and that wasn't his Hirishin," Hinata thought to herself, confused. Her Byakugan was still at full blaze when she saw thousands of Zetsu pouring from the ground all around Kumo. "He's launching an attack on Kumo," Hinata thought in disbelief until she saw him cough blood from Naruto's lightning strike. Naruto's blood-red eyes bore straight into the orange mask he came to hate and despise. Naruto looked around to see the Zetsu jumping from the ground and started a mayhem in Kumo. "An invasion during the Jounin exams finals, not very creative if you asked me," Naruto chuckled, his hands still in Tobi's chest. "Ah ha 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 ha," Tobi laughed darkly, spitting blood to the ground. "You can't defeat me with something like this," Tobi said, looking down at Naruto's hand. "Perhaps, but you aren't going anywhere." Naruto smirked, and Tobi's eyes widened when he felt that he couldn't mold chakra. Naruto saw his panicked eyes and chuckled darkly. "This was kinda of anticlimactic, wouldn't you say?" Naruto rhetorically asked. Naruto brought his free hand and gently placed it on top of Tobi's mask. Ever so slowly, he started removing it until he dropped it to the ground. "The years have not been kind to you, Fugaku," Naruto said, and Fugaku snarled as he tried to jump away but found chains wrapped around his feet. "Even you can't defeat an army of 10,000 Zetsu." Fugaku laughed in reply. "We made many precautions to hide our plan. My army outweighs the shinobi in Kumo by 3 inch. I do not fear an army of lions led by a sheep," Naruto replied as his sparkling hand died down. Naruto noticed that his chest wasn't the usual brownish color but was white instead. "So that's how he can use the Mokutan," Naruto thought. Naruto looked back and watched as 2 Zetsu that were coming for Naruto were sniped by Hinata as she made her way towards him. "I've decided on a far better fate for you than death," Naruto said and smiled darkly as he noticed a drop of sweat running down Fugaku's face. "I'm going to make an example out of you." Naruto growled as he injected heavy amounts of natural energy on Fugaku's chakra network. Naruto could already see specks of gray stone forming on his skin. The man that wanted the world. I'm going to make a martyr out of you. The world will see you as the fool you were. Are you ready, Fugaku? Naruto asked. Oblivion awaits. Chapter 59, A Dragon's Wrath. I come not between the dragon and his wrath. King Lirkanoha Tsunade was buried in her paperwork, or how the Sandaime would put it, the curse of the Kage. It was a deadly curse, I assure you of it, capable of bringing even the strongest of the shinobi to new heights of boredom and despair. The legends tell of many brave Kages that stood against this common enemy, and, even though armed with years of knowledge, the enemy still stands strong. This is ridiculous, Tsunade muttered beneath her breath as she stamped another worthless, yet surpassingly detailed D-rank report of the well-known Catching Mr. Torichan mission. She looked up as the door opened and watched as Kakashi lazily strolled inside, hand in his pocket, and nose buried in his books. Finally, Tsunade nearly screamed as Kakashi stopped in front of her desk. If looks could kill, Kakashi would already be dust by the angry gaze on Tsunade's face. I'm sorry I'm late. Kakashi actually looked embarrassed for a change. I met this pretty little snake in the forest, and she wanted to, play, so we did. Kakashi chuckled nervously when he noticed Tsunade's eyes narrowing. This pretty little snake wouldn't be Anko by any chance, would it? Tsunade asked and was internally pleased when she saw Kakashi cough into his hand. Anyways, I need a favor from you. Kakashi noticed the business tone and immediately pocketed his precious book. Whatever you command, Hokage-sama, Kakashi said. Leave us, Tsunade said, waving her hand at seemingly nowhere. Kakashi, however, felt 3 chakra signatures vacate the room. She sent her umbu away. Whatever it is must be important. Kakashi mused in thought when he noticed Tsunade rest her head on her hands and release a long sigh. Cat is missing, Tsunade said, and Kakashi's eyes narrowed at the possible implications. By cat you mean Yugao? Kakashi asked, more a statement than a question. Yes, Tsunade replied nonetheless. She got up and turned back to the window, looking at the horizon. She hasn't come for her duties today. Her shift began almost 5 hours ago. If she was anyone else I would have dismissed it, and proceeded to punch said umbu for endangering their Hokage. You want me to search for her? Kakashi asked. There are very few people I trust completely in this village. Yugao isn't just some random umbu, she's pretty high in the chain of command. Anyone else we would place him in the bingo book if he went missing all of a sudden. Tsunade sighed. She's part of that select group of people I trust, and she wouldn't simply skip a shift of her job without an explanation. I sent a Chunin to her house and she was nowhere to be found. So, find her, Tsunade ordered. Hi Hokage-sama, Kakashi answered as he disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Tsunade sat back down on her chair and leaned backwards, gazing into the ceiling. Neither Yugao nor Hate were anywhere to be found, and both of them weren't some random shinobi. Tsunade was broken from her thoughts when she felt the ANBU return to the room and a knock at the door. Come in, Tsunade said as she adjusted her posture. Tsunade-sama? Shizen asked, poking her head through the open door. I could use it. Maybe it will wash my stress and problems away. Tsunade replied and watched as Shizen placed a cup of steaming hot tea at her desk and promptly left the room. Tsunade absently picked up the cup and took a long sip, sighing in bliss as the hot tea ran down her throat. She was deep in her thoughts when she felt her heart starting to speed up with no apparent reason. Her breathing rate started increasing as well, and Tsunade immediately shot up from her chair. She stumbled momentarily as she felt light-headed and her vision seemed blurry. She rose her arm, desperately reaching for anything to support her as she fell to the ground, knocking the cup of tea with her. She fell to her knees, taking deep breaths and trying to calm her beating heart. Poison? Tsunade thought in shock as she brought her shaking hand to her chest. Her hand started glowing green but was immediately brought to her mouth as she coughed up blood. Why aren't the ANBU doing anything? Tsunade looked up in despair until she heard the door opening slowly. As the door creaked ever so slowly, she looked up to see Danzo and, surprisingly, Shizen accompanying the old mummy. This is, treason. Tsunade gritted her teeth, her vision becoming blurrier and her breathing starting to waver. Good work, Danzo said, as he watched Tsunade collapse to the ground, drawing her last breath and blood trickling from her mouth. Shizen, moments earlier, Kumo. The man that wanted the world. I'm going to make a martyr out of you. The world will see you as the fool you were. Are you ready, Fugaku? Naruto asked. Oblivion awaits, Shinra Tensei. A loud voice broke Naruto from his actions as he tilted his head to the side to see some Akatsuki member with his right hand raised. Naruto vanished in a yellow flash, appearing on the other side of the arena next to Hinata. Fugaku received the blast wave head-on and went flying with Nagato's attack, but I suppose sore flesh is better than death. A single Zetsu immediately emerged from the ground and attached itself to Fugaku, patching up his body in a few seconds. Naruto watched with trembling anticipation as Akatsuki members seemed to pour from the sky. The 6 paths of Nagato followed by Konin and Kisame. What a happy reunion! Naruto said happily, clasping both hands and bringing them together to his chest in delight. We have come for you, Kyubi, a white-masked Akatsuki member said. Naruto narrowed his eyes as the white swirling mask opened to show Uzumaki Nagato. According to my intel, you were supposed to be physically impaired, but I suppose wearing a Zetsu body is a good replacement, Naruto said offhandedly, and you know very well why you are in that state. Those eyes do not belong to you, Naruto said, his Sharingan boring straight into Nagato. And I shall be taking them when I'm through with you, Naruto added in thought. It matters not. They are just a means to an end, Nagato said as he stepped forward, placing himself in the middle of his paths. Jiraiya, blue, Tobirama, and green, Hashirama, dropped from the Kage box and landed in the arena, or what was left of it after Naruto's match against Hinata. I am Guruguru Spiral Zetsu! Guruguru yelled. Did you have a good bowel movement today? Guruguru asked with fascination in his tone. What? Naruto sputtered. You got some balls coming for B. The Raikid shouted as his lightning armor roared to life. So it's true after all. Jiraiya sighed sadly. This isn't the path to peace you told me long ago. This world is nothing but a petty child. Nagato started. But even a foolish child can grow up in the right way, when he learns what pain is. Knowing pain controls one's thoughts and decisions. Enough, the Raikid shouted and his armor flared. Raiden Ninja Sidorito, lightning straight. A shot forward, cracking the ground as he ran towards Nagato with maximum speed. Nagato didn't seem to flinch as his pupils seemed to contract ever so slightly. Shinra Tensei, Nagato said with disdain. I was repelled backwards with tremendous force, tumbling through the ground and crashing near Naruto and the others. Attacking head-on is foolish against a Rinnegan, Naruto warned, helping the Raikage up. Raikage-sama, Naruto said. What do you want, brat? Snapped. Leave them to us, go take care of your village, Naruto simply said, ignoring the looks of disbelief he got from A. You have your village to defend. Let us take care of them. Bugaki said, snatching Naruto by his collar and bringing him up to his eye level. If they get away or take B, I'll have your head. Do you understand me? A snarl, but Naruto nodded nonetheless. A vanished with pure speed, leaving Naruto to deal the Akatsuki. I had his troops to rally and the village to defend. Sorry, B, Naruto said, and B looked at him with confusion. But I can't take any chances with you, Naruto said, and before B could say anything, he was warped into his Kamui dimension. Let's even the numbers a little bit. Naruto smirked. Summoning jutsu, Naruto said, and everyone tensed as he placed his hand on the ground. Naruto was unpredictable, and from a simple summoning jutsu could come the Kyubi or nothing at all. Black Mito. Everyone's attention shifted to the small cloud of smoke. Once it dissipated, everyone could see the black dragon, pitch black armor and mask. Red hair tied into bun with a very large scroll attached to her lower back. Black is the color of authority and power. Red Kushina. And another cloud of smoke. Waist-length blood red hair coupled with red armor and red mask. A single pitch black katana with red hilt hand on her back. The most emotionally intense color, red, stimulates a faster heartbeat and breathing. It is also the color of love. Yellow Minato. This time it was a yellow flash instead of smoke. Yellow armor and mask, 3-pronged kunai on each hand. Cheerful, optimistic sunny yellow is an attention getter. Brown Gaara. Absolutely nothing. No cloud of smoke, no yellow flash, no nothing. Cough. I guess he's busy, Naruto muttered. Solid, reliable brown is the color of earth and is abundant in nature. Pink now. The newest addition to the group. Light pink colored armor and mask, long raven hair and 2 twin swords strapped to her back in an X shape. Pink, the color that showed unconditional love but also being immature, silly and girlish. White Itachi, the newest member along with Pink. He was clad in a pure white-colored armor and mask. Jet black hair that was pulled back and tied with a red elastic in a low ponytail. White, the color that represented purity and perfection. So these are the fabled 10 dragons of the leaf. Or 9, I should say. Fugaku corrected. I suppose they can be imposing with the armor and masks. Fugaku said and narrowed his eyes, taking in the aura surrounding both White and Pink. Traitors to your own family, Itachi, now. Fugaku spat. We have 2 very distinct understandings of what family is, father, Itachi said, shattering his mask on the ground. Long time no see, Toby. Or maybe I should call you Fugaku. Yellow, Minato said. And you are? Fugaku asked, raising an eyebrow. Come now, Yellow, Minato said, an amused smile tugging his lips beneath his yellow mask. Minato's Sharingan blazed to life, glowing an ominous red behind his mask. In Uchiha, it's not possible, Fugaku thought, narrowing his eyes when he saw the red glow behind the black holes in the mask. Who are you? Fugaku asked carefully. He knew of no blonde Uchihas besides Naruto. Are you sure you don't remember me? Yellow, Minato, snarled, deactivating the voice-changing seal ingrained in the mask. Minato chuckled when he noticed Fugaku's eyes widening in complete disbelief. Minato laughed, slowly bringing his hand to his yellow mask and dropping it, he showed his real face to the world. He felt everyone looking at him in disbelief, shock and to some degree, fear. You set my village in flames, you bring death to my people, you force my son into a life of hate. Minato spat with his Sharingan glowing. Today you shall bear witness to the full might of Namake's Minato, son of Uchiha Madara, Yandame Hokage of Konoha, Minato said, going through hand seals faster than some could even blink. Red ox, dog, horse, monkey, boar, tiger. Katon Goka Meshitsu, majestic fire destruction. Minato kneaded the chakra into his lungs and converted it into fire. He expelled a massive stream of intense flames, setting the area ablaze and engulfing half of the arena in a sea of flames. Nagato was the first to break from the shock of seeing Minato alive and well. Shimura Tensei, he raised his hand and pushed back the incoming wave of flames. Nagato blinked as there was a yellow flash right in front of him. Nagato still had his hand raised as Minato appeared right in front of him, between Nagato and the wall of fire. Udama Rasengan, giant Rasengan. Minato smashed his sphere of chakra against Nagato, who didn't even manage to use his Preta Path to absorb the jutsu. Nagato was blasted backwards and chaos ensued. I'll take Nagato, I have no wish to fight his puppets, Naruto said, and everyone charged forward to their enemy. Hinata-chan, grab a sample of Konan's blood. I know Black Mito would love her origami bloodline. Naruto smiled darkly and Hinata nodded. Nagato versus Naruto. Every dragon charged forward, randomly picking an opponent, and proceeded to dish the pain, either by iron, bone, or chakra. Naruto and Nagato were no different and, as such, were ducking it out between themselves. Give yourself up, Kyuubi, Nagato said, raising his hand and releasing another repulsive wave. Naruto simply used his Kemui and dematerialized his body to avoid the attack. I have no intention of hearing your explanations. You and your Akatsuki are responsible for all the bad shit that happened in this world, Naruto growled. Toby or Fugaku, whatever, I do not care. He released the Kyuubi in Konoha, he drove Kiri into a civil war, and he played Yagura like some puppet, butchering thousands of innocents. You, in your holy quest for the Bijou, killed Yujuto, attacked the Fire Temple and Takigakure, hid in Waterfall Village, nearly killing Fu in the process. Naruto spat, glaring at Nagato. You won't get any words, the only thing you will get from me is vengeance, Naruto said just as his Sharingan started spinning into the Manjikyu. Amaterasu, Nagato's body exploded with black flames, consuming the white shell of the Spiral Zetsu. Arg, Spiral Zetsu yelled as the black flames started consuming away his body. Dosamething, he yelled to his guest, his words slurring together due to the pain. Shimura Tensei, Nagato replied, pushing the flames away and dispersing them. Gurugaru's body was singed all over with several black specks spread through his shell. Udama Rasengan, Nagato's eyes widened in shock as Naruto appeared in front of him. Nagato, momentarily distracted from Naruto's previous attack, was almost caught off guard. Gakido, Preta Path, Nagato said as a silvery barrier appeared around him and started absorbing Naruto's attack. However, Naruto's frontal assault with a powerful chakra technique was merely a distraction. Nagato sensed someone behind and quickly looked backwards and saw another Naruto speeding towards him, a black sword pointed straight at him. Just as the tip of the blade was about to connect with Nagato, a mechanical arm sprouted from his shoulder and caught the blade in his hands. 2 more arms appeared from his body, these ones without a hand but what seemed to be a cannon at the edge. Shura no Ko Ajura attack, Nagato said, each arm aimed towards one Naruto. Both mechanical weapons started glowing and gathering chakra. Just as the arms were about to go off, both Narutos started glowing. Banshin Daibakuha, Shadow Clone Explosion, both clones said in perfect sync. They detonated themselves with a deafening bang. Once the smoke cleared, Nagato stood in the middle of the blast zone, arms crossed around his face. He looked around and quickly spotted the original Naruto, sitting safely in a nearby wall watching the fight, his hair waving due to the explosion and an amused expression etched into his face. Nagato was about to engage when himself staggered slightly. My Tendo, Deva Path, has fallen. So Tobirama is also alive, this is troubling. Nagato thought to himself, and analyzed the situation. The Kyuubi brat was certainly strong, to force him to not only use 2 paths simultaneously but to also come out on top. Before he could think any more, 5 more Narutos burst from the ground, forming a perfect circle around Nagato. Shinra Tensei, Nagato yelled, destroying all 5 clones at once. Nagato's eyes widened when he caught a glimpse of yellow out of the corner of his eye. Hare Shinjiri Thunder God Slash. Naruto's sword seemed to blur as Guru immediately shifted Nagato's body in his shell to avoid him losing his head. Shinra Tensei, having regained his power again, he blasted Naruto backwards only for him to poof in smoke as well. Nagato felt something hot trickling down his face and noticed a small trail of blood running down his forehead. He hadn't escaped completely unharmed. He's using the intervals between my attacks. I'll have to be very careful. I cannot blindly use it any longer or I'll end up like my Tendo, Deva Path. Nagato concluded in thought as he looked towards his arm and spotted a black marking. Hirishin Seal, Nagato thought in shock as he quickly absorbed the chakra inside and destroyed the marking. Yokojizi no Jutsu, Rainmaker Jutsu, Nagato muttered, raising both hands to the sky, forming dark clouds with his own chakra. It was mere moments later that heavy rain started pouring down around both fighters. I cannot rely solely on my vision to track him, Nagato thought as he connected with the rain. He turned to Naruto's location only to see him still sitting in the wall, looking at Nagato with curiosity. Naruto rose and jumped to the ground, arms crossed and standing face to face with Nagato for the first time since the battle began. Bansho Tenin! Naruto rose from the ground and flew straight towards Nagato's awaiting arm. Mere inches away from contact, Naruto triggered his Kamui and simply phased through Nagato, appearing behind his back. Raiken Lightning Fist! Running electricity through his right arm and going into his fist, Naruto punched Nagato's back. It sounded like a thunderclap. Nagato gritted his teeth from the impact as his body was blasted forward. Nagato twirled midair and landed on the ground safely, a black spider-web pattern on his back, where Naruto had struck. Enten Goku Mekyaku, Inferno-style Great Fire Annihilation, Naruto said, unleashing a wave of black flames. Nagato instinctually raised his hand but stopped before he used his gravity attacks. Instead, Nagato placed both hands on the ground and raised a vast wall of rock to block the incoming flames. He felt the powerful flame smash against his wall, but it managed to hold against the initial impact. What's this? Nagato thought in confusion when he heard a small buzzing sounds coming from the other side of the wall. Futon Raisin Shuriken. Nagato's eyes widened when the wall in front of him cracked open and everything was enveloped in a towering dome of spiraling wind chakra. Shinra Tensei, Nagato bellowed, blasting everything around him backwards. The earth was torn apart, sending chunks flying everywhere and dispelling Naruto's attack. Using the rain, Nagato searched for his opponent, his vision clouded by the debris of his latest attack. Nagato caught a small glint in the middle of the dust and immediately ducked. A golden chain buzzed through his ears, missing him by a few inches. Nagato rolled to the side as another chain shot from the smoke coverage. Futon Repusho Gale Palm! Nagato clapped his hands together and released a powerful gale. Not enough to be destructive, but good enough to push all the dust and smoke away, clearing his field of vision. Naruto stood in the middle of the battlefield, arms crossed, completely still and with several golden chains dancing ominously behind his back. Nagato summoned a mechanical arm and launched dozens of mini-rockets, whistling their way towards Naruto. BOM rocket after rocket crashed on the ground near Naruto with loud explosions. Nagato stopped his attack and waited for the dust to settle, searching for any signs of Naruto. From the dust came 6 chains, heading straight towards Nagato, who began evasive maneuvers. Nagato jumped, ducked, and rolled as the chains chased after him. One chain smashed against the ground and dug itself. Nagato jumped on the chain and ran above it towards Naruto. Shinra Tensei, Nagato yelled outside of the dust cloud, releasing a shockwave at point-blank range. Nagato watched as the chains retracted against the will, the metal creaking as it bent against its will. The ground rippled and the dust cloud was disrupted, making Naruto appear from the inside. Nagato watched with as the repulsive wave washed over Naruto with no visible effect. Ninjendo, human path. Nagato tried to place his hand on Naruto's head, only to phase right through it and end up on the other side. Nagato caught Naruto's elbow on reply and flung Naruto into the air. Naruto disappeared mid-flight and appeared on the ground a few yards away. I have to find a way to neutralize his Kamui. Nagato mused in thought. The Sharingan is an amazing Jujutsu, isn't it? Naruto rhetorically asked as a wild idea came to his mind. He crossed both arms behind his back and nodded to Nagato. Come, Naruto said with a smirk. Nagato's eyes twitched at Naruto's blunt disrespect for him. People rely too much on ninjutsu and genjutsu. Very few people appreciate the art of taijutsu and kenjutsu. It's one of the things I love about Hinata-chan. Both of us like getting all close and personal with the adversary. Naruto grinned as Nagato arrived near him. Naruto tilted backwards as Nagato threw a left jab and crouched when Nagato added a horizontal kick. Naruto grinned and pushed forward, ramming his head straight in Nagato's stomach. As Nagato momentarily stumbled, Naruto rose and performed a perfect roundhouse kick, sending Nagato spiraling and crashing into the ground. Nagato shook his head, getting rid of the dizziness that lingered. He looked up to see Naruto with his arms still behind his back and jumping lightly on the ground, alternating his feet with each jump, almost like skipping but without a rope. Nagato snarled and ran forward, arriving near Naruto and throwing a series of punches and kicks. Naruto's Sharingan glowed as it predicted every move, a small tilt backwards to avoid a punch, a sidestep to the right, a forward lean. Nagato went for a leg swipe, forcing Naruto to jump into the air. Naruto leaned his body backwards, placing himself horizontally in the air and sprang his legs forward, slamming both feet against Nagato's chest. Nagato went flying and Naruto fell to the ground with a simple thump sound. Naruto rose his head slightly and watched Nagato rise to his feet, wiping a busted lip with his arm. Nagato got tired of being pushed around like some ragdoll and slammed both hands on the ground. Doton Ganban-kyu, bedrock coffin. Multiple sections of rock rose around Naruto's lying form, trying to wrap themselves around his body and bury him permanently. Naruto grinned and raised both legs into the air. He brought them down quickly, transferring their momentum into his upper body, forcing himself to rise and land perfectly on both feet. Without missing a beat, Naruto jumped just in time for the rock slabs to slam where he previously was. Naruto dashed forward and jumped high into the air. Nagato tracked him in the sky and rose his arm as Naruto landed beside him. Shinra Tensei, Nagato yelled, hoping to catch Naruto off guard and blast him away. He had no such luck as Naruto used his Kamui to simply avoid the attack. Naruto grinned and twirled around, trapping Nagato's extended arm with his chin to his chest. Naruto used Nagato's arm for leverage and swung his legs upwards, pinning Nagato's head between them. With a small flick of his body, Nagato was jerked violently into the ground, his head first and the rest of his body following shortly. Naruto disentangled himself from Nagato and jumped backwards to gain some distance. Your taijutsu is sloppy, Naruto commented. All the physical exchanges had been with his arms crossed behind his back. How about this? Naruto said, stomping his feet into the ground and bringing both arms forward. I won't move from this place, Naruto offered, closing his hands into fists and waiting for Nagato. Nagato rose from the ground and flexed his neck, satisfied by a few crack sounds. Nagato looked up and for the first time saw what an opponent Naruto truly was. He wasn't an ordinary S-rank shinobi that had a single deadly technique, like Deidara's bombs, Haiden's immortality or Sasori's puppets. No, Naruto was a different kind of S-rank shinobi. The kind that didn't rely only on his bloodlines and powerful abilities. He was a shinobi that had all the traits of a shinobi mastered to their peak. His kenjutsu and bojutsu were deadly, his taijutsu flawless, his genjutsu perfect, and his ninjutsu unmatched. He truly deserved the title of God of the shinobi. It's useless, Nagato, Naruto said, breaking Nagato from his inner musings. You may have the Rinnegan and be a powerhouse, but all that power is meaningless against someone like me. You are too slow to face me, Naruto taunted, striking the ego of the so-called god. Nothing will stand against me, Nagato replied, not even slightly angered by Naruto's words. I may not be able to hit you, but this village will not be able to run, Nagato said as he started floating and shot into the sky. It took a mere second to reach the highest point in the village. Nagato looked down at the village and Naruto, feeling that they were in their right place beneath him. Nagato's chakra spiked as he stretched his arms outwards, making the sky around him turn a piercing white. He's too far away. I won't make in time before he blows up the village. Naruto raked his brain for answers. He should have finished Nagato instead of playing around with him and seeing his mastery of over the Rinnegan. Naruto was about to unveil his Rinnegan to counter Nagato when another wild idea came to his mind. Uchiha, Naruto roared, slamming his right hand on the ground, each finger carrying small chakra flames. Kenjin, Uchiha flame formation. A pure red cylindrical barrier rose from the ground and circled around Nagato, placing him in the center. The barrier wasn't overly large, it stood a few feet away from Nagato, completely surrounding him. Cho Shinra Tensei, Nagato whispered, releasing his attack at maximum power. The sky glowed a reddish white, a combination of Nagato's attack and Naruto's barrier. The barrier creaked, almost like plastic, as it stretched around Nagato. The power of his attack forcing the barrier to expand like a balloon. Nagato poured more chakra into his technique, intending to destroy the barrier and level the village, including everyone in it. That fool, he's going to kill himself, Kurama said. Nagato was pouring too much chakra into his technique and the barrier was stretching to its limits. The amount of energy inside the barrier was insane and it wouldn't matter who won in the end, Nagato or Naruto's barrier. Bio! A shockwave reverberated through the village, shaking it to its foundations but otherwise not damaging it. The barrier itself exploded like a balloon, with Nagato still inside. There was a large cloud of smoke high in the sky, where Nagato was. Naruto lifted his hand from the ground and looked up to the sky. He looked at his fingertips and watched as the skin sizzled to full health. He had poured too much chakra into the barrier without any type of preparation. Naruto saw something leaving the smoke cloud and plummeting to the ground in a free fall. Naruto narrowed his eyes and watched the form of Nagato falling down, his external Zetsu shell a spiral Zetsu a guru completely gone, most likely decimated in the explosion. Nagato grunted as he hit a building and finally came down, tumbling through the ground as he came to a halt near a rock. Nagato struggled to move, pushing himself up with only his arms. He looked over himself and noticed that the Zetsu shell for mobility was gone. No, Nagato gritted his teeth, willing his legs to move but only getting a small twitch. Even if his legs were to move, they would never serve his purpose, their muscle was weak and atrophied. Nagato struggled but managed to look up to see Naruto approaching. It won't end like this, Nagato roared with a rage-filled voice, slamming both hands on the ground. Kuchios, Geto Mazo. Naruto stopped his progress when he heard Nagato's words. His eyes widened when he saw a humanoid hand burst from the ground and try to stomp him. It didn't take long for its decayed-looking body to come out of the ground as well. This is... Kurama's eyes widened when he saw the humanoid figure appear. The Geto Mazo rose from the ground with Nagato sitting on top of its head. I will show you the power of God, Nagato said, having regained his breathing. The Geto Mazo kept still as Nagato started pouring his chakra into the statue, making a translucent purple dragon to form on his mouth. Bring me into this, Naruto, Kurama said from his den in Naruto's mindscape. No, I don't want you getting sucked into the statue, Naruto replied, and Kurama reluctantly agreed. Besides, he's killing himself. He's feeding the statue his own life force. He may be an Uzumaki, but he still is human, Naruto replied. I suppose it's time I showed the true power of my Sharingan, Naruto said to Nagato, who stood on top of the Geto Mazo statue. The Rinnegan will my trump card should I ever need it, Naruto thought as his Sharingan started glowing. There are some things that I keep secret from nearly everyone. Only Kurama and Hinata know everything about me, Naruto chuckled aimlessly. You will be the first enemy to bear witness to the full might of my Sharingan. I'm going to show you why the S-rank title is meaningless against me, Naruto said as his chakra spiked and a silver aura surrounded his body. Behold, my perfect Susanoo! And with that his chakra seemed to roar and come to life. Naruto's body was immediately shrouded by a large cloud of bubbling silver chakra. Only his eyes remained visible, glowing that blood-red color that haunted so many shinobi. Naruto's aura shot to the sky and started taking humanoid form. The only thing Nagato could do was look up and pray he wouldn't end up beneath a foot of Naruto's Susanoo. Stabilizing, Naruto thought as his perfect Susanoo started taking shape. His Susanoo had translucent silver specter, almost looking demonic. Its form had long, shaggy white hair that reached its waist, with two massive white horns protruding from its head and two featherless wings from its back. Pitch black eyes with fangs instead of teeth and twin sides strapped around his back. In all honesty, it looked like a visage of the Shinigami itself, if it wasn't for the massive size it had. "Tell me, Nagato," Naruto said from inside the head of its Susanoo. Naruto looked like a small dot on his Susanoo's forehead. "Do you feel like a god, or an ant?" Fugaku vs. Minato. "Ready for round 2? Minato asked, bending his knees and reading his three-pronged kunai. He had hundreds stored away in his wrist seals, ready to use at any time. "You can't be him," Fugaku stressed, having difficulty believing the man in front of him could be the fourth Hokage. "I watched him die." Fugaku stressed his words. "Does it really matter? I'm here now, and this time nothing will save you from me," Minato said, twirling his kunai. "Ahaha." Fugaku chuckled at Minato's empty words. "If I remember correctly, you died last time we fought, really?" Minato asked in curiosity. "I remember shoving a raisin gun up your ass and sending you away with your arm melting," Minato taunted. "So he really is him," Fugaku thought, hearing Minato's words about their last battle and found them to be true. "Naruto was right about you," Minato said, breaking Fugaku from his thoughts. "You could have applied all that power you have to the leaf, you could have brought the Uchiha clan into greatness. You could have had everything, a good life, a respectable position in the village as a clan leader, but that wasn't enough, was it?" Minato asked, shaking his head in disappointment. "The world is barely enough," Fugaku replied. "I won't stop until the world belongs to me." Fugaku growled and was about to step forward when he noticed a shift in Minato's eyes. They were spinning, the tomos blurring together and forming a whole new pattern. "A manjikyu?" Fugaku asked in disbelief as he gazed into Minato's glowing eyes. "I always hid away my heritage," Minato chuckled. "Both as request from my father and by fear as well. Fear of being rejected in the village I grew to love so much. I never really trained my eyes and simply left them in the background. I only used my Susanoo once, and it was when I sparred with Kushina-chan and she went berserk." Minato reminisced. "But not anymore." Minato's tone suddenly became serious and his face hard as stone. "It's time I embrace my heritage as an Uchiha and wielder of the Sharingan bloodline." Minato smirked when he noticed Fugaku gulp. Minato shot forward, cracking the ground and leaving a trail of dust behind. Fugaku watched as Minato approached him, his Sharingan seeing the enemy incoming, frame by frame, like a slow-motion movie. Minato was a few feet away and Fugaku's eyes started spinning. 10 feet Fugaku's eyes were picking up speed, the tomos becoming nothing more than blurred lines in a sea of red. 5 feet the black circle on his Sharingan started taking form, the form of 3 stretched triangles, evenly spaced around the pupil, making it similar to pinwheel. 2 inches. Kamu dash. Asterisk bang asterisk Minato's fist collided with Fugaku's face as he was thrown backwards. Fugaku tumbled through the ground but quickly regained his footing. He got up and wiped a little bit of blood dripping from his lips. Fugaku brought his hands to his chin, and with a sickening crack, he reset his jaw. "You are faster than I remembered," Fugaku commented. It had been a mistake relying on his Sharingan since it took a small time frame to switch to the Manjikyu. "I grew lax on my time as Hokage," Minato admitted without shame. "The job will do that to you. Although fighting against my son really placed things in perspective." "Oh," Fugaku raised an eyebrow. "How so?" he asked, curious. "He's beyond any of us." Minato chuckled softly. Naruto was everything he ever wanted in a son, and he turned out like that all on his own. "Well, maybe Hinata did help with the mold." "Mokutan Hijitsu," Fugaku said, clasping both together. "Jukai Koten, deep forest creation." Fugaku finished as the ground started grumbling. Dozens of trees grew from the ground. Their branches seemed to obey Fugaku and immediately dashed towards Minato at great speeds. Minato's Sharingan glowed softly, his eyes balls moving wildly, tracking every single branch of the incoming wave of trees. Minato sidestepped a branch, avoiding it by a mere inch. Not by luck or chance, everything had been calculated. He's nowhere near Hashirama's level of skill with the Mokutan, Minato thought, looking at the forest replica in front of him. Hashirama was able to create a forest in the blink of an eye. Let me show you something that Naruto taught me, Minato said as he jumped backwards, avoiding another tree and landing on some branches. Katan, Minato began, stretching both arms forward, his hands inches apart. A small ball of chakra flared in between his hands. It was small at first, but quickly it started gaining size and turning dark orange in color. His right hand forming and shaping the spinning sphere of chakra, his left hand changing the chakra into fire type. Go and Rasengan, Great Flame Rasengan! Minato finished, unleashing his Rasengan upon the forest and flashing away to safety. Fugaku's eyes widened as he activated his Kamui and swirled away, just in time to avoid the maelstrom of raging fire. It looked like a tornado, burning through the forest, leaving nothing but ashes behind. Minato placed his hand in front of his face, shielding himself from the brightness and the blazing heat. Once the attack had calmed down, there were no surprises. The tree had been turned into charcoal, covering the floor in black dust. Minato dropped down to the ground, his feet raising a small cloud of the black charcoal as he landed. His Sharingan snapped to the left as he caught movement. Clang! Minato instantly raised his right arm. A three-pronged kunai made its way to his hand as he parried Fugaku. Minato tilted his body and went for a kick. Fugaku caught him by the ankle and sent a punch in retaliation, which Minato blocked, making them both hit a standstill. Kamui, Fugaku thought, making the space in front of him swirl, intending to send Minato to his pocket dimension and leave them there until he perished. Fugaku watched with glowing relief as Minato was completely absorbed into his dimension. You lose, Fugaku said to no one. I told Arg. Fugaku screamed as Minato appeared out of nowhere right in front of him and punched him in the gut, followed by a kick to his head, sending Fugaku tumbling through the ground. Before Fugaku could understand what happened, Minato was already upon him once again with a Rasengan inches away from his chest. Rasengan. Minato smashed his blue sphere only for it to phase right through. Fugaku had used his Kamui just in time. Both jumped backwards and Minato watched with anticipation for something to happen. Boom! Out of nowhere, Fugaku was blasted backwards, crashing into the ground with enough force to break the earth. That bastard, the Minato I absorbed was a clone. Fugaku snarled in thought as he coughed up blood. He looked up to see Minato watching him calmly, so calmly that it led a sinking feeling in Fugaku's stomach. Your trick was a one-time shot. I won't fall for that again. Fugaku ripped out of shirt, completely ruined to Minato's Rasengan. Minato watched as Fugaku's shirt dropped to the ground to reveal a pure white chest, almost completely made out of Zetsu. How far would you go for power? Minato asked in disgust. The body of the Senju and the eyes of the Uchiha do make a rather nifty combination, Fugaku said, his hands blurring through hand seals. Katan Genkyu, Great Blaze Ball! Fugaku exhaled a meteor-sized sphere of fire, completely blocking Fugaku from view. I don't have any seal out of reach of that attack, Minato thought as he saw the gigantic sphere of fire approaching. I guess it would come out eventually. Minato smirked to himself as his body was enveloped by a yellow flare. Boom! The fire sphere collided with Minato and exploded in a shower of fire. Fugaku watched with satisfaction as Minato's form was enveloped in flames so hot that rivaled Minato's last fire Rasengan. What the? Fugaku said in complete disbelief when he saw Minato's form simply walking of the debris, right through the ring of flames like he felt nothing. Minato's body was completely yellow, and that wasn't his armor. It was like his body had some type of yellow cloak, chakra flames covering his form. It seemed he had some ethereal yellow armor around him, but skin tight. You like? Minato asked as two ethereal kunai formed, one in each hand. This is my version of perfect Susanoo. A skin-tight armor that sacrifices all offensive abilities for the ultimate defense. I doubt even a Bijudama could crack my version of the Susanoo. Minato smirked at the panicking face of Fugaku. How? Fugaku simply asked. Naruto knows more about the Sharingan than you could ever hope to, Minato said as he readied himself to end this battle for good. He was about to jump forward when both of them felt the village rumble. They looked up and saw a big figure appear. He summoned the Gedo Mazo, Fugaku said, shocked. Is Naruto really pushing him that far? Fugaku thought in disbelief. He was completely surprised when another figure appeared in front of the statue. Fugaku's eyes widened when he spotted the perfect Susanoo of Naruto. It was massive to say the least, it even dwarfed the Geto Mazo, and that was saying something. "Don't you see it? You can't win," Minato said as he bent his knees and prepared for his final jutsu. His Susanoo may be nearly indestructible, but it ate a lot of chakra, and he didn't have a chakra supply like Naruto. "Are you ready, Fugaku?" Minato asked, breaking Fugaku from his shock. Fugaku didn't know what came over him, but for the very first time in his life, he felt fear. It hit like a ton of bricks. He couldn't win, he would never be able to win. Everything he ever done was pointless against someone like Naruto. "The third and last level of my Hiraishin," Minato said, and Fugaku could only watch as the ground around him lit up like a Christmas tree. Dozens, if not hundreds of Hiraishin seals riddled the grounds, the dislodged rocks, the walls, everywhere. "Hiraishin no Mai, Dance of the Flying Thunder God." And with 3 simple words, Minato began his onslaught. Fugaku immediately triggered his Kamui, and could only look in despair as dozens of Minatos appeared in around him. Fugaku took a step back to avoid getting slashed by a kunai. He tilted his head only to see another Minato coming for him. He used his Kamui to dodge, and nearly screamed in fright when another Minato appeared in front of him. And that was when it hit him. Minato was using his Hiraishin at such great speeds that even Fugaku's Sharingan couldn't track him. He was moving so fast that it seemed there were multiple Minatos coming at him from all directions when in fact it was only one. 10 seconds Fugaku gulped when he felt his Kamui ability stretching thin, but he couldn't do anything. He couldn't even make hand seals because he needed his fingers to become tangible, and he knew Minato would slice them off in the blink of an eye. 0 seconds Minato noticed a slight shift in Fugaku's chakra network and took immediate action. The first move would be crippling him. Minato flashed near Fugaku, who didn't even seem to flinch in acknowledgement. Minato slashed with his kunai, beginning in his left eye, crossing the bridge of his nose and ending at Fugaku's right eye. "Argh!" Fugaku screamed as he dropped to the ground. He clutched to his face, blood dripping freely into the ground and his eyes completely destroyed. Fugaku didn't get to scream much more as Minato flashed in front of him and finished him with a point-blank Rasengan to his chest. Fugaku's body ripped through the ground as the blue sphere drilled into his chest, nearly tearing his body apart the instant it hit him. Minato lost track of Fugaku as he dropped to his knees, his Susanoo vanishing and taking deep breaths. His chakra stores were empty. His Susanoo, coupled with the final level of the Hiraishin for so long, had taken its toll. Minato had done his part in this battle, and he proceeded to flash to safety, to rest his body. Konan vs. Hinata. "Do you know what you are doing?" Hinata asked. "I have received the will of God and I must kill you. Any last words, little girl?" Konan asked in her traditional neutral and cold voice. "Bring it," Hinata replied. "Shikigami no Mai," Konan said, her body and clothing turning into small sheets of paper, the size of exploding tags. 2 white wings materialized behind her back, made completely of said paper. Konan flapped her wings, raising in the air and diving towards Hinata. Just as Konan was about to make contact, Hinata triggered her water body technique and dropped into a puddle of water, letting Konan fly by harmlessly. The water quickly moved its position, making Hinata reappear on the other side of the battlefield. Konan waved her arm towards Hinata, making hundreds of exploding tags burst from her arm and fly towards her. Hinata used her Byakugan and noticed that the tags were coming from all directions, circling around her and preparing to detonate. Shugohack Rokujiyan Sho, Protective 8 trigrams 64 palms. A similar version to the Kaiten technique but far more effective against Konan's attack. Hinata's hands glowed a soft blue. To the naked eye it would be just that, but to anyone with a Dijitsu or enough talent in sensing, they would be able to notice extremely thin, sharp chakra blades protruding from each of her fingers. Hinata waved her arm downwards, slicing dozens of bombs' tags and turning them into worthless pieces of paper on the ground. Hinata's arms were picking up speed, looking almost like blurs and forming some sort of barricade around her, similar to the Kaiten, but with chakra blades that sliced anything that came even near it. As time got by, the tags started decreasing in number by the dozens, and in just a couple of seconds they were nearly reduced to dust on the ground. Tisk, Konan huffed in annoyance. Her attack should have been enough to finish her, but apparently Hinata's reputation as an S-rank shinobi was well earned. Konan blinked as Hinata was suddenly at her face in a burst of speed. Konan quickly found herself on the defensive against Hinata's vicious strikes with both power and speed. Hinata went for a palm thrust into Conan's chest only for Conan to burst into hundreds of papers. The papers swirled around Hinata as they flew off and slowly started clotting together, giving Conan's form back. Conan blinked as she stumbled backwards, barely avoiding an array saban. The needles were so small and were thrown with such remarkable speed and precision that she nearly got hit. Tsutenkyaku, heaven kick of pain. Hinata came down from the sky, her heel hitting against Conan's back and smashing her into the ground in a large explosion. Hinata watched as Conan's form wavered as she fell apart into sheets of paper. Her Byakugan caught a blur and Hinata jumped away, avoiding several paper chakrams. Hinata twirled around and blasted forward. Conan's eyes widened as Hinata closed the distance in the blink of an eye, and all she could do was bring her arms up to shield herself. Smash! Conan was blasted backwards, crashing through the ground until finally coming to halt. Hinata took a saban and took a small blood sample from the ground where Conan had been it. She quickly sealed the saban back in her wrist seals and waited for Conan to get up. Conan dug her way out of the rubble and spat blood to the ground. She had enough with the Hyuga girl. She was going to end her no and go to help Nagato against with Kyuubi Brat. Conan was about to unleash her ultimate technique when she felt a change in Hinata. "Your aura has changed," Conan commented with curiosity. "It's called senjutsu." Hinata began. Her purple markings around her face seemed to glow with energy. "By absorbing natural energy and finding the proper mix with the physical and spiritual energy that make chakra, I can create a new mixture called senjutsu chakra. You would need to feel it to truly understand it," Hinata said softly, with clear passion in her voice. "The thing senjutsu chakra allows, it's truly amazing and scary sometimes. Naruto only uses senjutsu to boost his own power to levels that can defy logic, but I am more subtle about it. To me, senjutsu isn't only about power. The medical's applications of senjutsu are limitless. I can forcefully inject it into a chakra system and completely petrify a person, or I can use it to push to my body to levels never before reached," Hinata said seriously. "I can regenerate vital organs instantly, regrow limbs in a matter of seconds, push my body to the ultimate level by opening the 8 inner gates and live to tell the tale." Hinata laughed softly, raising her hand into the air, the purple mark spreading around her arm like a snake. "The power of the world in the back of my hand, as long as I have chakra, I don't fall in battle," Hinata said as her Byakugan flared to life once again. The world around her lighting up like a fire, her eyes able to see the natural energy around her. Running through the ground like endless rivers, flying in the wind like flocks, running deep in her veins like blood. The possibilities with senjutsu are endless, and I've just began to truly understand how chakra really works," Hinata said, ever so slowly lowering her right. "Like this," Hinata said and slowly tilted her head. Conan's eyes widened when her hair seemed to increase to impossible lengths, and before she could think of a proper response, Hinata's hair wrapped itself around Conan, pinning her wings to her back. Without a hand seal or anything else, Hinata's hair started rotating mid-air until it whiplashed Conan to the ground at neck-breaking speeds. Conan flexed her paper wings to break the fall, but even that wasn't enough to stop her momentum as she crashed into the ground, making a crater from the impact. Cough! Conan gritted her teeth, momentarily losing control of her origami bloodline and her body returning to normal. Conan's hand was holding her shoulder as if she let go, her shoulder would drop to the ground. With a sickening crunch, Conan pushed her shoulder backwards, placing it in the right place. "You won't stop Nagato's vision," Conan said with vigor as she raised her arms to the sky. This time it wasn't hundreds, but thousands of exploding tags coming out of her arms. Her breathing started to get heavier as her chakra levels started to drop lower and lower, her ultimate technique taking too much out of her. "Kami no Shisha no Jutsu, Paper Ocean Technique," Conan said as the thousands of paper tags seemed to swarm Hinata and start to spiral around her body. "Even if you transform into water, you won't get out of this alive. I've prepared this technique should Tobi ever step out of line." "Any last words?" Conan asked. "Yes," Hinata said, locking eyes with Conan, her Byakugan blazing. "You followed the wrong god, Senpaseka no Mi, Sage Art's petrifying eyes," Hinata said as her Byakugan seemed to give off a silver pulse. Conan suddenly drew a harsh breath as foreign chakra flooded her system and started overwhelming her. Hinata was about to finish her technique and petrify Conan forever when both Kunoichi felt the village tremble. Hinata stumbled and dropped her eye contact, making Conan fall to the ground, coughing and taking a series of quick breaths. "Nagato!" Conan yelled at the blinding light on the horizon, where she knew Nagato was fighting against the QB Kid. Konan jumped into the air, pouring the remnants of her chakra into forming her paper wings. Konan quickly flew off with Hinata running after her. Kisame vs. White Itachi. We meet again, Itachi-san, Kisame replied, grinning like a madman. It appeared he would get the battle he always wanted. So it seems, Itachi replied. People say I'm a shark, Kisame said, shrugging his shoulders. And sharks have to eat, Kisame finished, picking up his blade that seemed to shiver with excitement. Looks like Samahata has taken a liking to your chakra. Maybe it was all that time we worked together. Sueta Namasukaha, rainwater shark wave, Kisame said, flashing through hand seals and slamming his hand on a nearby pond. The water rose into the air and formed several large water sharks. Itachi didn't move from his place and simply took out 5 kunais with exploding tags attached. With a single hand, he threw all the 5 kunais at each shark's mouth with deadly accuracy. 5 explosions was the sound of Kisame's technique being defeated. Kisame just smirked when he noticed the explosion. All that water in the air simply reformed into more sharks. Although these ones were smaller, they were far more numerous. Kisame jumped into the air and brought his Samahata downwards, trying to smash Itachi. Just as the sword was about to make contact, Itachi exploded into crows that circled Kisame and reformed not far away. Kisame grinned and swung his Samahata backwards, hoping to catch Itachi off guard. A single kunai flew into Itachi's hand and, with dexterity, he simply blocked Kisame's swing. Itachi was flung backwards due to Kisame's raw strength but landed safely on the ground. Both dashed forward again and met in a flurry of punches. Itachi threw a kick only for Kisame to bring his sword to the front and block it with ease. Minutes later, both Kisame and Itachi found themselves struggling against each other, Samahata clashing against a simple kunai in a battle of strength. Itachi's eyes widened and he jumped backwards when Samahata seemed to become alive and ripped through the bandages that hid its real form. I told you, Samahata isn't a simple sword. Kisame grinned as he began hand seals. Suetun Suikoden no Jutsu, Water Shark Bomb, Kisame said, thrusting his hand forward, hurtling a big water-made chakra at Itachi at high speeds. Katan Gakakyu no Jutsu, Great Fireball Technique. Itachi jumped backwards to gain some room as he took a deep breath. He released a powerful ball of fire that crashed against the incoming shark, both technique neutralizing each other in a cloud of steam. Kisame took Samahata by the handle and scanned his surroundings for Itachi, the steam clouding his vision. You lose. Kisame's head twitched ever so slightly as Itachi seemed to shimmer behind him and place a simple kunai at his neck. You really are a prodigy of the Sharingan. Kisame laughed, not at all intimidated by the kunai at his neck. But I think you underestimated me. Kisame grinned, bursting into water as another Kisame appeared behind Itachi, this time placing Samahata at Itachi's neck. Kisame felt a small spike on Itachi's chakra and almost bubbled with excitement. So you are going to use those eyes? Kisame asked, not needing to see the Manjikyu on Itachi's eyes. I already was. Kisame's head did a 180 and saw another Itachi looking at Kisame with a neutral face. The Itachi at Kisame's mercy only shimmered out of existence, no water, no smoke, no crows, like it was never there to begin with. Impressive, Kisame said, lowering his blade and looking at Itachi carefully. You got some new eyes, I see. A gift, Itachi simply replied. How about we end this right now? Kisame asked. Our most powerful jutsu against each other. Kisame offered and Itachi simply nodded. Itachi's eyes began glowing as Kisame began working through a long chain of hand seals. Suetun Daikoden no Jutsu, Super Water Shark Bomb, Kisame shouted, thrusting both hands forward as a gigantic shark barreled towards Itachi, its massive jaws opened and ready to swallow anything on its way. Itachi was enveloped by an orange glow, signifying the use of his Susanoo shield. In just a few seconds, Itachi was completely surrounded by his fully formed Susanoo, complete with a sword on its right hand and a shield on its left hand. Yada no Kagami, Itachi simply said, putting his red shield forward. The Yada mirror, an ethereal red shield that was rumored to be endowed with all 5 nature transformations, capable of negating any type of opposition, whether it's spiritual or physical. The rumor was about to be put to the test as the massive water shark approached. The shield lived to its expectations as it didn't even buckle when the water shark crashed upon it. Taking use of Kisame's shocked face upon seeing his strongest ninjutsu attack negated like it was some little pawn trick, Itachi took his sword of Tatsuka and thrust forward, piercing through Kisame's chest. Kisame didn't scream out in pain or anything. Perhaps he was still shocked, or maybe he just didn't feel anything. Itachi, it seems that in the end, even a shark gets eaten, Kisame said as his form started to crumble and he was absorbed into the sword, sealed for all eternity. Blue, Tobirama, versus Devapath. Why do you follow the Kyuubi brat? The Devapath asked in his monotone voice. Because I believe in his ideals. He and I, we are both realists. We see the world as it is, not as we'd like it to be, Blue Tobirama said. And he, unlike my older brother, doesn't think this world will know peace with friendly talks and by playing nice. He will reach peace, one way or another, Blue finished. I see, the Devapath replied, narrowing his eyes. Who are you? He asked with simple curiosity, no real need to know. My name matters not. I'm the man that will support Naruto to the best of his abilities, and if that includes killing you, then so be it, Blue Tobirama said, clasping his hands together in a prayer sign. Sueton Baku Swishuha, great exploding water wave, Blue Tobirama said as spiraling vortex of water appeared in front of him. The vortex exploded from the top, coming down against the Devapath in the form of a gigantic wave. Shinra Tensei, Devapath raised his hand, pushing the wave backwards. The remaining water circled around the repulsive barrier. If Nao's information is correct, he should have a small interval between attacks, Blue Tobirama thought as he watched the water calm down and the Devapath lowering his arm. Blue flexed his right wrist, making a pop sound followed by a small cloud of smoke. Blue took the handle of whatever came out of the storage seals and channeled chakra through it. The handle seemed to roar to life, forming a blade of sparkling yellow light. It's the first time I've ever laid eyes on the Raijin no Ken, Sword of the Thunder God. If I remember correctly, it belonged to the Naidame Hokage of the Leaf, Senju Tobirama, the Devapath said, not the slightest impressed by the legendary sword. Not belong, Blue Tobirama said, bringing his hand to his blue mask. Belongs, Blue said, dropping the mask to the floor and showing his face with 3 red markings and shaggy white hair. Senju Tobirama, the Devapath simply said, taking in the man in front of him. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised by your appearance, seeing that the fourth is also alive and well, the Devapath stated. Sueton Sudanya, severing wave. Tobirama spewed a highly compressed jet of water. The jet ripped through the ground like a knife through hot butter as it approached the Devapath. Shinra Tensei, the Devapath shouted. The water jet collided with the shield, splashing like water on hard floor. Tobirama immediately dropped his attack and threw a few kunais. My power isn't ready yet, the Devapath thought, tilting his head to the side and allowing the kunais to fly by harmlessly. Hire Shinjiri, flying thunder god slash. The Devapath heard a voice behind and quickly turned around, only to catch a small glimmer of yellow as the Raijin no Ken detached his head from his shoulders. Thump, the Devapath's head rolled to the floor as Tobirama turned off his sword. Some god, Tobirama muttered as he walked away to help Kumo deal with the invading force of Zetsus. Red Kushina versus Predapath, another one, the Predapath said, his Rinnegan boring straight into the red dragon. You have Uzumaki chakra, the Predapath commented with slight curiosity. I'm related to Uzumaki Mito after all, Red replied, shrugging her shoulders. I have red hair like the real you. My Uzumaki genes are dominant, but does it matter? Don't expect mercy on my hand just because we belong to the same clan. You want my so dash. Kushina stopped mid-sentence as she was about to reveal her identity. Forget it, Red said, unsheathing her sword from her back. Futon no Yoroi, Red said, her body gaining a small blue aura around her, almost invisible to the naked eye but like a light bulb to the Rinnegan. Isen, chakra wave. Red flicked her sword, releasing a blue crescent wave of chakra towards the Predapath who held his ground. The Predapath allowed the jutsu to hit him head-on, only for the technique to disappear upon contact. He completely absorbed my attack, he must be the Predapath, Red concluded in thought, deciding to resort to more physically oriented attacks. It was lucky that she was a more physically oriented fighter. Even with her slender frame, she still packed quite a punch. Red took a deep breath and allowed her body to relax. Her aura begun shutting down as she dropped her wind armor. No use in wasting chakra when the enemy could simply absorb it into his own reserves. Red buckled her knees and shot forward, leaving a trail of dust. Red swung her sword, the blade whistling as it cut through the air with ease. The Predapath instinctually ducked and jumped backwards to gain distance from his opponent. He himself wasn't an offensive path but more of defensive one, and against a fast and powerful opponent like the Red Dragon, the Predapath found himself troubled. The Predapath quickly found himself on the defensive against Red's unrelenting attacks and vicious strikes. Red narrowed her eyes when she saw a black metal rod appear from the Predapath's hands and parry her sword. Both weapons clashed with a resound bang, orange sparks flying as both metals grinded against each other in a battle for supremacy. Red took a single hand from her sword and pointed it straight at her opponent. The Predapath noticed a small glint in her palm. His eyes widened and he immediately pushed himself backwards as a golden chain sprouted from her hand, grazing his cheek and drawing a small line of blood. Chains as well. Is she related to the QB brat as well? The Predapath mused in thought, struggling to dodge the incoming chains that seemed to increase in number as time went on. The Predapath couldn't do much against such opponent, and in desperate times come desperate moves. The Predapath rushed forward, dodging a few incoming chains as he made his way to Red, who was stationary while using her chains. The Predapath spread his arms, making black rods sprout from each hand. Red raised an eyebrow as the Predapath jumped into the air and flexed both rods at her, hoping to end her quickly. Red tilted her head in confusion as two chains shot from near her feet and wrapped themselves around the rods, snapping them like rotten wooden twigs. Red swung around and smashed her foot into his chest, sending the Predapath sailing through the air and landing harshly on the ground. The Predapath looked up and quickly rolled on the ground to avoid a volley of shurikens. Chain style, Red said, placing both hands on the ground and looking up towards the Predapath. Chain forest, Red said as the ground started to rumble ever so slightly. Hundreds of chains burst from the ground near her hands as they made their way against the Predapath. The chains seemed like snakes, slithering their way to their target. The Predapath could only look in horror at the incoming amount of chains. He knew that it was the end for him. He could never dodge that amount of chains, not matter how hard he tried, so he simply accepted his fate. The chains wrapped themselves around his arms and legs, ripping him apart in a matter of seconds. Green, Hashirama, versus Animal Path. Kuchio's no Jutsu, Summoning Jutsu. The Animal Path wasted no time in talking to the Green Dragon. There was a big cloud of smoke as the ground started quaking. A giant rhino burst from the smoke, stomping his way towards the Green Dragon, who was already going through hand seals. Mokutan, Hote no Jutsu, Laughing Buddha Jutsu. Gigantic wooden hands erupted upwards from the ground. These hands quickly wrapped themselves around the incoming rhino, halting his progress and pinning him to the ground. The Animal Path slammed both hands on the ground, bringing forth more summons. This time a loud shrill filled the air as the summon shot from the smoke and high into the sky. Green was momentarily distracted with the bird summon that he didn't notice the ground beneath his feet start to crack. A giant centipede burst from the ground, sending Green flying through the air, but he landed gracefully a few feet away. Looking at the rhino, Green forced his wood ninjutsu upon his enemy, making the wooden hands clench around the animal. The rhino groaned in pain until he burst into smoke. The bird gave another shrill as he looked down and plummeted towards Green. He jumped backwards as the bird crashed into the ground, the bird's beak drilling into the earth. Green was still midair when he felt the earth rumble. He looked backwards to see the large centipede burst from the ground and open its mouth. The centipede gobbled Green in the blink of an eye and closed its massive jaw. Mokutan. From the centipede's mouth came the muffled voice of Green as several spikes of wood emerged from the ground. These spikes impaled the centipede in multiple places, raising him into the air like some piece of meat on a stick. The summon burst into smoke, letting Green land safely on the ground. Green looked towards the Animal Path, who was on top of the bird's head, out of Green's reach for now. Kuchio's no Jutsu, Summoning Jutsu. The Animal Path muttered. Another cloud of smoke, followed by a large, brown-colored dog with a chakra receiver stuck through its head. Roar! The dog bared his fangs and charged forward, the ground shaking with each step he took. Green held his ground, his hands blurring through hand seals faster than the average eye could follow. Mokutan, Mokuri no Jutsu, Wood Dragon. A big wooden dragon with glowing yellow eyes burst from the ground. The wooden dragon coiled like a snake before springing forward at high speeds. The dragon sneaked through the incoming dog's body, wrapping itself around his legs and bringing him to the ground. The dog howled in pain, his snout meeting the hard ground when his legs were tied together. To Green's surprise, the dog didn't disappear in smoke with that crash. No, in fact the dog somehow split into two and rushed forward once again. Green didn't stop to ponder what happened and sent two more dragons forward, one for each dog, and the same thing repeated itself. The dog crashed into the ground and proceeded to split and slip through the dragon's grasp. It seems that I can't defeat that summon, Green mused in thought as 4 dogs charged at him. Mokutan, Shichuro no Jutsu, for pillar prison, Green said. The ground grumbled, and this time not caused by the approaching summons. Green took his time, letting the dogs approach him until they reached the intended spot. Several timber pillars shot from the ground, forming a perfect square around the dogs. The dogs whined as they crashed into the wooden walls and proceeded to split once again. Although this time they would not be going anywhere as they were confined inside the wooden prison. Time to end this, Green thought as he looked at the sky, watching the impassive face of the animal path. Mokutan Hijitsu, Jukai Koten, Deep Forest Emergence. Dozens of trees rose from the ground, and this time they didn't stop at that. The trees continued growing into almost impossible heights as they went after the bird in the sky. The animal path's eyes widened when he saw the gigantic trees approaching and immediately began evasive maneuvers. Excellent, Green thought as he watched the animal path getting distracted with the trees. Green clasped both hands together and waited patiently as several red markings spread across his forehead and cheekbones. Senpu Myojinmen, Gate of the Great God! 2 massive red torii fell from the sky. The animal path was busy dodging the trees and didn't realize the danger coming from the above. Each torii landed on one of the bird's wings, bringing him to ground level with a loud crash. The animal path jumped as the bird crashed into the ground and disappeared in smoke. He was about to summon more when the wooden trees wrapped themselves around his form. It's over, Green said, dropping down from the trees and landing in front of the animal path. Nothing will stop me, the animal path said before Green removed as the chakra receivers, making the body fall to the ground dead. He was already dead, but this time he wouldn't be a puppet anymore. Pink, now versus Azura Path. Neo dropped her mask onto the ground. It was no use hiding her face and identity when Fugaku had just told the world who was hidden beneath it. The old hag won't be happy about this. Now grinned to herself at the thought of the old Senju hag rambling. Traitor to your own family, the Azura Path said, several mechanical contraptions bursting from his body. Fugaku was the traitor. Now spat back, not appreciating being called traitor. He killed my sister just because she didn't follow his orders blindly like the rest of my pathetic clan. Now gritted his teeth. She hoped that Minato was giving Fugaku what he deserved. We were great, once, but Fugaku drove us into this quest for power, and in the end, he ruined us. It's interesting how a single person can influence the world. Now sighed sadly before looking up and looking at the Azura Path, knowing that Nagato was listening behind this puppet. And he will do the same thing to all of you. Now warned. He cares only for himself. He doesn't share your goals, Nagato. You want peace. The only thing he wants is control over everything, and he will kill anyone that tries to oppose him. I think you are mistaken about me now, the Azura Path said, a slow chuckle escaping his lips. Even I know there are no loyalties in the Akatsuki. Everyone is in there for themselves. Some for art, some for money, power, others just for fun of it, but in the end, they all did what I ordered, the Azura Path replied as his weapons readied themselves. Just like you, the Azura Path pointed out, emphasizing each word as his head seemed to open to reveal to a cannon. He started gathering energy just before unleashing a powerful chakra blast. Now dropped her head, her eyes finding the floor. I know, now said softly, ignoring the incoming missile of chakra. I have my fair share of sins to atone for, and I think this is a good beginning, now said, taking both swords from her back. Now raised her head, her eyes bearing a look of fierce determination. She extended both arms forward and sliced the incoming chakra ball with ease, making it explode right in front of her. She raised a single arm to her face, shielding her eyes from the heat of the blast. Her Sharingan caught movement through the cloud of smoke and she immediately jumped backwards. The ground where she stood exploded when a small missile landed on the ground. Now looked up to see several more missiles heading towards her. She turned around and started running from them. She looked backwards to see that the number of missiles had diminished, but the remaining ones seemed to be tracking her. Now placed a single sword in her back and used her free hand to take out several shurikens. With precision only the Uchiha clan was known for, the shurikens hit the missiles, destroying them right in midair. Katan, Gakaku no Jutsu, Great Fireball Technique, now took a deep breath and released a powerful fireball that burned its way towards Azura Path. He remained in place as the blast of fire crashed upon him. now narrowed her eyes when she noticed that the Azura Path took the jutsu head-on but seemed unharmed. As the smoke cleared, the Azura Path stood unharmed. His traditional Akatsuki cloak was ruined, leaving him bare skin from the waist up. Instead of the traditional pink color of skin, Azura's chest was nearly all silver in color, with several metallic plates. Tisk, now thought when she noticed that her fire attack did nothing but to melt his clothes. She would need more heavy powerful attacks if she wanted to break through the shell of his Genjutsu was out, Taijutsu was well, since she didn't have enough raw strength to break that kind of metal. Ninjutsu it is, now thought with a grin, her Sharingan slowly spinning and her black tomos blurring together to give birth to her eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. She shivered when she felt the usual rush of chakra into her eyes. Only shinobi with Dijitsu could ever relate. It was like scratching that itch that wasn't really painful, but it was enough to be uncomfortable. Perhaps she was just like to using the Sharingan, or maybe it was the enhanced vision that came with it. She took a deep breath and pushed those thoughts away. She was in the middle of a battle, and even the slightest of distractions could prove deadly. She slowly rose her eyes lids, the world around her lighting up. She blinked slowly as she watched dozens of incoming missiles, courtesy of the Azura Path, now stood her ground, watching the incoming missiles approach ever so slowly, 1 inch at a time. Her eyes started releasing a soft reddish glow as a purple aura manifested around her body. She took her last sword and cautiously placed her in her back, as if with a too hard of a movement they would break. The swords were the last remaining links she had to her sister, along with her eyes. It barely took a second for her Susanoo to roar to life, shielding her body from the incoming threat. Now watched as the first missile hit her Susanoo's shield and simply squashed itself like a mosquito in a window. The same fate happened with the following missiles. They didn't even scratch the surface of her ethereal shield. Now Susanoo grew in size, manifesting itself to its full height. A single, vibrant red-colored sword appeared in her right hand. Now flexed her own hand and the Susanoo gripped the sword tighter. Now cocked her arm backwards and pushed her sword forward at blinding speeds. The Azura Path dodged to the side and replied with several chakra blasts that crashed upon her Susanoo. While powerful in his own right, the Azura Path didn't have the weapons necessary to break through Nao's ultimate defense. Another swing and the Azura Path started running away, letting out small chakra blasts and the occasional missile. Now closed her eyes and took a deep breath in deep concentration. She snapped her eyes open, immediately locking his position. Amaterasu. A wave of black flames exploded on the Azura Path, who fell to the ground. Now narrowed her eyes when she saw his bones shifting under his skin. The arm burning with the black flames of Amaterasu simply fell to the ground like some disposable object. She watched as another mechanical arm took his place like nothing had ever happened. Looks like I need to either destroy his body completely or take out the chakra receivers. Now mused in thought as she watched the Azura Path point his arm at her, and forming a fist. His fist detached itself from his arm before rocketing towards her. The fist missile crashed against her Susanoo, and yet again, nothing but smoke. This is getting nowhere, now thought with disappointment. They were at a standstill. Her only way of winning was with destroy his body with her Susanoo, but he was too slippery for her to hit him. Kane Bodhi, flame body, now thought, dropping her shield and channeling fire chakra through her body, making it explode with fire. She bent her knees before throwing herself forward towards the Azura Path. Kasai no Ken, fire fist. Her right fist glowed a dark orange as she swung her arm at her opponent. The Azura Path simply tilted backwards, watching the trail of flames her fist left behind. Now thrust her left arm forward. Hit him a fireball. A small fireball exploded from her arm, hitting the Azura Path straight in the head. Knowing that such attack wouldn't stop his mechanized body, she rose her leg to kick him. The Azura Path swiftly caught her leg by the ankle and threw her away like some rag doll. Now twisted midair and landed safely on the ground. Her eyes started glowing once again, and her reddish aura of fire started darkening into a menacing pure black. Amaterasu no Yoroi, now said, standing there with her body completely covered in Amaterasu flames. She's feeding her chakra into the flames to stop them from burning her. The Azura Path thought and prepared as now blurred forward. Entenshiro Senkai, Inferno-style swirling death, now arrived near the Azura Path and unleashed a flurry of kicks and punches so fast that the Azura Path was finding himself pushed back. He couldn't block those attacks or he would be hit with the powerful black flames. Enten Hyo Arakuru, Inferno-style raging fire. The Azura Path's eyes widened when now unleashed a wave of black flames from her arms. The Azura Path pointed both arms forward and released a couple chakra blasts to dispel the attack. He watched as the flames fell to the ground and started eating away the rock. Now swung her arms wildly and watched as a ring of fire appeared in the battlefield, trapping both shinobi inside it. It didn't take long for the flames to grow tall and easily block their view of the outside. "You won't be going anywhere," Now smirked, flexing her arms. The Azura Path scoffed at her pointless threats. He was, after all, a dead body, being reanimated with the Six Paths technique, and should he ever be destroyed, Nagato could easily put his body back together. Shura no Ko! The Azura Path unleashed a couple more of chakra bombs. Now twirled, avoiding a ball of chakra, and swiftly ducked another one. Now rushed forward, taking out both swords in the process. Enten Kasai Surashu, Inferno-style fire slash. Now swung her blade and unleashed a black crescent wave of chakra. Now watched as her attack connected and chopped off his arm only for it to regrow once again. Now took a deep breath and channeled all the chakra she could into her leg and sword. Her swords took a darker aura, causing the black flames to increase in size and heat. She looked up and locked eyes with her target just before whispering her ultimate Kenjutsu technique. Enten Enhekishu no Jutsu, Inferno-style flame blade assassination jutsu. Her body shimmered out of existence. The Azura Path's eyes widened when he felt the surge of power and completely lost track of now. He felt a small air displacement behind his back and immediately turned back. All he caught was 7 streaks of black before now disappeared once again, back to her original position. Now smirked as the Azura Path fell to the ground in a mix of severed limbs. 7 precise and incredible powerful strikes. 1 to take his head, 1 for each arm, 1 for each leg, and 2 more to his chest, essentially leaving nothing but chunks. With a final Amaterasu, she left his body to slowly burn to ashes, outside of Konoha. "This isn't very graceful yet," Deidara said, tired of waiting in the trees hidden from sight. "Be quiet, Deidara," Sasori reprimanded. Both Akatsuki members were outside of Konoha walls, waiting for their contact to arrive. The problem was that both of them had rather short tempers and waiting wasn't something either liked to do. "I'm just saying. These tree huggers have no respect for art," Deidara grumbled. Sasori was about to reply when 2 shinobi dropped in front of them. "Deidara and Sasori?" Torian asked. "We are here. Don't keep us waiting anymore with worthless questions," Sasori replied harshly. Both root shinobi said nothing but merely started walking towards Konoha with both Akatsuki members in tow. "This way," Torian said, leading his group through a more quiet entrance other than the main gates. Torian and Fu led the Akatsuki members through the barrier that covered Konoha without raising any type of alarm. "Where are our marks?" Sasori asked, making both root members stop walking and turn to stare intently at Sasori. "We do not need to remind you of your deal with Danzo-sama, do we?" Fu asked, with a dangerous tone in his voice. "We will keep our end of the deal. We will draw the attention for the dragons into Kumo in exchange for the bijou," Sasori explained, and Fu nodded, resuming their path towards their objectives. Minutes later, both Akatsuki members and the 2 root shinobi were standing outside of the Senju compound. They were standing a bit away so they didn't get detected. "My bugs tell me that the dragons are still in there, along with the Ichibi and the Nanabai," Torian said. "Let's go then," Deidara said, rising from the ground, but was stopped by a hand on his shoulder. "Don't be foolish," Fu warned. "There are 5 seal masters living there. Anyone not authorized to enter the compound would be reduced to ashes before he could even cry in pain. We must wait for them to leave. I will interrupt the Ichibi from getting called, and from there you will take charge, understood?" Torian asked, and both Deidara and Sasori nodded. With Kakashi was jumping from rooftop to rooftop, his form blurring through the buildings as he made his way to Yugao's apartment. A few minutes later, Kakashi found himself standing at her front door. Unlike other shinobi, Yugao had a small apartment in a building shared with civilians. Yugao was one of the few shinobi whose house building was shared. Most shinobi preferred their privacy and usually lived in single, separate houses. This, of course, didn't apply to the clans. Then again, clans were usually big families and not random strangers all living together in the same building, split only by a few walls. Kakashi knocked on the door and waited patiently for a reply. Seconds quickly turned into minutes, and Kakashi knocked once more. Getting no response, Kakashi leaned in, placing his head on the wooden door, and listened for any sounds coming from the interior. Strange, Kakashi thought as he kneeled on the ground, standing a few inches away from the door lock. He went to his pockets and retrieved a small case, no bigger than his own hands. He set the case on the stone floor and quickly unrolled the fabric to reveal a few shining metal tools. Kakashi nearly felt like whistling as he took a thin metallic lock pick and introduced the tool into the lock. Kakashi listened and felt for the clicks as the lock's pins were placed in the right place, allowing the tumbler to rotate freely. Kakashi pocketed his tools and opened the door. The first thought that came through Kakashi's mind was amusement. Shoes tucked away in a corner, 2 swords hang neatly in a nearby wall, a small shelf filled with books, no empty room for more, and surprisingly enough, no books lying around the house other than the bookshelf. Still the same old perfectionist, Kakashi thought to himself, walking towards the room and silently opening the door. His Sharingan came to life as he gazed in the darkness of the bedroom, and saw nothing more than an empty bed. Kakashi went to check the remaining rooms but found no evidence of Yugao. All of her clothes and equipment were still here, so he ruled out defecting. Kakashi was closing the door out of the apartment when his nose caught a familiar scent. Hate! That explains her absence in her home, Kakashi thought with a grin as he closed the door and made his way towards Hayate's house, where he was sure he would find Yugao. It took only a couple of minutes for him to reach his new destination. Hayate's house was an ordinary house, but unlike Yugao, Hayate lived alone in the building. Kakashi approached the door and, like any good neighbor, he politely knocked on the door and waited for someone to answer. Kakashi's eyes narrowed when his nose smelled something metallic. Blood, Kakashi concluded as he took a step back and kicked the door open, blasting the wooden door right of the hinges. The house was a mess, to say the least. There was blood everywhere and signs of a small battle. Kunais and shurikens on the floor and walls. The tables were destroyed along with the chairs, pieces of the walls on the ground. Kakashi quickly searched the house for any signs of Yugao or anyone else. The amount of blood that was sprayed around the apartment was too much for someone to survive. He chose to follow his nose, trailing the scent of blood to its source. Kakashi quickly reached another door, presumably to Hayate's bedroom, and decided to take caution. Something had happened here, as it wasn't pretty. Kakashi stealth approached the door and slowly pushed it open, the wooden frame creaking ever so slowly. "Yugao, Hayate!" Kakashi shouted as he saw his two comrades lying on the ground, in a pool of their own blood. He quickly rushed to their side, hoping that they would still be alive. Kakashi gingerly brought a finger to their neck and sighed in relief when he felt a pulse. A weak one at that, but a pulse nonetheless. "Kakasher," Yugao muttered weakly, barely able to part her lips. Hayate seemed to be in even worse state, completely unconscious. They were lucky to have fallen unconscious with their wounds facing the floor, somewhat stemming the blood flow. Kakashi did a quick overall scan of the room and found another person lying in a nearby corner with a sword driven through his chest. An assassin, Kakashi mused in thought, noticing a single white mask on the attacker's face and simple ANBU clothing. "Shadow Clone Jutsu," Kakashi said, making a clone of himself and hoisting Yugao over his shoulders, with one hand applying pressure to her wounds. Kakashi's clone did the same with Hayate as both dashed towards the hospital. During their way, Kakashi made another clone to inform the Hokage that someone had targeted her bodyguard. While Yugao was jounin and one of the best, there were far more likely targets for an assassination inside the village. Everyone knew that Yugao was an ANBU, but a mere few knew that she the Hokage's bodyguard. Just thinking that someone had found their identities and made a move on them was troubling enough. With Akatsuki en route, now, Torian shouted as the four members stormed the Senju compound. Gaara was about to respond to Naruto's summon when a swarm of bugs burst from the ground, ripping through the wooden floor. Futon de Tapa, great breakthrough. Gaara took a deep breath and unleashed a powerful gust of wind, breaking the swarm and pushing the insects backwards. Without a second thought, Gaara jumped towards the window, smashing the glass and ending on the outside of the Senju compound. Sand started flowing freely from his wrist seals as it started crushing the flying bugs. Bugs are a specialty of the Abdurrahim clan and Fuchan. Gaara thought in confusion as to the person responsible for this attack. Katsu. Gaara's eyes widened when a white bird appeared right in front of his face and started glowing. He barely had time to shield his face as he was blasted back, his sand skin cracking slightly due to the explosion. Gaara cursed beneath his breath as he twisted midair and landed on the ground. Boom! The ground beneath Gaara's feet suddenly exploded, covering his form in smoke. "All done," Deidara smirked, coming down from the sky on top of his clay bird. His cocky smirk was quickly wiped from his face when the smoke cleared, and instead of battered Gaara, He found a solid cocoon of sand on its place. Akatsuki, is it? Gaara asked rhetorically as the sand cocoon opened slowly to show his neutral face. You are either very brave or very stupid to attack the one of the 5 great elemental nations on broad daylight, Gaara said, stepping on top of a small chunk of sand and started floating into the air. Deidara was not happy his plan hadn't worked. Now he had to actually fight the Ichibi Jinchuriki. Looks like my plan failed, Deidara grumbled in disappointment. Gaara was about to reply when they felt the ground starting to rumble. Gaara's eyes widened when he felt a massive spike of chakra and his head snapped to his left just in time to see a wall of the Senju compound being blasted open by a small Bijudama. Bastard, a deep voice came from inside the compound as Sasori came running from inside. Fu stepped outside slowly, in her 5-tailed Jinchuriki state. Piercing green eyes, dark blue chakra cloak. The ground cracked as Fu shot forward, heading straight towards Sasori. Gaara's eyes followed Fu as her Bijou-empowered fist crashed into Sasori's form, obliterating the Akatsuki member into pieces. They are not alone, Fu-chan. Be careful, Gaara warned, remembering the swarm that nearly overwhelmed him earlier. Let me out, I want to play too, Shikaki yelled from inside Gaara's mind. This is no time for jokes. They are attacking us and Konoha isn't responding. Fu's attack should have drawn a lot of attention, Gaara replied, and Shikaku frowned. I haven't used this body in years. A voice broke Gaara from his thoughts as his eyes turned to the new voice. Sasori of the Red Sand. I wondered when you would show your face to us, Gaara said. You are well informed, Sabaku no Gaara, Sasori replied, stretching his wooden limbs. We know more about your organization than you could ever hope to think, Gaara said. Fu slowly made her way towards his side as more sand started pouring from his storage seals. Fu-chan, are you in control? Gaara asked towards his partner in Bijou form. Yes, Fu snarled at the Akatsuki members. Go, Gaara said, raising a wave of sand as Fu roared and dashed forward. Deidara's bird quickly flew high into the sky, out of range from Gaara's sand. Sasori disposed of his Akatsuki cloak to reveal his puppet body. From his back came several metal blades that blocked Fu's punch. Roar, Fu roared, releasing a shockwave that pushed Sasori backwards and cracked the ground from the pressure. Sasori skidded through the ground until he stopped. Tisk, Sasori sighed beneath his breath as he took his favorite puppet. Things weren't supposed to be like this. There wasn't supposed to be a battle in the first place. Satetsu Shigeru, Iron Sand Rain. Sasori's puppet, also known as the Sandame Kazekage, opened his mouth, releasing a cloud of black grains of iron. Satetsu Keshu, Iron Sand Gathering. The iron sand started compressing into high-density shapes, the size of small houses as they hovered in the air. With a flick of wrist, Sasori commanded his puppet to send the barrage of chunks of iron towards Fu. Fu watched as the weapons of iron quickly approached, and she bent her knees, disappearing from her position with a loud swoosh sound. Sasori took an involuntary step back when he lost track of Fu. He caught movement in the corner of his eyes and formed a metallic sheet of iron in front of him, just in time to block a Bijou-powered fist from Fu. Her punch connected with Sasori's defense with a loud bang, the sound reverberating through the air, a testament to both the power of the strike and the sturdiness of Sasori's shield. Katsu, Deidara yelled as dozens of white clay bombs surrounded Fu and exploded. Deidara narrowed his eyes and scoffed when he noticed Fu completely enclosed in sand, protecting her from the blast. Roar, Sasori's eyes widened in shock when the sand dome opened and a bright glow emanated from the inside. Bijudama, Fu released a tailed beast bomb at point-blank range. When the smoke cleared, there was no puppet or puppeteer to be seen. Fu took a whiff of the air and her head snapped to the sky where she saw Deidara flying on his bird with Sasori next to him, with a missing arm. We cannot fight them head-on, Sasori said, looking at his missing arm. They have too much raw power for either of us, in that case. Deidara grinned as his hands flew to his bags on his legs. He took out a big chunk of clay and started molding it. C3, Deidara yelled, throwing his creation into the sky. With a single hand seal, his creation increased in volume, taking the size of a small building, and started plummeting to the ground. Gaara's eyes widened at the sheer magnitude on the incoming clay meteorite. A bomb of that size would destroy a chunk of Konoha, Gaara thought in panic, raising his arms to the sky. Sand started pouring out of his wrist seals like rivers. Kusa Bohiki, Giant Sand Shield, Gaara said as the sand started covering the Senju compound. A giant shield started forming itself mid-air, right on the path of the incoming explosive. The explosion lit the sky and Gaara gritted his teeth, pouring more power into the shield to protect the village from the blast. Once the explosion had cleared, Gaara took a deep breath as fell to his knees. He poured too much chakra into the technique to defend the village. Give some chakra, Gaara said to Shikaku, huffing as he kneeled on the ground for support. Now you want my help? Shikaku snarled at his Jinchuriki. Please, Gaara said, and Shikaku scoffed. Fine, but it will take a while to replenish your chakra reserves. Even with me helping, Shikaku replied and allowed some of his chakra to seep into Gaara's network, slowly refilling his reserves. Whoa, Deidara shouted, forcing his clay bird to bank left all of a sudden as a tailed beast ball barely grazed them. Deidara started evasive maneuvers as Fu started firing multiple bijudamas against the bird, trying to bring them to ground level. She looked towards Gaara and saw him slowly regaining his breathing. Gaara-san. Gaara's attention turned to the incoming voice as 2 Anbu squads arrived at their position. Reinforcements? Sasori rhetorically asked. It was bound to happen with all the ruckus you made, Sasori said towards Deidara, who huffed in defiance. Does it matter? Deidara grumbled. Let's just take the Jinchurikis and be done with this. Help her, Gaara said, slowly regaining his breathing. Gaara watched as one Anbu group dashed after Fu, and before Gaara could explain what was happening, one of the Anbus slapped a Bijou suppression seal on Fu's body. Fu roared as Komiai's chakra was suppressed, and the link to her Bijou closed off. What are you doing? Gaara yelled as the remaining Anbu squad tried to do the same with him. Gaara was lucky to have his sand that automatically pushed the Anbu back. Gaara's mobility was still impaired by the heavy usage of chakra, and he didn't have many options left. Whoever these Anbu were, they were in working with the Akatsuki. Gaara was forced to jump backwards as the Anbu group engaged offensive actions against him. What is happening? Gaara thought as he dodged another sword strike. His eyes turned towards Fu's unconscious form, her body being loaded into Deidara's bird. Konoha has been compromised. And the rest of the group was drawn into another battle, Gaara thought, pondering his options. 2 Akatsuki members along 8 Anbu members were too much for him now that he was drained. Gaara did the only thing he could in this situation. He channeled what chakra he had available and shined away from the battlefield. Deidara yelled when he noticed Gaara disappearing in a tornado of sand. The Ichibi is running away. Forget about him, Deidara. We will use the Nanabai as bait. He will come for her, Sasori explained, but Deidara grumbled nonetheless before accepting the facts. Sasori jumped on top of Deidara's bird as the two flew away from Konoha, knowing that Gaara wouldn't take long to come after them. With Gaara cancelled his Shunshin due to lack of chakra, arriving a few miles away from the Senju compound and collapsing against a tree, taking deep breaths. He looked over his shoulder, scanning his surroundings for any possible shinobi. He could trust very few people if Konoha's ANBU had been compromised. Gaara looked at the sky and noticed a white bird hovering around Konoha and flying away. Gaara strained his eyes at the bird itself, and saw Fu's limp form on the bird. I'll need help, Gaara said out loud before dashing towards the only place he knew he would get help to rescue Fu. What's taking so long? Gaara asked towards his bijou. Well, excuse me for not being able to flush your system with chakra like the Kyuubi, Shikaku snarled. Just keep giving me what you can, Gaara replied, trying to avoid conflict with the raccoon and his mood swings. Gaara stood up, having regained his breath, and run off towards the Aburaim compound. The Shunshin was out of the question. He had used what little he had left to get away from the Akatsuki. Aburaim compound. Push them back into the woods, Shibi yelled to his clan. All of a sudden his compound was being swarmed by 2 Anbu squads. Hijitsu Mushitatsumaki, insect tornado, Shino said as the bugs surrounded the enemy and started spinning around them at high speeds. As the tornado was spinning, each bug took a bite of each one of the ANBU. It was mere moments later that the ANBU were all but disintegrated. It's done, Shibi said, taking a deep breath and falling to his knees. Arghhhh, Shibi suddenly began yelling in pain and fell to the ground, squirming in pain. Father! Shino yelled, rushing his father as well some members of the clan. What's happening? Some member asked, clearly wondering what was happening to their leader. Shino laid his father flat on the ground and ripped his chest's clothes to display a growing purple spot in the middle of his chest. Rinkichu, phosphorus destruction insect, Shino simply said, ignoring the gasps of everyone around them. Rinkichu, a rare breed of nano-sized, venomous insects that destroy the body's cells, causing excruciating pain in the process. Take him to the hospital, it's too late for that. We would never make in time, Shino replied, ignoring the protests of the rest of the clan. As Shino, Shibi gasped, reaching for his son and bringing his closer. The clan, it's up to you, Shibi whispered, dying and his arm dropping limp to the side. The Aburame clan, a clan that valued logic above all, a clan that taught each member to bury emotions, to remain objective on the field. Even having been taught all that, Shino couldn't help but let out a small tear. Damn it, Shino swore, punching the ground. Report the attack to the Hokage, Shino said, but neither member moved. Now, he snarled, startling everyone around him. The members scattered to fix the damage that had been done to the compound and to report to the Hokage. Shino sighed and picked his father's body. He didn't need to worry about the Rinkachu since they went destroyed themselves once the host they fed upon had died. Shino quickly made his way towards the compound, a small walk but it felt like miles. Shino arrived near his house and looked as the door opened. Shino? A female voice appeared on the other side. No, she whispered when she saw Shibi's limp form being carried in his son's arms. Shibi, she yelled, rushing towards them. Shino stopped and lowered his father to the ground, allowing his mother to envelop Shibi in a desperate hug. Sorry, Shino said, his voice raspy and dry. They took us by surprise and one of the attackers was one of us, Shino whispered, watching his mother swallow herself in grief at the death of her husband. He's a better place now, Shino offered, feeling completely helpless. He had already accepted his father's death, and was trying his best to help his mother. Stop rationalizing everything, his mother yelled, her eyes red with tears. He was your father, and you can't even spare a tear in his honor. Do you even feel anything for us? His mother asked. I would sacrifice anything for my family, Shino replied instantly, and immediately snapped to attention. Stay behind me, Shino ordered, feeling a presence rapidly approaching the compound. His eyes looked around until he caught Gaara approaching, and the first thing he noticed was his state. Sweat dropping from his face and his chest weaving heavily. What happened? Shino asked, shouldering Gaara so he didn't fall to the ground. Akatsuki, Gaara replied, and Shino was immediately on alert. They took Fu, Gaara said softly, and Shino's heart sank. First his father and now Fu. Where? Shino simply asked, but Gaara noticed the slight edge on his voice. Gaara looked to the ground and his eyes widened when he saw Shino's father dead. You were attacked as well, Gaara said, and Shino nodded. Looks like it had been a joint attack on the clans of the village. Gaara could only speculate on the goal of everything. Rest, Shino said, and lowered Gaara to the ground. What are we going to do? Gaara asked, finally being able to rest for a few minutes. We are going after Fu, Shino simply said, and started walking away. Wait for me to come back, Shino said, and Gaara nodded in acknowledgement. Moth dash. Go, his mother interrupted him. Give them hell for me. His mother smiled sadly, and Shino nodded. Aburame Hive Shino arrived at the center of the woods surrounding his compound. He slowly entered the room and made his way towards the center of the room. As he walked, he looked around to see several hives all around the room. Here was where they grew their bugs, and where they performed the ceremony on the newborn. Shino stopped right in front of a large box. It was just an ordinary box, standing in a simple wooden desk. While seemingly plain, this box had etched a single word on the front. Forbidden. Shino paid no second thought and opened the box, taking the jar out and gently lowering it to the table. Shino placed a hand on the lid and hesitated ever so slightly, before picking up the jar and smashing it on the ground. As the jar shattered on the hard floor, a large swarm of bugs burst from it, immediately accessing the threat and completely covering Shino from head to toe in a shroud of darkness. Shino gritted his teeth in pain but did not waver for even a second on his decision. You took my father from me, Shino said, dropping to his knees. But with you, I will rescue Fu, Shino replied, his eyes burning with fire, and the bugs seemed to feel his power and determination. The swarm slowed down and began slowly flying around him. The bugs landed softly on him and started slithering their way into his skin. Shino dropped his black goggles to the ground and slowly stood up. His skin was now a deep purple and his eyes shining a bright silver. Let's go hunting,